Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our 200K celebration here on Midnight's Edge. With a cast of thousands, including you, the audience. And now, the boss man to introduce the Avenger of a panel. Avengers of panels. I quit. Rob, do it for me.
Yes. And the man who started it all, patient zero for Midnight's Edge, the one, the only, your Viking Dream Warrior, Andre.
Why, thank you. Thank you so much for that brilliant intro. And thank you to everyone that showed up in the chat to share this momentous occasion that was only 6 years in the making. And thank you to the amazing panel that has also showed up here. Tom, why don't you do the introductions?
I will, but I got to yell at Rob for wearing his gloves for when he's writing my intro. Don't ever do that again.
Sorry. And I have to. Otherwise, they say about idle hands.
Like ladies and gentlefins? Well, I don't know what the hell that is.
Gentlefin?
We have with us so far in the panel, and there's going to be plenty more coming, but just to start with, we have Mr. Undoomed. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing the best I can. We have Cecil.
Hello.
The Cecil, the one and only. Hello. And we also have Mary from Mary Mayhem. How you doing?
Undoomed is here. I had to do the Undoomed thing.
We have Az himself.
How you doing?
How you doing, Az? And we have coming in from the land of milk and honey, or whatever you call it anymore.
Russell Crowe? Holy
It is
shit.
Russell Crowe.
Oh my God.
Where's
Hey,
the land of milk
I
and
feel
honey,
as
Ben?
bushy as Russell Crowe right now.
You say you could do the accent. Do the accent. Come on, you could do it better.
Okay, I feel like Russell Crowe right now.
There you go. Tom
Fight.
Conkle.
Fighting round the
Are
world.
you not entertained? Are you entertained?
Russell Crowe's fighting around the world.
That's
But
right.
yes, and the man who started it all, though, Andre himself. Thank you so much, man, for making Midnight's Edge and changing my life.
Oh, absolutely. My pleasure. Who knew that when myself and my then co-host Kevin started this exactly 6 years ago, right about now, like at this moment, 6 years ago, we were sitting and we were planning this channel. And at that time, there were 0 subscribers. And now we've reached 200,000, which is pretty amazing, I have to say. And I couldn't have done that without you guys in the chat, without you, Rob, who was my first go-to guy after Kevin quit, and Tom, of course, certainly couldn't have done this without your masterful editing skills that took us to a whole new level.
I thought you were going to
Congratulations.
say masturbation there for a minute.
Congrats, guys.
Yeah, congrats to you both. I said this privately, but I'm really proud of all the work I know you guys do. Your interviews, your documentaries, your news stories and discussions make your channel exceptional. And I think that's why you have so many subscribers. I just want to say you really deserve everything great that's happening.
Yeah, I want to chime in on that and say that this has been a long time coming, but it's so well deserved. I really just enjoy staying on top of the entertainment world with you. So thank you very much for bringing that to us.
Oh God, this is going to be really awkward. First of all, I think you're very overrated.
And leave it to AZ to bring us back to reality.
It took me 8 years, and it's taken you 6. I think that's disgusting in itself.
Too much lovey-dovey stuff.
Don't you dare show the pictures of my
Okay, all right, Az. You brought eyes. We have to ask the 8 ball if you're ever going to be back. Will Az return to Midnight's Edge after that? My reply is no.
Point to no.
The 8 ball has spoken.
He's
That's
probably
on
going
his
to take
choice,
us all
man.
over one more time.
Yeah, I was going to say, the best ratings we had is when Az took over. So, I mean.
Andre, the chat is calling for a face reveal for you and a face conceal for Tom.
Oh, wow.
that is typical. But ladies and
Nice.
gentlemen, there's somebody who's here now that I think we all know, we all love, and we all want to be more like when we grow up. The one, the only, Doomcock.
Oh,
Greetings! Hello, everybody. How are you?
Your Eminence.
Hail.
Greetings. Hail.
There's a lot of doom on this panel right now.
I don't know. Are they going to
Gloom,
fight like
not gloom?
I was
Are they
just
going
about
to
to
fight
start
like Godzilla and Kong? I'm worried
tossing
now.
spears to each of them and just to let them go at it.
Just let them be. I don't know, maniacs or something. Congratulations! Congratulations on your 200,000 subscriber milestone, you guys. That's absolutely fantastic.
Well, thank you. Really, really appreciate that, and appreciate all of you guys being here. That is so awesome. It almost feels like a birthday celebration. So yeah, it's brilliant stuff.
Well, it's like I don't know, like a future anniversary or something. It's
something
it's like
along those lines.
It's like a Springer panel. There's going to be a DNA test for you, Andre, in a few minutes. So.
Oh wow!
You are not the father.
Does that mean I have to, does that mean I have to throw a chair at Az? I mean, does that?
You don't have to, but it's encouraged.
I don't care. I don't care what the test says. I am not calling him.
I need
back.
a new chair, so I'll just grab it and sit on it. It's fine.
Just so long as I'm not the father, I don't give a shit.
Harvey, welcome.
Yeah,
Harvey Cthulhu.
happy, I guess not anniversary. I guess it's a happy achievement day or so. Life day. Star Wars Life Day.
Well, thank you so much. Then I trust that you'll stay concealed a little bit longer.
He doesn't have a comment on that. He's all constantly working to get out, so I don't know.
At least wait until tomorrow.
I was a little worried because I thought like a week and a half ago he had you almost talked into pushing the button.
I always play, basically Russian roulette with the button.
We can get him to push the button. Doomcock, do you know the words to the Life Day song? We celebrate. You know that one?
Dabu Juarez, welcome, Kathleen, fuck you. No, I'm sorry. No, I don't. I thank God I have not learned the
I'm
words
shocked.
to.
What? Somebody said my name. Fuck you, a Midnight's Edge. Fuck you. I'm Queen. You've made my life miserable from day one. Why? Why can't you just shut up and like my movies?
Because the shit, Kathleen.
That's
It's
not a reason, asshole.
impossible.
You're
It's
just toxic, all of
impossible.
you.
It's
I have to say it's
impossible,
very
Kathleen,
awesome.
to watch.
It's very awesome to have Kathleen Kennedy show up in this celebration as well. Now all we need is Tom Rothman and Amy Pascal, and we're
Oh,
complete.
no. They may make an appearance. I don't know.
Her husband usually shows up too. Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Down.
Yes, Frank, she's gone.
Oh, thank God. I mean, did she leave the building or is she like gone?
I don't know. We got to change the locks. I mean, I don't know. How
I've
she
got a
key.
few insurance policies. That's all I'm gonna say.
Jesus.
He was busy doing coke while she was here. Oh shit.
What? You got coke?
On that note, greetings,
doing some
Nina
Dr. Pepper.
Infinity. Thanks for joining.
Hey, congratulations. What a crazy
One of our
cool
toxic
thing.
femmes.
Yes.
Hey,
yes.
Nina.
Hey, Rob. Hey, everybody. Cecil. Mary.
Hey, girl. How are you?
What's up? As everyone, Undoomed, I haven't met you. Nice to meet you. Mr. Russell Crowe, nice to meet you. My Lord,
Nice to meet you.
Doomcock is here. That's so awesome. You guys are all awesome. And Andre, you got an amazing channel that I'm so happy to be a guest on sometimes on Toxic Femme. It's so amazing. It's done wonders for me as a YouTuber, and
Not as much as it's
I
done
watch
for
all your
me.
stuff. It's
Well, thank you, and
Toxic
it's
Femininity
our
has done
pleasure
wonders
to
for
have
me,
you
thank
on.
Yeah. How many new subscribers did you get from Toxic
What?
Femininity? Yes.
Oh, thousands.
Yeah.
Thousands. 200,000.
Was it
For-
off that
for-
one?
New channel.
Was
What
it just
for
off that
those that
one
do not
panel?
know, Ass took over the Toxic Femininity stream on Monday. So for those that missed out on that, head on over to Midnight's Edge Live archives to check out that whole debacle. That
Yeah,
was
you
fun
missed
stuff.
out on that, Rob.
I did.
Yeah. Yeah.
How many?
Oh.
You needed at least 2 5-hour energy shots to get through it, right?
Oh man.
I don't know
It was
what
just-
the hell happened, but
I was like, Rob would have been on sleep cam after a while. So I mean, that's.
Well, I'd had 2 Red Bulls that day, and it just wasn't. It wasn't dissipating.
How? Okay, you know what? Not for nothing. How do you people who drink those Red Bulls energy drinks? I tried it once because I bought Batman Arkham City and there was like a code for a skin on it, and they buy a NOS energy drink. Okay, let me give it a try. It's like they try to cram every single taste in the world into that can. It is the most bizarre thing I've ever had.
I don't like it either. I'm like, ugh.
Speaking of
that's why I
Red
think
Bull,
Oops.
just have to call attention while I can get it on screen because I want to say hi to everyone in the chat. We're gonna get to all the super chats and all donations in due time, but I have to highlight this one right away. Valiant Renegade, new channel member, sent an incredible $200, saying, in appreciation for such a grand milestone, the tremendous quality of work you have consistently produced, and for helping to lead the charge to save pop culture. You have been an inspiration to so many fans and other YouTube personalities to jump in and join the fight while having fun. That is important.
See, that's a mistake. He meant $2, and he accidentally leaned on the keyboard. And he's like, "Fuck! How do I change it?"
Just trying to get enough for another Red Bull for Rob.
Valiant Renegade is such an amazing dude. He's actually one of the newcomers to the community, but he's been on top of all kinds of stuff. He's a really great guy. Thank you so much, Valiant.
Yes, thank you so much. We really, really appreciate your kind words and your appreciative super chat. We really appreciate that. And as some of you may be able to see, like next to it right there, there's this new badge symbol. That's because he has just become a channel member, which is something that we launched just a couple of hours ago. So you can now become channel members for loads of extra goodies. Let's call it Midnight's Edge Plus, where one of those goodies is me reading Norse mythology for those who are so inclined.
Nice. And I told him to upload more emojis, but for some reason he only did the 4. Come on, Andre, get on that. There's tons more we got. We got a lot more emojis coming for you guys.
We got 6 at least.
We got 4. I can only do 4. Do I have to have more? Do I have to go up?
Like the little teeny tiny.
And while we're on super chats that I can get on screen, Star Fury said for $40, congratulations, guys. Even though I sometimes don't agree with you, you still have an awesome show. Well done.
Nobody
thank
ever
you
agrees
so much.
Yeah,
but that's the beauty. Like, we celebrate true diversity, and the most diversity important of all, which I think is diversity in opinion. So anyone is welcome here, no matter their opinion, because we're all about having a conversation. Different people with different opinions.
Yeah. See, now thanks to your super chat, I can upgrade my tiny little comb now. See,
that's great. So Star Fury, Andre doesn't care if you're wrong, so that's nice about him.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's like even though sometimes someone may be like more correct than other times, and one may not always come to an agreement, one can see the other person's point of view, and if not necessarily come to agreement, certainly take more points of view into account, which is also something.
I think that's very important.
Yes,
very true. Very true.
Indeed, and that's something that I appreciate.
Whoa.
With our
wow, isn't there having like a speaker over there?
Wow. As I'm gonna have a stroke. Cut that out.
I was gonna have one, but yeah, like just on this panel, the diversity of opinion right here.
We need the Rise of Skywalker disclaimer.
As is strobing. He's strobing.
He's strobing next to me.
Oh my.
Polygon did nothing wrong.
He keeps up a little blind. Jeez.
You're muted though, Az. I don't know if you're trying to say something.
Remember, what was that guy who
said
did, like the tentacle porn and then he had a seizure? What was that guy's name?
Krieger?
Kurt something. Fuck.
Kurt Russell.
Yeah, Kurt Russell. Thank you. Appreciate that assist.
Fight you around the world.
Kurt Russell Crowe, I believe is his name.
Kurt Russell Crowe had a seizure. Yeah.
Kurt Eichenwald. Thank you. Send that person a
That's
prize.
that's like a Jeopardy answer. Who is Kurt Russell Crowe? Correct.
No, that's more like a Wheel of Fortune answer. Before and after.
Before and after. Yeah, they do before and after. Jeff.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Oh.
And we have a couple of more super chats, including some very big ones that I can no longer get up on screen. We'll get through every single one of them in the end. But just to do a couple that I actually can get on screen right now, and I do wish that StreamYards, the software we're using for the stream, would really get on showing earlier super chats. But until then, Film School Rookie says for $25. Thank you so much. Just join the channel membership today. Glad to. Anyway, love what you guys do. You've been a huge help to me in my own film career development. Well, thank
Andre,
you. That's one of the things
all
why
you
we
have
why
to
we
do
do
is go to your studio, go to your live, and you can still enter the control room from there, and then you can see all the missed super chats.
Oh yeah, I see them. That's what I mean. Like, yeah, I have them all, so I'll go through them all from there. But like to get them up on screen,
It's the highlighting.
I would like the
Right,
opportunity to actually highlight them on screen, like I
You
just did
snooze,
now.
you lose. You snooze,
Yeah.
you lose.
Film school rookie look like Gary from Nerdrotic's dad.
What?
What?
I'm just saying.
Oh my god, it kind of does.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Well,
You can't
we
unsee
intend
it
that as a
now.
compliment.
You can't unsee it.
Yeah, no, you can't.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Actually, he contacted me after your show. We've actually talked about film after the show. He's a good guy.
Oh, excellent.
He's an alternate universe, Gary, that stayed in San Francisco for the.
That's the Nightmare Batman Gary.
Bizarro Gary?
From the Snyder Cut.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
The one that gives you the reach around?
The one who's been living in the hole for 20 years now. Evading Superman.
Oh, Lord. So, yes, indeed. Thank you so much, though, for that. We appreciate the super chats and all the new members. Thank you so much, guys. We've got so many new members. Can't believe it's so many already that we just started today. So thank
I
you
can't
so
believe
much.
you guys just started today to have membership.
We're lazy.
Yeah,
I was
we
gonna say why.
yeah, we're chronic procrastinators.
Yeah, because we got so much shit going on halftime. I had to explain to Andre what it was 3 times.
In my defense, though, the time that I haven't been doing that, we've instead been like researching what's going on behind the scenes of Star Trek, Star Wars, more recently Warner and Warner Media and DC and all of that kind of good stuff. And that doesn't happen on its own, I tell you what.
No,
Yeah.
it does not.
It's a lot of work.
So you guys have probably told this story before, but I have to ask: how did you two meet, hook up, and what was the original impetus for this channel? How did you get into it, Andre, originally? Because I don't.
We were at
think
a
I
bar
know.
one night. We locked eyes.
Literally
and from
about
that moment
to say.
on, we knew it was a match made in heaven.
It was just match made in
literally
heaven.
about to say it starts with Andre being really drunk.
a baby Andre, a daddy Andre, and a mommy Andre have a baby Andre.
That's how it started.
Yeah, no, we'll get 1 second because I just have another big one that I can highlight on screen right now. Kit Kat
Ladies.
says for £100, Andre with Norse mythologies would be such a nice compliment to Doomcock's much-loved Shakespeare readings.
Ah, yes.
Looking forward to it.
Nice.
Yes, indeed. And I just want to check something here. Kit Kat earlier sent a £50 super sticker as well.
Thank you so much, Kit Kat.
And also a £5 super chat saying, First, Doomcock reaches 250,000, and now Midnight's Edge hits a milestone. Heartfelt congratulations. Thank you so much for that. And thank you for
You
your
have to
generosity.
specify, though, if you want me to keep the clothes on or off, because with that kind of
On.
money...
Really?
Oh my.
I can do that right now. On. Please on.
Just checking.
I also hit a milestone. I got 1,500, you guys. Yay! Yesterday.
Awesome. Congrats. That's
Nice.
actually a pretty huge thing.
Yay!
And
Thank you.
on that note, Mags also just
Mags, holy cow.
$100. Also a new channel member saying, I'm letting it rain today. Drinks on me. Pop
Would that
open
be-
that nice bottle of bubbly. Well, thank you, Mags.
Would you be
Really
letting it
appreciate
rain
that.
on those koalas that have no fucks to give?
That we now actually have emojis for, which
Yes,
are
and they're
available
adorable.
for all members.
Speaking
So,
of
yeah.
adorable, Mary will like this, and so will Nina. We've got puppy emojis we're going to have for
I
ladies.
Do I get another Fenton?
I'm trying to find a Fenton.
I need another Fenton.
And Mags is making it rain koalas. It won't show up on the StreamYard thing, but it shows up on the...
It shows up in the chat.
Yeah.
I need the one where he's chasing the deer through the wide open thing.
That video ruins it for me, though.
No, he's like galloping like a deer himself. He just wants to be free.
Galloping like a deer.
Yeah.
Now I just think of the deer guy. or
The
lady,
dog is a
whatever.
deerkin in his soul.
A deerkin.
He's a deerkin in
Jesus
his
Christ,
soul.
it's a trans fucking canine. Oh my god.
It's trans species.
The world's just getting it's just getting worse.
Just wants to sing you the song of his people. That's all.
Oh, of his people. You know.
Of his people or his pee-pee?
His people. Jesus, Tom.
Well, with these kids nowadays, you never know. That's all they ever do
Yeah.
is think about their pee-pees and everything. So,
Yeah, we're starting off early.
but I'm gonna pop in the back because we have a very special guest joining us. So I'll be back when we have.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
I just came, I just came here because Az was here and I needed to talk to him about this. Hello.
Put my camera on for you, sunshine.
You know, I'll tell you,
Mr. Burnett.
Hello, Andre. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that, and you dropping by.
Well, you know, I mean, Tom's so good about sending me links, and I feel like Tom's like E.F. Hutton, but instead of when E.F. Hutton talks, everybody listens. When Tom sends you a link, you have to jump in. You have to join the link.
It's true. It's true.
That's a very old reference.
You get
Everybody-
bonus points for that 80s commercial reference.
You like that? I was going to say, you're the only one that remembers.
I understood that reference.
I was just a child then.
Man, I was a teen and adult.
I remember it.
I'm going to die soon.
But
Yeah, not for a long time yet, let's hope.
And Az gets all my hot toys that he doesn't already have.
Yay!
So,
Except the John Lennon one. Dibs.
No, I won't be able to move anywhere in the house.
yeah, the John Lennon one, I've got him right next to Jimi Hendrix now. He's singing. I'm very excited about having the Jimi Hendrix John Lennon duo.
You have to throw Kurt Cobain next.
I know they don't make. Somebody's got to make like the only like rock heroes. Michael Jackson has Hot Toys figures that are old, but you can go get them. And then I've got that Freddie Mercury coming because of Justin.
Why don't they just do a 27 and dead range?
That would
And then
be
it could have
Janis
Jimi
Joplin.
Hendrix, Janis Joplin,
Kurt Cobain.
Amy Winehouse, Kurt Cobain. You know,
Jim Morrison.
Oh,
Jim Morrison,
I would love a
27?
Jim Morrison Hot Toy figure or a.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid. The one I'd be looking forward to. They'll never make the Pete Ham one from Badfinger.
Wow.
I'll be the only one to ever buy that. He also died at 27.
I love Bad
Prince.
Finger.
I need a Prince figure. That
I
has-
died at 27, but it was only on the inside.
Well, you should try being Norwegian. Then you're born already dead on the inside.
What
That's
happened to
because
your
it's so
inside?
expensive to live there, Andre. That's why.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's beautiful, and you guys are like building the first ship tunnel through a mountain.
Yeah, we are. So we
I
have
think
some
that's like
pretty
the coolest
decent
thing
engineers
ever.
here. Yeah, we love our tunnels. We already have like the biggest tunnel for cars in the world as it is right now. Which, by the way, is an awesome tunnel with like strobe lights and everything. so you don't fall asleep in there because it takes forever to drive through. So
I feel
now
like-
we have to make one for boats as well.
I love
What do you
it.
mean?
That's
It's just
not conducive
strobing
to
all the
sleeping.
time?
Yeah, like how do you drive through without actually having a seizure and dying?
Yeah, how does that work?
Yeah.
Well, they do that to clear out the population.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If you're
And
stupid
Mr.
enough to
Tickle
drive through this
Trunk.
tunnel, you deserve what you get, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's natural selection.
When you come out to the end, you have those girls singing at you from the cider cut at the end.
Now you have the Valkyries that are there
like
waiting for you.
Aquaman going into the water and there's
That should have been Bjork, by the way.
It should have been.
Should have been Bjork. Little
She's
Short of
Icelandic.
maybe.
She's Icelandic, not Norwegian. So,
But who's gonna know? You know,
everyone
in the
Everyone who knows
DCEU.
Björk.
Yeah, I don't know how many in Warner would know the difference. But Mr. Tickle Trunk sent us 200 Canadian dollars.
Wow.
Thank you so much, saying, I'm subbed to every channel here. This is weird. I wish I could be here today in chat to celebrate with all of you lovely people. Hail chat. I have to get back to work, but wanted to dump some support and run. Insert inappropriate Shaq's life joke here. Happy big 200 Midnight Set. Thank you so much.
I love that he. I love that he left it to our imaginations what the inappropriate joke is.
I can't believe how filthy that joke was. That was
Right?
amazing.
Disgusting. You've edgelord you.
I'm triggered.
And putting the word dump in there just made it grosser.
Good times. Good times.
Well, what's it like having 200,000 subscribers?
It's
sorry, someone else.
Oh, right. Yes, I know.
No, actually, let's hear from you because you've been here for some time. What should I prepare for? What should we prepare for?
I only
Now
hit
that we have
200K last year.
joined the 200K club. Also, Doomcock, you recently hit 250K, which is awesome. It was great to be on your stream when that milestone happened. That's also something I'm really, really happy about, and that Rob deserves all the credit in the world for. When we were very early on in our career and Doomcock was still starting out, Rob has a knack for picking the great ones, and he found Doomcock early. So I just have to say, massive kudos for that.
And we just lost Doomcock. I don't know if he's having an audio issue or what.
He said something about a
strategic timing, but
I started
he's
watching
still
your
there.
channel because of Rob's dulcet tones of his voice in your videos.
I think Doomcock got offended by that last joke. He was like, I'm out.
Yeah, he seems like the guy that would be offended.
Yeah, he created his own joke, got offended, and left.
Yeah.
I know why I left. It was that inappropriate sex joke. It was just so far over the top. And
It's all done in editing, Robert, my opinion. This is actually what I sound like.
Hello?
Well, he's back again.
Did I get back in or what?
No,
I
you
got
are back
dumped
in
out
again.
for some reason.
You're here.
You're in.
I was just going to say, I've been saying this for a long time that you guys are the best out there, and I just really love all of you all, and I'm just honored and delighted to be here today and to see you guys, succeeding as you are is just absolutely fantastic, and I couldn't be happier. Couldn't happen to a greater bunch of folks.
Well, thank
you. Really appreciate that.
I always say, Andre, listen, Doomcock was going to explode at some point. That sounds so wrong.
That sounded.
Oh my!
Damn it!
No, I think actually because of Doomcock, we're all
Come
going to
watch Doomcock
literally,
explode
when
and
he, when he
behind the
released
green door
Barbie.
too.
But he was.
I thought it was pretty cool seeing Doomcock cameo in Godzilla vs. Kong. because when they
What?
went into the Hollow Earth, there was an actual.
Oh.
I could see that that he was there for a minute because his lair is actually lower than the Hollow Earth, and I was like, he's been pilfering the energy from the Hollow
He
Earth. That's how he.
literally, I bet you he just contracted Kong's
I was really
relatives to
pissed
build
off.
the lair.
Well, that's where he taps their energy supply. Clearly,
Yeah. Oh my
you
God!
could see
all
me
the
over
things-
in the background shaking my fist and yelling, "Kids, get off my lawn!" They didn't
Everything
listen.
just
They didn't listen.
lined up for me right there. I had like a chaotic moment when you said that. I was like, oh, okay, everything makes sense now.
yeah. I mean, he's
Wow.
closer to the
in my
Cthulhu portal.
Wow.
Yeah, in my review, I was talking about how I was personally offended that they, basically invaded my neighborhood down there, especially in the way they did it. Because come on,
Didn't he
Godzilla
ask
breathing
permission?
a hole to the center of the fucking earth is so dumb. I mean, even for just a kaiju movie now, kaiju fighting is the main point and the only point really of kaiju movies, and that I thought they did pretty well. But geez, come on. And then the scene where Godzilla is looking down through the hole and it looks like Kong is looking up at him from the center of the effing
And then
earth.
he climbs up, like he climbs up the same hole. Because I was because he's like, the point was that they were supposed to go through like portals to reach the Hollow Earth, like from the previous movie. But then like Godzilla just blasts a hole through the earth, and then
He did. It was so stupid.
what? Like, how is this happening right now? I mean, I love those kind of movies, but that was even just like a little bit like what.
I was laughing so hard when Kong walked into like the big throne area or whatever, and the doors swung open like they were on hinges. I started literally singing the Jungle Book song, I'm the king of the swingers. I was like, what did they just put it on hinges or something?
Oh my
Like, how
God.
did they do this? They carved these steps out perfectly.
Well, I was saying that, Mary, that I want a prequel movie about like Kong's
How this happened.
ancestors and how they made this temple and like the axe and everything like that. Like, I'm actually interested because I'm a huge Kong fan. So I'm like, I want to know about Kong society. How did they do this? How did they get wiped out? This is a story. Like, this needs to be explored.
I couldn't care less. It was so absurd. I just did not care even a little bit. I was having a great time with it. I just didn't care.
It was funny. It was funny.
Physics and Godzilla have a passing acquaintance. Let's just say that. It's just a passing.
Yeah.
That kid from Deadpool existed for one reason: to dump liquid on a motherboard and dip out.
Yes, I could have done without all of that entire storyline.
Literally, some guy a few stories above could have accidentally done what he was in that entire movie to do. Like, just.
Yeah, but what about
knock a
the
couple words.
Hyperloop from Florida to Hong Kong, man? That was awesome. Right through the middle of the Earth, but apparently not the Hollow Earth, a little bit
Right.
above the Hollow Earth.
Just
Just
a
a
little
hair.
bit.
Just a hair, yeah.
You know.
Yeah. It's so freaking stupid. The whole thing is so dumb. But I actually had a really good time with it.
I liked
Because
it.
Every I put myself at like the room level expectations for coherency and just went on and enjoyed my day. It was so much fun.
Isn't that Cecil's favorite movie, The Room?
Which one? The one with Brie or the one?
The one with what's so?
Yeah, that one.
It's a great movie, but no, it's not my favorite.
Oh, okay.
My
Oh, hi,
favorite.
Mark. Have you seen this bloody Star Trek fucking article?
Yeah, the Hollow Earth took me out of the whole. I mean, I need to be grounded in a little reality when a giant lizard robot is fighting a gorilla.
That's happening right outside my window right now.
That's fair.
Put it down.
Speaking of, we have Mandy joining us.
Hey, Mandy.
Not listening.
Hey, girl.
We
Mandy, oh my God.
I can't hear you.
Like what? I went to go get a Coke. Hey!
No, you went to get some Coke. That's what
I
you
did.
No shit, you got Coke?
This girl
I did.
cleared what? And was it a 1 or 2 liter bottle of Crush on stream with
think it was
Justin and I the other day?
I don't want to brag, but I think it was a 2-liter.
This girl, I was so jealous of her. All I wanted was to go get some orange soda.
It was so good too. It was good. So hi guys! Oh my gosh, 200K subs! Like what? Are y'all doing happy dances? I know you're not on cam, but Andre, you're doing a happy dance, right?
Oh yeah, I've done plenty happy dances. I've fallen and hurt my foot even doing it. So I'm sitting down there right now. But yeah, no, there's been almost been like too busy with memberships and everything like that to do much happy dancing. But now's the time for it. So if I had a camera, I would
Andre, be honest.
Now.
Andre is one of the most famous dancers on YouTube. If you could look up Techno Viking, that's him.
Oh yes, he's awesome.
Oh, I have a question, Andre. How many subs is it going to take for you to do a face reveal?
Well, actually, I look just like that. That's literally like a tracer over my face. So I've kind of done it already. But yeah, no, I don't know. Let's see when I get them. Let's see, 300,000. I'll do a face reveal.
Okay. You heard it here. You heard it here.
Yeah.
300,000.
Face reveal at 275.
So
Don't
let's
laugh,
see.
I've always
Let's
been
see how
accused of
quickly
being
that goes.
premature, so all right, just
That's right. What will you reveal for 250? That's the question.
yeah. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. You know,
What will you reveal at 500K?
maybe a bit of ankle. Get
Need
the
a big
Victorian
camera.
blood excited.
Do I need an adult right now?
He almost revealed a lot on Toxic Femme the other night. He was shimmying and everything. There was a lot going on.
The chat
Wow.
were asked. There's 3 women. You know, they're attractive ladies. They have equipment which men like. The chat was asking me to get my tits out.
I love the priority.
Seems reasonable.
Like,
And I just thought, when you're on stream with 3 lovely ladies and you're the person they're asking to get their tits out, I felt pretty.
I bet.
I felt pretty.
Yeah, he gave him a shimmy or two. It was they loved it. There you go.
so
There you go.
wow.
Yeah.
If that's all you get, the rest you got to pony up. You know what I'm saying?
I can't do
First
it.
one's always free. That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
Justifying you.
So
Get him hooked.
I have a question for Andre and Tom and Rob. What now for the channel? How do you guys move into the future? Where does Midnight's Edge see itself in 6 months or a year or with 500, half a million subscribers? What do you guys want to do? Where do you see the YouTube space going?
I'm actually very, very glad that you asked that. And we were going to make some announcements later on here tonight. But since you asked, we can share some
By the way,
stuff
you
right
didn't
now.
set this was not set up. This was a legitimate question. You did not make me ask you this.
I'm going to
Yeah,
get
no,
he's going
no,
to do a
of course
cooking
not.
channel.
Yeah, no, actually, we have great plans for future expansion. So coming over the next few months, first is Midnight's Edge Espanol, which is Midnight's Edge sub-channel exclusively in Spanish, where we're going to have live shows in Spanish, courtesy of Polly, who is the one who will be taking lead on that.
Oh, that is awesome.
With some great panelists, plus our classic mini documentaries, you know, the one where
I love those.
Tone got you in the first place. They will be redubbed into Spanish, plus new similar documentaries will also be like in English here on the main channel, and then
That is really smart,
as well, because that's a huge market right there, and we have quite a few Spanish speakers among our audience, and we thinking, how can we serve this audience even better? So we're doing that, and of course there's going to be plenty interaction and integration between the two. It's not going to be like a satellite or anything like that. It's going to be a fully fledged part of the Midnight's Edge brand, with some crossovers and everything. Like, I'll go there and try to speak a little bit of Spanish and stuff like that. So,
do you speak Spanish?
Un poquito. Yo hablo un poquito español. Sí.
That's a really smart idea, man.
It is.
Yeah,
And,
that seems smart.
I have a problem with it. I think if you're in America, you should speak American.
Wow.
Okay, in my defense, I'm not in America.
He's not in
They're not in America, Cecil.
Right.
No, he's in the original Spanish Norway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm a snow Mexican. I'm a Canadian citizen that lives in Mexico. That's what's going on here.
No Mexican.
I feel as if I've missed the
No
boat
mix.
here because I was just about to launch a Latin, like old school Latin, not Latin as in, chica, chica, chica.
Oh,
Amor-
e pluribus
amor
unum
mas-
kind of a
yeah,
thing.
Yeah. This masses. But it looks like, the three people that are excited about that are just going to be turned away now. So.
Yeah, but the Vatican will dig you.
Yeah, it's just the anal sex I hate.
The texts are easy to write, lorem ipsum and all that.
Would you like to come to the Vatican? No, I really wouldn't.
No, thank you.
Would you like a drink? No, I don't want to touch anything. I don't want to get drunk and date rape.
To continue your question, like where do we see ourselves? And since As will be doing a channel in Latin to actually answer in Latin, like in 6 months from now, we hope to have established the Spanish channel and also a couple of other things going into other things like music and gaming, and then we'll be able to say Veni, Vidi, Vici.
I came, I saw, I conquered.
Yes.
Wow.
So that's the goal. So that's the ambition.
You already have an amazing single with Tom putting out that amazingly. I mean, that song was so great. I was like, babies are going to be made to this song, Tom. It was good. It was a good song.
He's a spike in the birth rate.
Show me on the doll when the Pope.
Are you sure that's just not because of COVID?
No, it's definitely the song. No doubt it's the song.
It's the song.
It's the song.
Sorry. I was just thinking about all the people crammed into houses together for the last year. Of course, there are a lot of pregnant bitches running around. It's like, Tom did it.
Yeah, that is a really smooth song, I have to say. I was like blown away by that song.
It was a good song. That's true. I tried to poison you, but you're a crafty, wily little minx, and you got away with it. So you live for another day.
What song is this? I've totally missed that.
Oh, God. It is smooth. It is smooth.
Is it? Where can I see this thing?
That's Tom's single. Tom has released a single. It's on iTunes. It's really awesome.
Oh,
you can see it on Midnight's Edge though. Midnight's Edge After Dark, and it's what is it? You Look Good on Me, or I Look Good on You. I Look Good on You. Yeah.
Oh,
it's
you gotta DM me a link to that.
Oh yeah. Well.
Earthquaking, booty shaking, let's get this fucker started. High class, big brass, pretty little lions in a row. No cash, so crass, wrap it up in a bow. I'm so heavy, my head hangs low. When you gonna tell me what you don't know? The whole world's gone crazy, but that's okay now. Don't worry, baby, I won't fade away. Get down on your knees today, but I don't want you.
That's a whole lot of man.
Everything I wear looks like shit on me, but baby, I look good on you. Maybe if I knew just what to say, then maybe you'd know what to do.
Whoa. Pants on, everyone.
That's it? That's bullshit. You just cut that in the middle like that? That's bullshit.
I was over here jamming.
I was totally dancing.
Me too.
Yeah, I think smooth is a good word for that.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Now, do you use auto-tune, or is that...
That was Tom.
Can't ask people that. You just have to accept that it may or may not be.
Yeah, don't ask a magician to explain his trick.
As Tom says behind the scenes, because we are we're at capacity with who we can have in the panel.
Well,
Too many babies will be made if we play the whole thing. That's true. That's very true.
No, look, we're going to be losing some people driving through that that seizure tunnel in Norway anyway. So
suicide.
We could just replace a few. This is fine. If you need space, like I said, I wasn't going to stay for super long anyway, Andre. So if you need to make space, I can dip out.
Actually, I have to leave in a few minutes also, so it'll be okay. I'll clear
Don't all
clear
fight
space.
to leave at once.
Doomcock, before you go, I have to share an amazing studio now when I have both you and Robert Meyer Burnett on the same stream. I'm sure Mr. Burnett doesn't mind if I share, because I just think it's such a brilliant story. Because Burnett, you already said that like the first time that you first discovered us was through Rob's dulcet tones.
Yes.
And then we put out this epic, close to 1 hour takedown of the Star Trek rights situation and everything that went down with that. And that is when you first came on Midnight's Edge, and you were in one of our shows. And we've been great friends ever since, and we are so glad for our relation. We value that immensely. But the funny thing is that the very first time when we spoke, before we went live and recorded that first session that's out there on the channel, the very first words you said to me was not hi, wasn't how you're doing. Do you want to repeat the first words you said to me, if you remember?
I don't remember.
I remember. Are you Doomcock?
I got accused of being Doomcock, and I'm like, no.
To which I could reply, this accent is one I'm stuck with, so no.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. I mean, to me, I hadn't jumped. I'd been on YouTube. Actually, the 14th of April marks my 6th year, but I was always on either Collider and then John Campia's channel, and I didn't know whether I was going to jump into the YouTube space myself, but part of the reason I did was because of Midnight's Edge, to be honest. I mean, I was watching your shows, and you guys are doing these deep dives and these nicely edited pieces, and I'm like, you guys spend a lot of time doing these, and I liked Rob's. I when I say I like Rob's voice, I mean it, and whenever you guys had something on, I'm like, I would watch, especially when it had to do with Star Trek. And I'm like, man, I want to meet these guys. And then, of course, Doomcock and I was going to dedicate my stream yesterday to Doomcock. I should have, because I went on a Star Trek rant. So.
Oh, did you? Are you fed up too, man? At this point?
I mean, when
I saw those trailers, I couldn't stand it. I did like a 20-minute video just breaking down exactly why Star Trek is dead in its current iteration, and.
No,
I mean, it was a labor of. I'm so angry and disgusted, man. At this point, I can't even tell you.
I'm so over it too. Like it's been Az and I had this conversation on Midnight's Edge the other night, but it's just such a shame what's happened to Star Trek. It's like all the good things that it was. It's a shell. It's a shell of what it used to be, and it's awful. I watched the first season of Discovery, and then I checked out because I was like, this isn't my Trek. And I never watched Picard because I couldn't handle what was happening to that character. So I didn't do it. I watched Doomcock and Nerdrotics videos, and I was like, yeah, I'm out. No thanks.
Well, it's worse than worse than a shell of what it was. It's actually completely diametrically opposed to what Roddenberry did. I mean, you can go right down the line in terms of optimistic tone. Nope. It is a shambles. It is dystopian, ugly, eye-gouging, severed baby head parody of its former self. It used to represent rationality and respect for science. Forget that. I mean, they can't even keep track of their own ridiculous shit. It's
dystopian.
Horrific.
Wow. It's
beyond that.
It has become dystopian. That's what it is. The Star Trek that we see there, to me, is dystopia.
Yeah. Well, it reminds me of it's like that game Telephone, where you go around, and by the time the message gets back around, it's actually the franchise has gone through so many hands now that it's just corrupted. And to me, to just see all those resources thrown into something where they don't even remember the echo of what originally made it have an appeal. And that's the problem. It's gone through so many hands now that it's just become a corruption of whatever it was.
Yeah.
Well, it also doesn't have like Kurtzman is not really the showrunner overseeing all of these things. You know, they've had multiple showrunner turnovers. Then you have like Michael Chabon wants to focus on Spock's smile in the cage and base his entire character around one production. I mean, really, honestly, he talks about that. And now you've got Akiva Goldsman, who has never been one. If you look at his track record in writing science fiction and fantasy, it's not great. I'm sure he puts his Oscar down and uses it as leverage. I mean, he's got deals all over town. You know, when you look at the Berman, this Rick Berman era of Star Trek, Rick Berman's sole job was to make Star Trek. And while people objected, including me, to his tenure running the Star Trek franchise, he made 25 seasons of Star Trek, 18 years, 4 feature films, all the shows that he did. And even though, while he might have been very creatively constraining to certain parties on the program, at least he felt a fealty to what he perceived as Roddenberry's underlying message.
It seemed like he had principles.
Exactly. And he knew what he thought. He was interpreting what Roddenberry wanted, and he began working with Roddenberry himself on Next Gen. And so he knew this. But the problem with Star Trek now is since 2006-7, when Bad Robot took over, all of the stewards of the franchise have wanted to turn it into something else.
Yes.
Which I think is a strange impulse. It's like, okay, let's move away from the core tenets of what Star Trek is and sort of quote unquote update it to what we want it to be now. But what's interesting is that, like all great storytelling, there is a universality and a timelessness to the great tales. And Star Trek really tapped into some universal stories in a very, ultimately, the baseline of Star Trek is that humanity has a bright future. We will overcome our petty differences, and that's what's going to allow us to move out amongst the stars. And that is a baseline from which your stories are told. And now, instead of like all the problems we encountered were out there, it was the alien civilizations that became the prism from which we reflect back on our own foibles. But our human characters were always the people that we could stand behind. Now, all of the human characters are either not smart or either direct reflections of mediocre people today. Like Star Trek is no longer saying, we one day will be excellent, and human excellence is difficult. This is an elite program about elite humans, the best of the best.
The best of the best.
Right.
And now it's like, nope, we're going to have all kinds of marginalized people. You don't have to be good at your job to be here on the final frontier. You just have to be somebody that's, I don't know, shows up.
Everybody just gets participation trophies. If you're here, you're here. Like that's pretty much it. That's what I was talking about the other day, because I just saw that episode of TNG where Wesley was trying to go for Starfleet Academy, but he didn't make it just by just a little bit because he helped the other guy.
That was that's a first season Next Generation.
That was a first season Next Generation, and
coming of age.
Yes. And I was thinking to myself, like, look at this episode. First, you have they're going up against 2 females, which today they would be the winner, hands down. Of just like, okay, woman, you're the winner. And the other thing is that it was saying that even though Wesley was super smart and basically beat that other alien, he still didn't get it because at the end of the day, the alien was a little bit better. And the speech that Picard gave him, like, did you do your best? Do you think you're going to do later better next time you go? You go? That's the important thing. That's the lesson here. And you don't get any of that kind of stuff in the new Star Trek. Like, you don't get any lessons. You don't get any life lessons. You don't get any sort of like passion, or it's just all dead. It's dead.
By the way, Nina,
Wesley is no Mikey Spock. We know that.
No, I gotta give it to you. No one pulls out a first season TNG episode that holds it up for excellence, and that is a good episode from the first season. People are always like, the first season of TNG is no good. There are a lot of good episodes.
There's so many good episodes.
So kudos to you for pulling that one out. I've always loved that episode. And I think the end of that episode, like you pointed out, talk about representation in this elite group of cadets. You had 2 women. They weren't pointing their fingers going, look, we have women being here. No, it was Star Trek used to be like, this is a baseline. The best of the best is an alien. two females, Wesley Crusher.
One of them being a Vulcan, Vulcan woman.
Absolutely. And they don't know that. They don't remember that today. I mean, everything is these platitudes. Even listening to that trailer, it starts out with another speech from Michael Burnham that you're supposed to be like, oh, that is not what's Star Trek is not about speech making. No. There's a few great speeches, but it's not about speech making.
Speaking of speech making and great speeches, someone who is great at that is Doomcock, who regrettably has to be leaving. But thank you for being here. We really, really appreciate that.
Oh man, I couldn't miss it. You guys are outstanding, and congratulations, man. It's a great achievement, and I look forward to seeing what you guys are going to come up with in the future. Although I do not really habla español, what the hell.
Doomcock, before you go, because people have accused me of not really talking about others and always pushing things back to be about myself, but I remember that night when you hit 90,000 subs. I was on the air with you and Gary, and a lot of people said it was my appearance on that show that really propelled you to 250,000. So you're welcome.
I felt it. I felt that Cecil bump, which usually you call the police for.
It's usually ketamine.
That Cecil bump. When you feel the Cecil bump, it means Cecil's way too close, and he's very, very happy. But yeah, man, that really pushed it over the top. That Cecil bump, and I guess I need to have you back on to propel me further, as I'm kind of stalling out.
Oh, here comes 500,000. You're welcome.
Modest.
Also, not to say actually, but Spock also smiled in this side of paradise when he had the gall to make love to that girl.
Well, yes, but he was under
and you've got the gall to make love to that girl. She's getting stuck. A cock is full of memory banks. You should be squatting on a mushroom instead of passing himself off as a man. You belong in a circus, Spock, not a starship.
Right next to the dog-faced boy.
All right. With that, Doomcock, it's been a pleasure to have you here. Pleasure to have you as our friend, and I look forward to serving as your viceroy of the Nordics when you take over the world.
Absolutely, Andre. Wouldn't have it any other way, brother. Thank you. Congratulations to Midnight Edge. You guys are awesome.
Bye, Doomcock.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Good night, you guys. Have a good one.
Take care.
My first time interacting with Doomcock. That sounds dirty.
That's a dirty undertone.
No one here is gonna kink
Good
shame
to meet you.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more.
Say no
See
more.
y'all later.
Bye.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Bye. Take care. And someone else that also regrettably has to be leaving us is Mary Mayhem. But thank you for joining us. Pleasure to have you here.
I just want to thank you so much, Andre and Tom and Rob, for everything that you've done for me and just the wonderful experiences and all of the
pleasure was all Cecil's.
Also, we never hang out. Why is this? I can keep on pace with you on drinking, man. I swear I can.
She can. It's true.
I think she can. I think you could outdo him.
I think I might be able to.
I think you could.
Let's find out at some point. I'm sure that would be very interesting.
Well, we'll have to have it on like our channel, because otherwise, in case you two both pass out.
A drink. Oh, right. Well, there's precedence for that now, right? Just leave the stream going.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, as long as we have Az there.
We need Az to take over.
Yeah. But no.
All right, we'll set it up. We'll do it.
Are you serious? Oh my God.
What's your drink? What do you?
Vodka.
Okay, I'll drink whiskey.
What, straight up?
Yeah.
Okay, that's hardcore.
Oh, we could do a martinis. I could do hot vodka. All right, let's do vodka.
I'll make you my signature drink, a foreplay on the beach.
Ooh.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Watch out for the sand on that one.
But coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
It gets everywhere.
So, but no, Andre, Tom, Rob, you guys are just you're the absolute best. I know Rob's hiding around in the back, but this goes for him just as much. You guys are amazing.
He's watching porn, and you know it.
Oh my.
Look, I try not to think about it. Okay, I leave that.
It keeps him out of trouble.
Undisclosed in my head, inappropriate sex jokes.
Well, at least you know he's not watching like regular porn because he's always finding stuff like quicksand.
No, it's quicksand porn, right?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, with gypsy hookers specifically.
Yeah, specifically.
Yeah.
Now I'm intrigued.
We'll talk about it later, Mandy. I've got all of the details for you. I've literally got like 4 different websites.
Az is just like, wait a minute.
Yeah. I was like, what's
How are you
happening right now?
intrigued about quicksand porn?
Because how does that work? Because how does it
You've
work?
got 3 minutes to fuck before you both suffocate. What is quicksand
It's just
porn?
choking on crack, AZ. That's all it is. It's just
Let's not do it doggy, otherwise it reduces it down to 1 minute 50. All right. Weird.
Hello.
Huge
Yeah.
Oh,
congrats, Andre. Thanks for everything. Big congrats, 200K. I cannot wait to celebrate 500,000 with you. It's gonna be wonderful.
Thank you so much. I look forward to it.
Bye.
And every other milestone in between on all our channels across the board.
Absolutely. Jay, sorry, I'm only seeing you, ships and passing in the night, or however that freaking song goes.
That's okay.
All right,
Bye,
Matt.
Mary.
Bye, Mary.
Bye.
Adios.
Bye.
Hi, Jay.
Hello, everybody. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey.
Thanks for sending me the link. I didn't know what I was doing, but look at everyone that's here. It's a beautiful panel you have here.
Jay, what are your
Cecil.
thoughts on quicksand porn? Quickly.
What? Like quick porn? What is
No,
that?
quicksand porn.
Yeah, I'm going to need an explanation for that.
I don't know
too.
what that. But I
don't know
was
what that
thinking
is.
about when you said quicksand. If you grew up in the 70s and 80s, like every show had a quicksand episode, and then it just disappeared. Like I thought as a kid that quicksand would be a bigger part of my life as an adult, and it's very well until today when I found out there was porn.
What? I mean, how does that work? You got to finish before you drown?
That's what I've been told. Is that
I
you
could
have
do that.
3 minutes? Is what I says. You get 3 minutes to finish.
3 minutes? Doesn't it?
Look,
doesn't it
don't
have-
drag
could
me
do it
into this
twice
shit.
in
I
3
was
minutes.
You're the
simply-
one that gave the time. You gave the time. I'm just repeating.
Oh,
what
it's an
I did,
ass
'cause
thing.
I don't know.
Okay.
No, it's not a me thing. This is not a me. This is a Mary Mayhem thing.
Yeah, this is
I
a Mary
think it's
Mayhem.
This is actually a Rob.
I was
thing.
just trying to
This is actually a
quantify
Rob
what it
thing.
meant.
Okay, this is how it goes, and I'll let Rob come in here in a moment and explain part of this too. But one day, Rob comes to me and he goes, "Guess
We
what?"
need an explanation.
I said, "What?" He goes, you won't believe what I found." I said, "What?" He goes, "Quicksand porn." I said, "Rob, you found the end of the internet. There's
Andre,
literally
come
no
back
place
in. I'm
else."
out. Come back
Andre
in.
does
I'm
not
out.
Place
want to
else
be
to go.
associated with this conversation.
Yeah. Andre, swap for me. I'm out. Come back in. I'm going to push myself to the back.
What the heck?
What have we stepped into?
I'm glad
Quicksand.
I decided to click on the button at the right time.
Exactly. Rob, what do you have to say in your
It
defense?
was too. It's indefensible. I mean, what do you mean? If I gotta say my defense, listen. The story goes is like I said. Tom started the story. I said, Tom, you never guess what I found. He said, what? I said quicksand porn. And he goes, how did you find that? I says, well, okay, you know what? You're searching Pornhub, okay? You enter the word babes into the search bar. It says babes in leather, babes, lesbian babes. And then it says babes in quicksand. And I say to myself, you cannot show that to me and not expect me not to click on that. I use just like quadruple negative to explain that. So I'm like, yep, it's exactly what it sounds. It's a scantily clad woman just sinking in quicksand. And Tom says, you have found the end of the internet. There is nowhere else to go. And I'm like, but isn't that really the best kind of woman, one that disappears, really? So isn't so?
Yeah.
Isn't it? That just seems like you're limiting the opportunity. It doesn't matter.
So it doesn't matter.
Is your favorite
it's
superhero Invisible
I'm
Woman
like,
then
hey,
from the Fantastic Four?
What was that?
Is your favorite superhero Invisible Woman then from the Fantastic Four? Is that who you're into? Women that disappear?
Yeah, you can kind of have full fun with that. Yeah, but like I said, there is no possible way we can go as a society after having discovered quicksand porn. That's it. We've plateaued. Everything else is gravy or house money or whatever.
Are you sure? Are you it's not bottomed out?
I yeah. I actually did go. I actually did look on MythBusters. It actually is physically impossible to sink in quicksand. So, but the whole thing and Vice, Vice, that those guys, they actually did a whole thing about it, and they said part of the thing is like there's a very sexual component to it with the heavy breathing and the moaning and the screaming. I'm like, yeah, okay, in a very repressed culture in the 30s and 40s, I can understand how that would be in every movie. So. But yeah, like I don't expect people to understand. I'm like, what? It's there, it's a thing that exists. Cecil,
there are places to go with this because I'm right now writing a quicksand rom-com, and it's going to have Matthew McConaughey. It's called How to Lose a Girl in 3 Minutes, and he lives in a swamp. He has sex with women, and then he pushes them into the quicksand when he's done. And then he finds the right one, and then it's kind of got like a melancholy ending because he really regrets pushing her in. And
Cecil,
can I ask a question? Does he say "all right" after he like pushes them into the?
Every time, yeah.
All right,
I'm not that good of a writer. So.
I got that sinking feeling again. Now,
this really went downhill, didn't it?
Now Robert's gonna go to Elizabeth and said, "You'll never guess what Shlomo from Midnight's Edge told me about," and she's gonna say, "What kind of sick people are you hanging out with, Rob?"
No, she's gonna go. Can I watch? Can I see that quicksand porn?
Rob, she's a keeper.
She'll watch anything. She is a key. I mean, the stuff I've had to show her, although. She still talks about this movie, this Australian exploitation movie called Body Melt, that she still doesn't appreciate that I showed her. Not because she thought it was offensive, just because she thought it was so bad. And
Culture's Googling it right now.
What was great is Vinegar Syndrome released a beautiful. I had this horrible DVD rip from a VHS tape, but beautiful, beautiful Vinegar Syndrome, one of my favorite boutique home video labels, put out. I got it for. I go, look what Vinegar Syndrome released. They made a beautiful Blu-ray of Body Melt that we have, and see, it all works out in the end.
I've been looking for a blaxploitation film called Brotherhood of Death for a while. It was. I saw the trailer on on one of those Faces of Death. VHS. Yeah. See, brother, and every couple seconds, see Brotherhood of Death. I was like, okay, I've been looking for it for a while now. I'm like, okay, I can't find a decent print of it. But
Dieter Bastian just sent me a beautiful German media book for Black Mama, White Mama with Pam Grier.
Oh, okay.
It's beautiful.
Germans have some amazing media books. Really have to say, like the German special editions are like the best ones.
Oh, they
to everyone. I'm not German. I import from there as well.
Showgirls in 4K came out this past year.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
What's not to love?
But it's the open matte version or the censored version.
Oh no, it's the full. It's the uncut version. I mean, there was a little controversy over the actual transfer, but I'm a big Paul Verhoeven fan, so to have that. I'll get anything that he's done and to have it in 4K. But they've put out some amazing stuff in 4K that isn't available in 4K anywhere else. I had drinks with the Pierce brothers who directed The Wretched last weekend, and The Wretched was known. It was a wonderful movie, by the way, but it was one of the #1 films over the summer during the pandemic because it was making money at drive-ins. And I got them. The Germans put out 2 different media books of The Wretched in 4K. It's not available in 4K here, so I got those for them. And it's frustrating when you can't get 4K versions of films domestically. They did a beautiful box set of American Werewolf in London in 4K and the original Rollerball in 4K last year.
Still one of the few horror movies I actually like, American Werewolf in London.
Oh, yeah, and their box sets, it's beautiful. I mean, It came with all kinds of. It came with like drink coasters from the Slaughtered Lamb, the restaurant they go to. I mean, God love the Germans and their special editions.
That actually won us trivia night one time. So what was the name of the pub in American Werewolf in London? I said the Slaughtered Lamb. Are you sure? Put it down. I said you put it down. And so yeah, we won. That was the one to put us over the top.
It's what a great film that is too. It holds up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not really. It's a horror. It's horror with comedy. It's in on the joke, as I like to put it. It's very much it knows what it is. It's very self-aware. What was that?
Wasn't it Landis who did that?
Yes.
Yeah, John Landis. Yeah.
Right.
And it was the first film that won an Academy Award for special makeup effects.
Rick Baker. Yeah.
Wow.
Right.
You know what though? I watched it with like younger nephews and nieces, and I forgot about the porno scene, like where they're in the theater, and that was so uncomfortable.
See you next Wednesday.
It's like all of a sudden they're just like moaning, and like I was like, oh man, I forgot about this scene.
What are they doing?
They're having
Andre
a mommy
knows
and
about
daddy
that.
hug.
Would you
Norway,
like
they don't put their kids from the good stuff.
All right.
Oh, yeah, we have some weird traditions and stuff. So,
all right, I'm gonna bounce out for a bit so other people can rotate in. I'll see you guys in a few.
yeah.
Okay, I'll see you in a bit.
Excellent.
Take care.
Also, I have to ask on behalf of the chat, Mandy, are you okay? Because you seem to be.
I freaking Googled it. No, I Googled it, and it looks like a bunch of girls from Naked and Afraid that just took it way too far. I should have Googled it. I messed up.
What? The quicksand porn?
Yes, damn it. I Googled it.
Wow.
You see, even when Rob is not here, he's still here.
I guess he was right. You cannot not click it.
No. When you find out it's a thing, you're like, what? How does that work? And then you realize that this is how it works, and it ain't good, y'all.
What is good though is that we have Comics Division joining us. Welcome.
Hey everybody, man! There was a long line to get in here, I have to say. Yeah. And I have to say, wow, my internet life is complete because I'm on a stream with Undoomed.
Hey, how you doing?
Not too bad, man. How about yourself? You were a part of my red pill diet back in the day.
Right. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, thanks for putting out the content.
Yeah. Okay, I got nothing.
awkward moment. But congrats, Andre. Congrats to you guys for hitting 2,000 or 200,000. 2,000. Yes, 2,000. I can't count.
Yeah, the 2000 one, the 2000 anniversary, that would have been in August of 2015. That's when we had our 2000 anniversary. So this one is the tenfold of that, which is pretty amazing, and we're so glad that you and everyone else could come and join us for that. So that's an absolute delight.
Yeah, one of these days I hope to hit 2,000 myself.
I think I've been with you since 5,000 or something. So it's got to be like 2016, right?
Yeah, 5,000 would be 2016. Yeah, that would have been May of 2016.
I think that's when I found you.
Yeah, very cool. That would have been Ghostbusters then.
Yeah.
How do you remember that?
That's probably how I found you.
You actually
how
remember?
I remember that? No, I just remember the milestones because I remember which coverage brought us over which milestone. 100 to 3,500 to 4,000. That was Trankate.
Unreal.
And
I can't even remember to zip my fly.
And 5,000 to 50,000. That was Ghostbusters.
I was drinking, Cecil. Jesus.
That's impressive that you remember like the month and the year. Like, geez.
Well, I can't say exactly when we had like 34,556. Like I can't say that, but like I remember the approximate intervals and where they were. So if you tell me that you came in at 5,000, then I know you came in at Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
That's
That's probably what it was.
Yeah, that was fun. That was loads of fun. That was like new energy. And what's cool is that was the thing that Rob really came in on as well, because Drankgate was when I was still doing this with Kevin. So he was the main narrator of the channel at that time. Whereas with when Ghostbusters came, then it was me and Rob that were running the channel. And towards the end of Ghostbusters, that's when Tom entered the fray.
Right.
Yeah. So now we are here at 200,000 with
Which will always be
with
remembered
the
for
Star
quicksand
Trek failing and Star Wars
Yeah,
failing and
that's right, Ash.
DC starting to fail in new and bigger ways. So I wish that I could say that things were better, but that's hardly the case, is it? So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that Red Letter Media soundbite, I guess. Like, how does it feel to watch all your favorite franchises burn to the ground?
It feels great.
I mean, it's a warm feeling.
Well, just in case you thought Star Trek couldn't get any lower, they've
kind of like pissing yourself in the winter.
Oh my god.
Yeah. It's a really odd thing too. You'd think that with some other IPs doing really well, that it's strange to watch these IPs that you thought were so entrenched that really couldn't fail.
Right.
And to me, it all comes from people again trying to change the fundamental nature of what these franchises are, to update them somehow, which I don't understand.
Well, why does this happen all at the same time?
Well, I think because the people in charge, I think, are responding to external stimuli, what's happening in the culture, and they feel that they need to address these things.
Can I ask you a question there, Robert?
Yeah.
Do you think that in the past, Star Trek had or at least I think so, Star Trek had a really nice way of sort of using reverse psychology to imply or to give you ideas and making you think you came up with it. They had a very nice way of presenting two options and not shoving the right answer down your throat, so you could figure it out for yourself and sort of internalize it and say, this is the correct human fuck, I lost my words.
No,
there,
I know exactly what you're saying. I think you're absolutely right. I think that great storytelling does that.
Right.
A great story doesn't necessarily tell you what to think. A great story gives you something to think about,
right?
Which is different. And now what I find so strange is, I've always used as an example, to use Star Trek as an example. When I was a kid, there's an episode that people remember called Arena with the Gorn, with the green lizard monster, the Gorn. And the way that episode sets you up is that horrible violence has been perpetrated on a colony, a Federation colony. Everyone is dead. The Gorns are attacking, unseen, faceless, and then the Enterprise pursues them across space, and they wind up in the Metron space, in the Metron's pit. They're like, look, you guys have a beef, not here, not on our watch. We're going to take your captain, and we're going to take the captain of the opposing ship, and we're going to put you guys on a planet, and you settle it. Battle to the death, the two of you, and then things are going to be over. And then as a kid, I was watching that episode waiting for Kirk to deliver the coup de grace and kill the Gorn captain. And literally at the moment of that, when he's about to do that, Kirk stops himself and says, you know what? Maybe we were encroaching on your space, not knowing it. And maybe you were defending yourselves. And I can't, in good conscience, I can't kill you because I just don't know the answer. I don't know what's up. And I remember this was a watershed moment for me as a kid because I was like, kill that thing.
Yeah.
That hissing green monster. My bloodlust was up. And then, of course, the Greek god Metron shows up and says, wow, you've just displayed a quality of mercy. We didn't think you had that in you. And maybe in 5,000 or 10,000 or 500,000 years, we might be able to deal with you people. And then the Gorn captain is returned to his ship. Kirk's returned to his ship. And I remember it left me with wondering about the outcome. And I was thinking I would have, even as a kid, I'm like, I would have killed that thing.
Mhm.
And
I
I would
remember. I remember thinking the same thing. I was like, "Kill it!" And then,
yeah,
and I was
and
like, "Oh."
and like the and I think that's like you just said, Undoomed. That's the way Star Trek would work. It would leave you pondering thing. I mean, obviously the episode comes out. The point is to say Kirk made the right choice, but on the other hand, the fact that
it doesn't shove it down your throat.
No,
but it always has like a humanitarian undertone that it's trying to subtly just nudge you a little bit towards, but it's not like now where it has to be just beat into your face. You have to be shoved down your throat. No one will be convinced like that. I was convinced by Star Trek when I was a kid. I was totally on board with the ideology and everything, but now I don't see how this shit will convince anyone.
Well, it presupposed that you were smart. It presupposed that the audience was a smart audience. It was appealing to audiences that were intelligent and interesting. First of all, the idea that you would buy in to the Gorn. I mean, now what's so interesting is people look at that episode and they laugh. They're like, "Oh, it's clearly a man in a suit and all of that." But back then, for audiences, this Hua Chang's design of the Gorn, all of this was new. And people talk about how Star Trek was this cheap. Star Trek was not a cheap show, and it's a misconception that it was. I mean, it used early blue screen, optically composited visual effects for the space shots, which still to this day are beautiful. Some of those shots of like the Romulan warbird in Balance of Terror are really beautifully done, and they certainly, if you go back and you look at the redone digital effects, the originals I think are better and more convincing. But
how do you feel about that as a whole? Do you think it's a loss that they replaced the effects?
Well, here's I look at it this way. When they went back and they see the original series was completed on negative, so negative was cut, and they have the finished negatives. And when they scan those negatives in HD, they were able to. The live action stuff looked absolutely gorgeous, but the visual effects, because they were optically composited, were very dirty. And when I say dirty, you literally dirt between the layers of shot star fields. So the resolution was lower because you're looking through multiple. So they had the choice was it would really look incongruous if they kept the.
I actually stole this from the museum. So,
but if they kept the original effects, it would look very incongruous, I think, to modern audiences. But kudos to them, they included both on the Blu-rays. So you had the original versions that were all cleaned up with the lesser resolution visual effects, and then they had the new visual effects. But I think unfortunately the new visual effects were very hit and miss because they didn't have enough money to do them the way they would want them. And then some episodes like Court Martial added a lot. Like the visual effects did things like, where was this ion pod that Ben Finney was in? And it showed you in the episode. So it actually enhanced the storytelling, but sometimes they went and sort of, I think, demystified things. But
I would say that I forgive it more than like tinkering around with the special edition of Star Wars.
Oh yeah,
because this might actually help bring in new audiences in a way that it didn't do for Star Wars.
Yep. Yeah. Well, Star Wars changed like the one thing about the Star Trek remaster is that they really just tried to replace things. They didn't change things. Like when Jabba the Hutt appears in A New Hope, one of the problems that I have with the whole Mos Eisley scenes, I mean, I'd seen Star Wars probably 100 times, and then in '97 when they have a bunch of CGI effects in Mos Eisley, they literally changed the character of what Mos Eisley looked like, this horrible East Texas shithole in the middle of nowhere. I mean, because it was all there was verisimilitude. But now when there's droids flying around and Rontos bucking off Jawas and all of this goofiness, the whole scene with you don't need to see his identification, that gets ruined because there's so much crap flying around that the tension between Ben Kenobi and the stormtroopers. You think,
Right.
oh my God, they're caught. But there's so much other stuff happening that the scene itself is diminished.
Speaking of tension,
plus
we unfortunately have to say goodbye to Cultured Casino, that also has to bow out.
Yeah.
But I want to say thank you for joining us.
I want to say thank you and congratulations on 200,000. I came in at the perfect time to talk about quicksand, which I agree with Cecil. Something I grew up with more. And I think that Star Trek is broken on my way out the door, and it's broken because they only cater to the lowest common denominator, and because again, as our Robert said, they don't assume the audience is intelligent any longer. They assume everybody's dumb. So anyway, thank you all so very much. And those of you in the chat, I really wish I could have hung out longer, but we'll see you soon. Love you guys. See you.
Take care.
Speaking of the chat, I want to thank you all for being here and for joining. We have a backlog of super chats. We're going to get through every single one in the end. But one that I can highlight on screen, which I will do right now, is Tiberius Monk, who sent us $200, saying $200 for 200K subs. Thank you for being one of the best channels on YouTube.
Thank you
providing
so much,
excellent insights into the Hollywood industry and an entertaining and thought-provoking format. Diversity of opinion matters. Character matters. Truth matters. Integrity matters. Hail to the Midnighters.
Thank you
Tiberius
so much.
Monk. Thank you so much. And to everyone else who is also watching. We have more super chats to go through. There's one that I wanted to highlight. Let's see.
I'm gonna Andre. I'm gonna drop two to allow more people to come in. I've been here an hour and a half, so
I love
I'll
you so
drop two and
much.
let some more people in and
Thank you so much for being here, Az.
let them talk about fucking quicksand.
Well, you can always come in and take over the stream later. So.
Yeah.
Congrats on the Justice Mobile.
When Tom's internet goes out and you fall asleep,
Yes.
I'll sneak back in.
That's what we'll need you. We'll send the Az signal.
And I will be there to ignore it.
All right.
Congratulations on
Layers,
200K, guys. And all the best for the future.
Ocean Man,
Take
take
care.
my
Have a
hand.
great stream. And see you later, everyone. Take care.
Bye-bye.
See you later.
Thank you so much. Take care. And also, before we continue, there is one super chat that I regret that I just missed, that I cannot bring up on screen, but I want to read it anyway. Dash DC says for 100 Canadian dollars. Hi all, had choirs. Sorry I'm late. Congratulations, Midnight's Edge. As someone who's struggling with life at the moment, you've really given me a lot of help by being here. All the people on the panel today, and Tom too, have given me something I couldn't do for myself. Thank you so very much. And well, thank you, Dash, for that. And that's something that I really want to highlight, which is why I wanted to bring out that super chat, because I get much feedback like this, that not just we, but all of you, everyone in our community, in this lasts now more than a year. I'm not going to say 2020 because that was coincidental. But like this last now more than a year has been tough on quite a few people. And we hear from this every single day. And all of us here on this panel have provided some sense of relief and sense of normalcy and sense of community. And for that, first and foremost, I want to extend a thank you to everyone who's out there watching right now, commenting, being part of the community. Secondly, I also want to say thank you to everyone here in the panel right now and everyone else in our fellow community of creators who build this community and help do something to help provide some levity when times are tough. So thank you all for being here and doing what you all do.
Yay, thank you, Andre.
That's so sweet.
Very nice, That's a nice way of putting it.
Yeah, it is.
I specialize in providing normal. No.
I thought your specialty was providing alcohol or something.
I was gonna say through that whole thing, I'm like, Cecil is literally none of those things. Except for maybe
By the way, the weird thing is I've had my mask on the entire show.
You
but I
do
just-
that every time.
I forget to put it on. Yeah, I've had it. I just looked in. I'm not wearing a Fred Ascot. This is my. So I can
You
walk
better
around.
get your other mask on.
No.
Which is
Oh, wait.
funny.
Now
Motherfucker's
I-
been walking around with that mask on for what, 3 years now, and then all of a sudden everybody's got to wear masks. He's like, "No, I refuse."
The irony.
Rob, one day I'm going to come on your show with you and Az. I want you to rate my doll collection.
Oh, that is so cool. I want one.
That's
That's pretty
amazing.
dope. I want that one too.
There's a whole series of Cecil Migos that.
Wow.
This is the Christmas special when I was very drunk.
Oh my god, I love that one.
Now this is She-Hulk, which is the She-Hulk.
Oh.
That's amazing one. I like that one.
There's a couple other ones that people send in. He said his mother-in-law knitted the cape, and people are insane. Then this guy just kind of phoned it in, but he kind of hit it. And there's also Girl Illa, which is based on a friend. of mine.
Oh my
Drunk's-
god.
Drunk's wearing his mask though, at least.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got. Look at that. He's the first person to get anything from Cash Grab.
You're muted, Jay, by the way.
It's better that way.
He probably
Now, there's
knows. He's
the
doing it on
Venom
purpose.
mask right there.
You're muted, Jay.
I am. There you go.
Not anymore.
There you go. I said thanks for the book, Cecil. The Cash Grab book is amazing. So
How did you get one, motherfucker?
Because he has a good imagination.
y'all didn't get one?
No, I was
No.
guaranteed not to get
Oh, was
one.
I not supposed to say anything? Sorry, Cecil.
How dare you?
He got the same as all of you.
Oh, after the show, Cecil, we're talking.
It came with this face mask and everything. Like it was great. Poster,
I paid you all
posters
kinds
over
of
there.
money not to get the book.
You're not getting anything. It is available in Walmart right now, though.
I see what you did there.
I hung out with Cecil for a long weekend, so he had no choice but to bring it.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah,
Have you really
and
got
bring
to
his
see it?
love and bring a whole bunch of other stuff I didn't ask for.
I've actually been dying to see that book ever since I read that one page on the show that one time. I've been like, I really want to read this book now.
Yeah.
That was my first Comicsgate comic book that I backed ever.
Oh, now I feel bad not sending it.
I was aware of what I was doing. I knew that I was throwing my money away. It's okay.
Because a book is a book, but what I sell is hope. And
Yeah.
it's every day for years. You'll be able to check your mailbox with that sense of hope. And
You're more Superman than Snyder's Superman.
yeah.
It's a
That
beautiful
symbol,
thing.
that
man.
dollar symbol that's on my chest,
It means
that
hope.
Okay. Well, I
Hope
have a
and
show
broken
called
dreams.
Infinite Hope. I'm all about hope, Cecil. So that's definitely up my
That's
alley.
how he got you to back. That's
Yeah.
how he swarmed in on knowing that you have hope.
Yeah,
So yeah, but you're
exactly.
never gonna get that book.
No.
You gotta go.
I
You gotta go to Florida and show off in like a bikini,
Yeah,
or in
exactly.
Jay's
Well,
part of speedo.
I said
And like
that.
flaunt around the pool a little bit and saunter around, and then Cecil will give you a book.
See, I said that when I met Cecil on the first stream that I was on the Jack show. I don't know if you remember that or not because you were really drunk. But I said that if we do,
He remembers
if you
he
guys-
was drunk. He doesn't remember you though.
Yeah, yeah, I understand.
you look familiar.
He was like, well, I was saying that if we do the meetup, like if you guys do the Comicsgate meetup, that I was going to dress up as Cecil and just show up there as like
Cecil.
well, not
bulk
that
up.
one, not that one, like a sexy Cecil, like a woman.
That's already,
version
there's
of
already a
sexy.
sexy Cecil.
Yeah.
Putting a hat
That'd
on.
be amazing.
Natural
It's gonna be
Cecil.
amazing. I'll like crop top and everything. It'll
So
be great.
Cecil, everybody's dying to know: did you make Cecil happen or not?
Oh yeah, did you?
Well, listen, Anna and Jay went to the park to do a live stream, and she left me with Peaches at the pool.
At the pool, I saw
That
the
was
picture.
and that was hubris.
I think Jay's face says it all.
That was hubris. Anna got a good look at me without the mask, and she's like, "My boyfriend's safe."
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
Jay, that was mean.
I didn't say anything.
No, but the way you were laughing.
The laugh.
No, because I think she actually said that when we were all together.
Oh,
just like the funny thing was, I was in the hotel and I'm texting Cecil. I was like, "Are you here?" He goes, "I'm in the lobby." I'm like, "I'm in the lobby. I don't see you." And he's like, "I'm right in front of you." I'm like, "Oh,
you didn't
You're looking for the mask?
He's 6'3". I'm like, "Look down."
Hello, and then just wait to hear back. Hello, and you'll find him,
oh, that was funny."
Gosh, that's hilarious.
or just go Marco, and he'll go Polo.
Polo.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you could. It's weird when you could see like the sense of disappointment when he looked at me. You could see his face change. Like, oh,
Oh shit!
You made up for it by spending a lot of money on dinner.
So you're saying that Cecil is not Doomcock?
Oh, I can't say that.
I can't even say that.
I'm not convinced that Robert Meyer Burnett is not Doomcock yet.
Well, I why would I say if I was?
Exactly my point.
Exactly.
You could have
Yeah.
been a ventriloquist. You could have had it going up on like a laptop on the other end.
That's what I was thinking. He was throwing his voice into a crappy microphone. That's how he's able to convince us that the two of them are different people.
Or it's just pre-recorded. I know what I'm going to say.
See,
so.
see.
There
It
you
was
go.
really good of doing it with the same room right now, though. That's impressive.
Yeah, well, it's a skill, man.
Before I
nothing
used to
past
watch
Robert.
before I used to watch like Doomcock's actual videos, like when I heard him on live stream with the voice changer and everything, like I used to think like that would be the funniest thing if he's like a 15-year-old girl like using that.
Great.
And I
What a
was like,
coincidence, because he is a 15-year-old girl.
I just thought it would be funny.
Oh my goodness, Paulie is here, and he changed his icon. It's no longer an elephant sticking its trunk down his throat.
Hey,
Congratulations, Midnight
Thank you,
Edge.
sir.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
so
you.
amazing.
Paulie, they dropped the big news about you, sir. Congratulations.
Español?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay.
That's like the greatest idea in the world.
And to let you know, I didn't come undressed.
wow.
Oh, my
very
goodness.
nice.
You look
As-
so handsome.
So sharp.
Right?
Muy suave. Well, you know, I'm an employee now of the Midnight Edge. I better come equipped.
Jay is like, that's
That
my
is a
hat.
great hat, man.
Oh, this is my hat. I
My
got
hat's a
this.
little smaller than that one.
Yeah, this is Panama from Veracruz.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's
I got
going
mine
on,
from
everybody?
Havana.
Yeah, they make, the thing in Jay is they make Panama hats all over Latin America except for Panama.
That's
Of course.
crazy.
Makes sense.
I like that. It's dress for the job you want, not the job you have. So apparently, I want to be unemployed.
You know, Cecil, that's funny because the job I have is do a little fitness training. So I have a little like Under Armour t-shirt under this. So I'm doing both. Yeah, man.
Very
I don't know what that is. What is a fitness training?
But yeah, to reiterate
Right.
to everyone that did not hear when Mr. Burnett asked the question, "What's next for Midnight Edge?" and we have quite a few expansion plans in the works.
Yeah.
But the first one, the one that will be executed the earliest, is Midnight Edge Espanol. To be headed up by Paulie of the Latinos Land fame. Paulie, when are we doing the hard launch? Of course, we're going to have a soft launch earlier, but when are we doing the hard launch? What day?
Oh, well, you know, I just saw that Nina and Mandy are here. Hello, ladies. Just wanted to say hello. Cinco de Mayo, the week of Cinco de Mayo, we're going to launch content of interviews of actors, filmmakers, writers, reviews of from action figures to comics. Monday?
Musicians as well.
A lot of musicians.
Oh, yes, of course.
And ¿qué más? We'll have a live party, probably here or the other channel, but we're gonna have live musical guests también. That week will be a party, so everyone's invited. Except for, let me see who's here. Nah, it's later.
Great Odin's Raven.
Yeah, I was. This is a Culture's. Culture made all my new membership badges. So
yeah, he actually helped us with ours as well, guys. So we're going to be adding more of those, but we got a few already. So yeah.
But thanks for letting me be part of the family. I feel like the last 3,000 that, you know, like you were stuck at 197, and when I got here, I got you over that 3,000 hump.
Yes,
I really feel that.
It's all Paulie.
Tell me.
Well, we were going for
gracias, amigo.
We were
That's,
going for a diversity
about.
hire, and you weren't a trans, lesbian,
Watch it.
bipolar, polar bear. But
I feel like when you got the badges, you should have said badges.
I don't need no stinking badges. Can anyone name that great actor?
Eli Wallace or Wallach or something?
No, Pedro Gonzalez.
That was my next guess.
That was your next guess. Eli Wallach did play
He's
Mexicans.
probably not kidding. He does know this shit.
No, Eli Wallach he's played every ethnicity in Hollywood. Yeah, he's pretty amazing. But yeah, I'm excited, and you know, it's fantastic. You know, we did a test run. We're gonna do a couple test streams once a week, twice a week on our channel on the Latino Slant, and do them in Spanish. Yesterday was like 50-50, and we'll slowly get more and more Espanol. But Geek Tropology, Pablito, and Diego Flores, they did fantastic yesterday.
I'll show up once in a while, and I'll just throw out things like burrito.
I'll just show up and swear in Spanish.
Paulie taught me how to say a lot of stuff in Spanish when I was on with him. So, like, you learn so much on that channel. So,
and then Jay is our honorary Latino on the Slant because he started the Spanish word of the day.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you for that, Jay.
Yeah. Yeah,
What
we
was
don't
the
want to
first
talk about it.
one?
That was a long time ago.
so what was it? What was the first word of the day?
It was mohairs.
No.
Wasn't it? Oh no, mango. The mango.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mango?
Well, Mongo's big thing.
For that
I was really tired.
Yeah.
And I had a lot of super chats to read, and I was trying to get through them quickly. And
oral mango.
And Paulie sent me oral mango.
It actually was. I was saying orale mango because one of his guests was Mongo Big Things. I'm like, what's up, Mongo? Like orale mango.
Orale.
And it started the trend. The trend of, and I, you know, with all respect, Jay, because I'm a huge.
With all respect.
Well, no. I mean, I didn't mean to troll.
It did kind of take over the internet for like a week.
It was kind of funny.
There was no hate involved. You know what I'm saying?
I know. Of course not.
That's what I'm saying.
Oral mangoes were everywhere.
That's what I meant by all respect.
I was made into memes and.
Yeah. Oh God, I saw those and I didn't know what the hell they meant. I just Googled about it and went.
You're welcome.
But
Mandy knows.
But Mandy took over and she went to the next level and sang. See, first it was Jay, then it was Nina, because Nina cursed in Spanish on the show. She had some choice words, and I asked her if she knew any Spanish, and that's what she evidently
did. Yeah,
but Mandy sang in Spanish with me the other night.
I
there you
did.
Go. Yep, sang a Selena song.
Oh, I love Selena.
Me too. Me
I
too.
can't
She's
believe I
amazing.
said oral mango. I was reading it so fast. I was like, oral mango?
No, but well, here's the thing, guys. By the
The
time
mohairs is better.
Right. By the time I did like his third or fourth one, he already gotten some other words down. So I had to keep upping my game.
Yeah.
Because he was like, ¿Qué pasó, Paul? You know, like he was like, mujer.
I was trying to, I was ready. I was like, I saw him in the chat. And I'm like, all right. I got to get my brain Spanish ready.
Don't
They got,
lie.
like,
You used
actually
the
nervous.
Google thing so you could hear what it sounded like.
Yeah, we're having fun. We're having fun, man. And Midnight Edge Espanol is anyone's invited. Anyone's invited. If you know a little bit of Spanish, come on down and we'll have some fun.
Someone in the chat says Jay needs to make some more Cuban friends. Most of my friends are Cuban, but they don't speak Spanish.
I thought you were black, Jay.
They,
Quarter black, Jay.
That is like old school. Call him back.
Yeah. That's when I didn't show my face and people heard me.
Yeah, everybody thought Jay was black. I'm like,
Nikki,
why do you
I
think
see you in
Jay
the
is
chat.
black? I don't understand.
I don't hear it.
That's all fine. Other people
hear
did. That's fine. It
All I
must have
hear-
been my Abu Nas friend.
All I
Racist motherfuckers.
All I hear is handsome.
Oh my God. Thank you.
Muy guapo. Muy guapo.
Ollie,
El
if you ever
Guapo is
want
my
to do,
nickname. That's
if you want to ever need like somebody to do like satellite reports from a bodega, because I speak fluent bodega.
Don't tempt me. I will call you later.
I will reach out to the New York Dominican and Puerto Rican communities, and they still can't get along. They
no.
You
But if
wanna-
anybody can make it happen, it's you, Cecil.
And heaven forbid that they should try to talk to Mexicans up there. They're like, who the hell are these guys? Yeah, they're completely new up there.
The only time Puerto Ricans and Dominicans get along is when a Mexican comes in the room.
It's kind of true.
Then they unite.
I have a band coming on, and they're from New York, and because I'm trying to get more Caribbeans, bands and shit like that. I must have had a brain fart because I totally knew he was Dominican, and he was like, "Okay, yeah, we're gonna do it." I was like, "Great, man. We'll change it to the Boricua slant." And he's like, "I'm Dominican." I'm like, oh. Yeah, they get very territorial. Yeah, but their music's great.
Hey, Paulie, are you ever going to look in? Are you ever going to cover Spanish genre films?
Yes.
Like Armando de Osorio, like the Blind Dead series, and maybe the Mexican films like the obviously the wrestling, the long history of wrestling.
I'm personally not going to, but part of my job, my fun job with this Espanol is I get to curate. So I have not only those guys who I told you about, I have a couple of journalists, one in Mexico and actually Andre, one in Spain. Those guys, we want to look to them to cover those films, even Buñuel, and Almodóvar. I mean, from all over, and Chile and Costa. I mean, everywhere. But yes, we will be.
One of my favorite things that happened in my career, such as it was, when I made my film Free Enterprise, it had its world premiere in Spain.
Oh, nice.
And I was really worried about whether or not anybody would get it because it's so the humor was so colloquial. And what you have to do when you play in Sitges was you have to have the script translated in both Spanish and Catalan, which is the local dialect in
Catalan,
Catalan in Northeast. But there's a joke about Armando de Osorio's Blind Dead movies, Tombs of the Blind Dead, and in America it's called Tombs of the Blind Dead. But what they did when they translated the script was they put the original Spanish title of that movie in the subtitles. So when a character is like, do you really like Tombs of the Blind Dead? And when the Spanish subtitle came up, the predominantly Spanish audience roared with approval.
Yeah.
And it was like it was something I had no idea that was going to happen, and it was delightful.
I just got to say real quick, Jay has to leave us.
Yeah.
But thank you so much, Drunk 3PO, for coming in here. We appreciate you coming by and all you do
No
for
problem.
the community.
To hit it.
No,
and quit it
thank
kinda
you guys.
guy.
Congratulations. I always said this, and Tom knows. I always said, anytime Tom's on the stream, he's the smartest man on the panel.
Way in his own head or just in general?
I never heard you say that. You never said
I said it to Tom privately, so no one else could hear it.
A few people have, but Andre is really the smartest person here, and I like to think I'm the smartest person. But no.
I like to think I snuck in here.
So you're here because I brought you here, and I would have it no other way because I simped for Cecil. So,
don't we all though?
Yeah,
That's
Cecil's.
that's
Oh man, I
everybody.
have so many nice things to say about Cecil. You wouldn't even believe it. But goodbye, everybody. I'll share them.
Check out CPO's channel, guys. Thanks so much. No, like Cecil, you've done the single greatest film review of all time, and that is, figuring out
Wizard of Oz?
Yeah, The Wizard of Oz is just two chicks fighting over shoes.
He ruined that for me. He absolutely ruined that movie for me. I can't watch it anymore because that's what I
know.
think is what a petty little bitch this girl is. And just give her the shoes.
It's her family. It's her dead sister's shoes. Just give it to her.
She deserves them. They're
What a
her
bitch.
family heirloom type stuff. Yeah, I can't watch it no more. He
It's the
ruined
greatest. It's
Thanksgiving.
the greatest review of all time.
It is.
I agree.
Glenda was such a shit stir. She's like, they
She
must be
was.
very important if she wants them. Yes, they are important. You just killed her sister, and
Yeah, they were important to her.
just give it to her. What you have no
It's-
emotional connection to those shoes.
And then come to find out at the end, they weren't magical at all. They were just literally her sister's shoes.
We just wanted to fuck with the green chick.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah,
It was racist, is what it was.
I didn't want to say it.
I missed Cecil shredding comics. That was funny.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to get back. Rob, I wanted to bring this out because I've been working on something. It's a celebrity.
Oh my God.
It's a celebrity human centipede. It's got Conan, then Frankenstein, then Richie Cunningham, then the Cowardly Lion, and then Alice from.
It just keeps growing.
Yeah.
Wow, that's outstanding.
Can you pull back? Can you pull back so we get it all in one shot?
That is amazing. I
Yes,
remember when you first
yes.
started building
Can you-
that, man.
I'm sorry.
I got
Can we
Sylvester
single that?
Stallone is going on next.
Can you single that out? Oh man. Yeah, let's get
Oh,
it.
you want me to zoom him up? Hang on here.
That'd be dope.
Wow.
I gotta get. There we go.
There we go, buddy.
When you first brought it up, I thought it was a tribble.
No, it's his Mego centipede.
Yeah, it's Conan, Frankenstein, Richie Cunningham, Cowardly Lion, and Alice.
Alice looks really involved. Alice looks like she's having a good time.
But I have to. I'm still trying to get the batting order because I have Sam from Bewitched and Elvis and Sylvester Stallone, Rocky to go on here. So I'm trying to get a little more.
My vote,
boy, girl, boy, girl.
You know what? Andre's probably freaking out right now because you got that Conan figure on there. But
No, I was glad you had him first. So
He has the best expression.
He's on top. Oh, that's
His
awesome.
expression was too good to bury up someone's ass.
I mean, if you have to be in a human centipede, that is the position you want to be. So I'm okay.
It's true.
Oh, there's so
Thing
much I
is a
could say.
freaking nightmare. That's like a.
But I want one.
Listen, a man's got to have hobbies.
How much would one of those cost, Cecil?
My soul.
Well, we already knew
Mandy,
that.
you say that's a nightmare. I bet that's Amber Heard's sweet dream or something.
You know Amber would love that.
Yeah,
she would be all on board with that.
For sure.
Probably.
So nasty. Ew.
I don't even want to think about that.
None of us do. We all wish it hadn't happened.
We none of us wanted to think about it, and then Cecil had to pull out that.
All I know is that thing does not look very diverse, Cecil. You need to work on that.
That's not true. He's got the Cowardly Lion on there.
There's a green guy and a lion on there.
Yeah. There's.
Oh wait, I have a Hora. She's going on too.
You need more Asian representation on that.
I have a Sulu too. He's going.
Okay,
on.
great.
You know, there is a
There you go.
Mego Michael Burnham doll now.
Oh, there you go.
I would much prefer
you have
you
the
use
last
that other
link.
than.
I think I found the last position.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably going to be in the bargain bin.
Yeah, Saru and Michael Burnham. I've been thinking about busting on him. You know,
Don't you have any?
looks like a turd.
Don't you have any Rose Tico dolls?
I don't think there's Migos of. Yeah,
I don't think they ever have done Star Wars Migos, have they?
No.
I don't think I've seen any.
And wasn't that one of the few ones he turned down or something like that? The one guy who made Migo, I can't think of his name now.
Yeah, he did.
His name was.
Well, he just straight up was like, "No, we don't want Star Wars ones."
No,
Really?
they tried and they
Oh.
either didn't want it or they couldn't get it or
If I
something.
remember what it was, and if correct me,
Or they
it was
couldn't manufacture the toys in time.
Well, that or somebody
Ah.
checked me also in the chat. It was also something to do with since they already had Star Trek license, they didn't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, Toy
So-
Galaxy did a whole thing on it, and yeah, I want to say they turned it down.
Gotcha.
They also had Planet of the Apes as well, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
believe
Migo
so.
did, yeah. And they're re-releasing those figures.
Oh wow. But
The only good human is a dead human.
Oh hell.
Star Trek and like Star Wars, Robert, to what you were saying before about how they're trying to change Star Trek, I always thought that was really interesting because they like kind of like JJ started doing that with like, you know, the JJ track and how he tried to make it more like Star Wars. Like, I feel like that's kind of like where it started. And I was like, I would like my normie friends that hated Star Trek would watch JJ track and be like, oh, I love it. It's like Star Wars now. And I was like, this is not Star Trek. Like, this is not Star Trek at all. And I'm like,
right.
I don't know. It just it all started there. Like it all started going downhill after that. And then I was like,
Oh, I agree with you. I mean, it's Star Wars, it's Top Gun, it's all of these. I mean, it's such a strange thing that like when we meet young James Kirk, like he steals a Corvette.
yes,
You know,
Yeah.
and it's
Right.
like, but
Yeah.
what would be the 23rd century? This is where I think Star Trek, modern Trek fails. What's the 23rd century equivalent of stealing a car?
Mhm.
You know, like,
Right.
okay, as a kid, you know, you steal a car,
Stealing
you
a
go
shuttle.
for a joyride. Yeah, I mean, why
Mhm.
not do something that is, to me, that's just a failure of imagination? Kirk rides a motorcycle, literally rides. You might as well what because he's a character. He's Maverick from Top Gun.
Mhm.
You know, he acts
Right.
like Maverick from Top Gun, and all of the things. It's like, to me, it was supremely unimaginative
Mhm.
to show a character like the Chris Pine character, because you're just taking things literally from our time and transposing them into Star Trek. Like, he's a motorcycle riding rebel who gets in bar fights, and then they make all the Starfleet cadets ogres and apes and pick you can't talk to our girl, you can't talk to our cadet.
Mhm.
And it's so like, it's all so 20th century. Like,
Mhm.
modern Star Trek has become so 20th century, where it's all tropes from now that are transposed into some future realm. And I don't quite understand it. Do you know that on StarTrek.com today, there's an article about how a Star Trek fan believes that the utopian civilization in the Star Trek universe can only be brought about by communism?
Yeah, that's the thing. They always think it is communism when it's
This is
actually
on
not.
the official Star Trek website today, and I'm like,
No
that really
surprise.
is
Okay,
true.
then-
Oh my god!
please
Then you
show
haven't
me.
understood anything.
Communism has been responsible for how many tens of millions of deaths in the 20th century?
I think we're
Not a
on-
really good system. And what I don't understand is, you know, part of what a Star Trek future would be brought about by is the technology.
Yeah,
You know,
post-scarcity.
post-scarcity civilization, when you have transporter technology or replicator technology that can
Replicators, mhm.
literally manufacture a limitless amount of food and shelter items, people's basic necessities are covered.
Yeah,
know,
but
to a
they
level.
equate that to communism, though. That's what they think the great
Yeah,
communist utopia is
well,
going to
and
be
that's-
like. Is a post-scarcity world, which is impossible through communism.
Well, that's absolutely.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's, you know, the post-scarcity world. The problem with communism and collectivism like that is ultimately it's doomed to fail because it goes against human nature.
Right.
You know, it doesn't allow human beings to excel.
And
And
they
I
don't
think-
have exclusivity on a society without money. There could be other ways to get there.
Sure, absolutely, and I think that if you had a computer that could literally print matter, where you could literally program in whatever you wanted to eat, and you could have, like, say, garbage, and it could be transmuted by a system like a transporter that would disassemble something on an atomic level and reassemble it the way your program says it should be, like a chocolate cake or a martini. I mean, that would that would solve so many problems as far as human needs or wants. And there's the pursuit of wealth suddenly becomes immaterial because you could literally create all of those things. You could fabricate all those things, allowing human beings to pursue more intellectual.
Yeah. I mean,
and
that's the backbone of it. Like,
That
you can't just say that people will stop wanting wealth. But if they already have a fucking replicator, then it's like they have everything they want. Whatever they dream up, they could just have it. So of course, money would be kind of silly at that point.
Well, I think money actually still existed. I mean, after all, Picard, his brother, did have a winery and sell wine.
Money still existed.
But it still existed.
Right.
It was just mostly kind of pointless.
On a planetary level, though.
It's kind of vague how that works, I guess.
Well, especially because the Ferengi were there as well, and they needed to trade with the Ferengi with the.
It's probably mostly for dealing with people outside.
Right. Again, it's more on a planetary level or within certain groups. And
I mean, it's an interesting question. Does Picard just give away his wine, or is there some sort of compensation? Has that ever been discussed?
It's never really been explored, but yeah, I mean, I think the natural conclusion is yes, they have some form of credits that they can sell things with, but it's not like a necessity.
Basically, it's a structured system to where you're worth. You're given a job by what you can do and stuff like that. Like,
but I'm saying you're not getting money, but you get power, you get status and influence. That's
everyone's basic needs are met, and so therefore you can pursue whatever you want. You can be you can run a vineyard. You can be a craftsman. You can go into Starfleet. You can be an archaeologist.
Well, that's what I think. Wine, or if you were a wine producer, it becomes more of a pursuit of art, and you're creating something that has value because it's made by hand, and it's from a family that's been around for hundreds of years. It would be something that would be exalted, and people would care about it more. It would mean something, especially even on a galactic level. The Chateau Picard wine would probably be, if you're a wine drinker, you have a market that's galactic now, and I think that.
Especially because in the Star Trek world, like, everything's replicated. So when you have this organic, wine that has value in itself, it's just like in DS9 as well. When Sisko's dad owned a restaurant and he did very well. It's just, I don't think they had bills or anything. Like, it was just a restaurant that he ran because it was his passion. He loved to cook.
Right. And that would be something that would be prized in the future. I mean, one of the great things about humanity being unfettered by work, you're untethered to money and having to provide, allows you to go on those pursuits. And I think our culture, or even cultures can you imagine people from around the galaxy traveling to different planets, and say you're a foodie, and you're literally traveling from planet to planet, assuming your biology could deal with the kinds of food. But there would be people that would be on the pursuit of finding the greatest wines and the greatest. So if you went to a restaurant, it'd be more like going to an art gallery, and you would want to experience we have that now, but it costs money. But now you'd have people that are like, we're going to Joseph Sisko's restaurant and wanting to go to New Orleans and get something that has hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years of history behind it. These kinds of, whether it's Creole food or something, the spices and all that, these would be experiences that would be valued over possessions, say.
Well, and that's the other thing that I thought was interesting about what you said about that article on the StarTrek.com thing. The other day, I actually saw a thread on Twitter that was talking about how Star Trek resembles a dictatorship, and how, like, it's all based on, like, Starfleet being basically like the bad guys, and they're like they're going around taking like over planets, and I'm like, have you people even watched Star
What?
Trek? Like this is not what Star Trek is about at all.
Is this some new Discovery season I haven't seen?
No, it was just they were
before
just
we
talking
move
about
on
general
with,
Star Trek.
Before we move on with that, Comics Division has to bail. So I just want to say thank you for joining us.
Well, thanks for
It's
the
been
invite.
a blast to have you. So yeah, thanks for being here.
Take care, man.
Yeah,
Bye.
man.
It was so nice meeting you.
It's nice.
Yeah,
meeting you, Mandy.
hit me up sometime.
Oh, out, man. Definitely. It was great hanging out with everybody. But duty calls, and I got to get out of here.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye.
Take
See you,
care.
Comics Division.
Adios.
And joining us is Nick from Echo Base. How do you
Hey,
do?
how's it going, guys? Congrats on the 200K subs. Well deserved, gentlemen.
Well, thank you so much, and thanks for coming to join us.
Yeah, I literally just saw Tom's message to us on Twitter. We don't have notifications turned on for Twitter, otherwise our phone would just blow up constantly all day. So unless we actually go in there and look at it, we'll never see anybody's message. So we literally just got done with a surprise mid-afternoon stream ourselves, and I pulled Twitter up and saw the link, and I was like, oh, 200K celebration, I'll hop in there and hang out for a little bit.
Well, thank you. Well, glad to have you join us. We were just talking some Star Trek for a change. And Mandy, I have to say, I'm a big fan of your tank top right there. That's
oh yes, very sexy too. Right? Everybody, y'all need to go get one of these. They are so comfy. They're awesome. I mean, look at that. Look how good that is. I love it. So yeah, everybody go. Get some of this awesome Midnight's Edge merchandise. It is freaking fantastic.
You also have, of course, the Toxic Femininity t-shirt, but you also showed off the Amber Turd shirt
I
as well on one of the last shows.
I did. You
They
know
actually
I
look
bought that.
really good.
And Tom, she's one of the Latina families now because she got a Latino
I
slant.
do. I have so many, and all of you guys have the most comfy merchandise. So yes, everybody, make sure that y'all get some of this and wear it out in public. So when you do embarrassing stuff, it totally reflects back on these guys, right?
Oh.
That's what I like to do.
No, Dash DC, she does not come with the t-shirt. You have to find your own Mandy.
Mandy, I have a question. Is there anything written on the back? Can we see?
Yeah.
You just want to see my butt, but no, there is nothing.
No, good man, Cecil.
But awesomeness. But
Nice one, Cecil.
Nice one.
There you go. I'll act airheaded like I fell for it. Here in a little bit, you can ask me if I can touch my arms behind my back.
Mandy, Cecil said you dropped something.
Mandy.
Yes.
Ay, como me duele. Ay, Mandy, me duele.
I would just give all of you guys an asbestos if I could. Did I do it right? Did I say it right, Polly?
Almost besos.
Almost besos. Yeah.
Besos. Yes.
Yeah. Asbestos is something else.
Asbestos.
Espresso.
You don't want no asbestos.
How was that?
Asbestos.
Tacos, Tom. Tacos.
But it does sound like pesos, so yeah, that's close enough, I guess.
You know who will probably show up from time to time on Midnight's Edge Espanol?
Who?
I need to learn Spanish.
Oh, hell.
So I asked Polly if he'd teach me some words. Teach me.
Polly's muted.
You're muted, Polly.
Polly, we can't hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Did you guys hear me sing, or was
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
I heard some of it. I sang with you.
Oh,
Good
what
job.
I-
You ruined the joke. I'm done.
Yeah, I totally fucked it up. But you also have Cheech Marin, who's here. He just came into the green room, I heard. So let me go get Cheech. Cheech, are you here?
Hey, homie, what are you doing? Hey, how's it going, Pendejo?
Pendejo means my
Pendejo?
very good friends, Robert.
That's right, my very good friend.
My very good friend Cecil. When you go down to the Dominican and the bodegas, say
Yeah, you want to go to say, hey, Pendejo.
pendejos.
That is so weird
write
that
this down.
you sound so much like him.
He does a pretty good cheese, yes.
It's so good. It's like spot on.
So we will be interviewing Bat Tom
Did
and
somebody say weird? Oh, things are about to get a lot weirder around here. Oh my. Oh, Bill's here. That big
Typical,
blood-
typical. Always trying to upstage me.
I thought he was pretty funny when he'd show up in Entourage, which I freaking love that show. Ari Gold is like my idol.
Yes, it was. He was very humorous, wasn't it? Oh.
Oh my.
Oh, that's my catchphrase.
Well, I'm sure it really pissed you off when I said that as my dying words.
Yeah.
Oh, hell.
George, Mr. Takai, do you know any Spanish?
Oh, not really, no. And it pains me. I knew a little Spanish. His name was Miguel. Oh my.
I thought it was Cecil.
Oh no. Oh no. I'm not about to cross that neutral zone. No way.
Well, Cecil did used to work as a cabana boy at one time, I think.
I know.
And also, Yellow Flash says, "Sorry I couldn't make it. I have an appointment I can't miss, but congrats on 200."
Thank you so much, Yellow Flash.
Well, thank you so much.
Oh
Thank
no.
you so much. Really
That
appreciate
sounds
that.
like parole officer talk.
The Midnight's Edge is making me miserable again. Hello, Tom Rothman here. How are you? I can't get a good night's sleep, not with all you Midnight's Edge and you Fandamentoses peoples. I don't understand. What did I do that was so wrong? Oh,
Everything, Tom. Everything.
oh yes, I know that.
Oh.
Andre, hello. How are you?
Greetings. Thanks for showing up.
Yeah. Thanks for nothing, Andre. You made sure my Ghostbusters movie failed, didn't you?
and your Fantastic Four movie. Let's not
Yes,
forget
I know.
about
I
that.
wasn't happy about that. Oh, the stupid you people with your superheroes and the flying and the schmutzing and everything. Why can't you make nice movies anymore?
But on that note, I do have to thank you though, because without you, there would be no Tranktastic Four, nor would actually there would be a Paul Feig's Ghostbusters, but it probably wouldn't be as fun. But thanks for the early help, I have to say.
Oh, Frank Marshall's here too.
Tommy.
It's a party.
Frank, I told you I'm gonna give you the good stuff later.
Now front of the streets, yo.
I'm so jealous.
Oh, I never do anything in front of the straights. Oh my. It's
I
a
want to
real
do voices. I
George,
can't do none though.
I have questions for George because this is perfect.
Oh no.
I can do a Cecil.
well, fire away.
You sure
Lacey.
can.
Yes, I can.
Oh, you're not the only one who can do a Cecil. Oh my.
All right, so I have a George Sakai.
Oh, look at
my.
And
Look
I
at
have
that.
behind him is Alyssa Milano, and then I think that's Blair.
That's a
from-
very damn good place for Alyssa Milano.
That
And
makes
then-
sense.
And then it's Blair from Facts of Life behind
Well,
him.
you take the good and you take the bad. So,
And
Now,
there you
George,
have.
I'm going to let you pick because I have not. I couldn't decide who you. Just by your reaction, I don't know who I'm going to attach you to. Would you like a little Italian of
Oh,
Sylvester Stallone,
I capiche that.
Jailhouse Rock,
Oh, the king of rock and roll. Oh my.
Picard,
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
is he
my.
sorry?
Oh, well, he's not what he used to be now, is he?
Dorothy?
Oh my. Ooh, Judy Garland.
Why did it
Oh,
seem so
and
wrong
those.
that you have Dorothy in the mix there? I just
Well, I'm just
Because
getting
she's a
a
minor.
Well, as you know, decay means
well,
expensive.
Julie Garland, I don't think was at the time.
Oh, well, as you know, decay means expensive, and so therefore, I have to have anything I have must be fit for a king. So it would have to be Elvis. Yes.
yes, and he's dressed for his probably
Yes.
his gayest song, Jailhouse Rock.
Yes, that is correct. Yes. I'd make sure I drop the soap in front of him. Oh my.
Mandy,
How
must
many?
very
I know. How
disturbed.
many open dolls do you have around your like?
They're action figures.
Oh, that's for me to know.
And then Rob just is up there putting his head down. He's just like, I'm not going to even get in this
He's
one.
like, it's guys like this that give people like me a bad name.
But speaking of
I must
dolls,
be going.
Andy has to leave as well.
I
as
do.
George Bukai does.
I
Yes.
do, but you guys, I am so beyond proud of y'all. 200K, like what? That's amazing. That is so awesome. And just thank you guys so much for pulling me in and letting me be a part of like the Midnight Edge family. This has been a blast. I have the best time every Monday night on Toxic Film, hanging out with all of these beautiful ladies. It is awesome. And yeah, everybody get the merchandise. Don't forget, we can embarrass them out in public. Just make sure that when you do embarrassing stuff, you are wearing this stuff and you can be like, I'm with these guys. And then they know, right?
It's a new Florida man.
Right?
I can't guarantee it'll get you in many places, but it will probably get you kicked out of many places.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
I can think of a few places to get into myself. Oh, my.
Yeah, I
It's
look
like a
forward to
Porsche.
the headline: Florida man was caught wearing Midnight Edge t-shirt.
Right? Exactly. There'll
We
be
actually-
pictures of him in a lineup.
We
all
had to
wearing
explain to
Midnight Edge.
Andre what Florida Man was a couple weeks back. He had no
Yeah.
idea what the hell it was.
But now I know.
Really?
But it's
You
hilarious.
didn't know what that was?
No.
Oh my God.
You know
Wow.
how often we have Florida man show up in the news in Norway?
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, because I can tell you, never. That's-
Well, Robert
That's
Robert,
unfortunate.
Robert also has to leave along
I
with
do.
Mandy. So
We're going together.
we're so glad to
Yeah,
have you both.
I've been
here.
wanting to get hook up with Mandy for a long time. We're gonna have lunch.
Hello.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Hey now.
I didn't mean like hook up. I meant have
Right.
lunch. You know,
Have
have a few
lunch.
drinks.
Yes. All right,
We'll
you
go with
guys. I love you all to the moon and back. And
Love you,
yeah,
Maggie.
see all of you
Take care.
Monday night right here for Toxic Film. Like what?
Take
Bye,
care.
y'all.
Bye.
Hey.
And also, Robert, thank you so much, man. I just got to say this before you go.
Whoa.
You are one of the reasons I'm here. So to have you here means a lot to me. And I know it means a lot to Andre as well.
Absolutely. Like we were before you came on, we were big fans of you as well. Like I've been a fan of you since well, actually before I even knew it from all your DVD and Blu-ray work. I was a fan
Oh.
of you from that without knowing. And then I was a fan of you since Free Enterprise, and especially since Collider Heroes. That was like, that guy is awesome.
Oh, I
So
appreciate that.
to have you here now, that's absolutely awesome and an honor and a privilege. And yeah, I'm so glad to have made your acquaintance and to have introduced you to another song of Aha that you weren't familiar with.
Well, you know,
even a bump connection.
I want to thank you for that, Andre. But what I find really cool that I want to say about Midnight's Edge is that, you know, there's a family aspect to all of these channels. I mean, the fact what you're doing with Polly, with Latino Slant, and the fact that everybody's kind of, I feel like I have an extended family of friends that I didn't know 2 years ago. You know, and a lot of people have been very supportive, and it's been inspiring for me. You know, you're eking out a meager living in the entertainment business. Sometimes you want to bang your head against a wall and, you know, drink bleach or something. But I think that one of the things about being on YouTube is it's been a lot of fun and inspiring meeting like-minded people who are out there. You know, people don't understand. They think, well, you just turn on your camera and talk into the ether. Man, I know a lot of people that say, how hard can it be? And I'm like, hey, listen, I support you. You should try it. And they'll do it for a day and they're like, I can't do that. You know, and it's work. And people don't understand it. It also becomes a business. You're providing, you're making TV shows, and when you do your deep dives or Rob's deep dives or Tom doing these videos, this is work. This is production, and you're creating time, and it's not just content. You're making programming that's now becoming just as important as any news magazine show that's on broadcast or streaming on a streaming service. I mean, look at your audience. Look at how many tens of thousands of people watch what you guys do. And I think that there's a lot of people, especially in the entertainment business, that they might not like it because they can't control what you say. And that's something that no one's ever had before. But, you know, like what Midnight's Edge and what Paulie put together, for instance, the retrospective on Blood In, Blood Out. Where else could you have had something like that happen but on Midnight's Edge, but on YouTube? You know, and the fact that you guys are doing this kind of thing, it means something. It's important, and you're watching. I think when the history of the 21st century is written, once we got into the second decade of this new millennium, these kinds of things are changing the way we look at discourse. The fact that you have a worldwide audience, the fact that you're bringing fan communities together and people for the first time have voices that they never had before. And the fact that Midnight's Edge is going to branch out into become a multilingual channel. All of this is very exciting. It's very innovative, and what Midnight's Edge is doing, especially in the fan space, is, I think it's really important, and I'm happy to be a part of it in a small way. And it's been great that you sort of brought me into your fold, and I really appreciate being here. And I look forward to seeing where you guys take this channel, and I'm glad to be a part of it in a small way. So thanks very much. And I'm a huge Midnight's Edge fan.
Right. Before you go, can I just say that I think this whole sort of internet culture here is kind of magical. I remember seeing Free Enterprise, and I enjoyed the shit out of it. And here I am with the director of it, like years and years later. Like, what?
I know.
That's so
Such
cool.
an honor.
That's magical.
Well, I mean, it's funny because I've always been a fan first and foremost, and I always thought that when you are a fan, I think, and Mark Altman used to say, yeah, I don't believe in that, but I would say, I think we need to give back. And I've always believed that the fact that we finally have a fan community, YouTube in a way is sort of the great equalizer. You know, I'm no different than anyone else because sure, I've made movies or worked in Hollywood. That's more of an avocation. But the fact when I sit down and talk on YouTube, like right now, we are all equal. You know, there's no one who's more important than anyone else. I mean, whatever goes on in our daily lives or whatever. I think the one thing that my job and my profession has given me is a little bit more credibility to speak about the movie industry, which is something that I guess is unique to me as a YouTube pundit. But when I come on a channel, I mean, we're all the same. We're all fans. We're all people that are consumers of this kind of media, and I have been my whole life. And that's one of the things I think is great. And other than reading people's letters of comment in the back of comic books growing up, I never knew what other fans really thought unless I would go to a convention. Right. You know, and now you can put names and faces together, and we can all be together and speak. And it's amazing that we've made it to a place where technology and where we're at culturally has allowed us to be here. And I know there's a lot of cynicism about Google and YouTube and all of that, but hey, you know what? For as long as it lasts, it's a pretty unique place to be in a unique point in time.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Here.
Well said. Well said.
Well, YouTube isn't the problem; it's the people running it. That's the thing. YouTube is a beautiful tool.
Yeah,
a great thing that can be used for a lot of wonderful things. But yeah, so yeah, Robert, I'm so glad you were able to be here, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well,
Robert, I'd love to talk Star Trek and anime again sometime, so contact me for sure.
Well, let's do it.
Yeah,
let's do it. And you know, having worked on an anime myself, now I have more.
I know.
Of an insight.
I was watching it. I've been watching.
Congrats.
I've got more insight. So it was
And I would love to have a conversation with you too. So
let's do it. Yeah. I mean, I right now all of my projects are sort of ending, so I've got to find something new. But between until then,
nice.
I'm open.
I saw Jeremy in the chat who just sent in a super chat, and he always refers to RMB as the unicorn.
Well, Jeremy has the link.
And I saw Mexican Iron Man in the chat.
I know. I was going to
with
share
a
that.
huge. Maybe you should
I
get.
know, and I missed it. It's still here.
I
but-
didn't. I have it
Thank
right
God.
here.
Okay, good.
Mexican Iron Man says for $250. Whoa, thank you so much.
Speaking of family, he's part of our
200.
Midnight
Yes.
Espanol family.
That's right. Hell yeah.
He is indeed, and we're so glad to have him as part of our community, as we are all of you. And he says 200 for 200 cave subs and $50 for pizza backstage green room. Congrats.
That's
To the
producing.
Godfathers, Andre, Tom, and Rob, and thanks for all the good times and brilliant analytical work on all things of import in pop culture. It's a great day indeed. Muchas gracias, amigo. It's, all I can
You
say.
can't ever go wrong with pizza in the green room.
In the
I
green
don't
room.
understand why he keeps calling me a godfather. I just don't understand. How you doing? How you doing?
And Mexican Iron Man also just became a member of the
Oh,
channel,
hey.
which
Oh,
is
awesome.
something that you can
Thank you.
can do now, which will give you access to live
And
streams
hashtag
and everything.
Jeremy
Look at
don't
that.
got time for my celebration. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you so much, Jeremy, for your generous super chat, man. It says he can't be here right now, but I wanted to say congrats on 200K. Well deserved, and keep up the great work. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Now
Thank
we're
you. We
just
appreciate
as
that.
above average as you are, almost.
Hey, R&B next week. Let's party again next week, bro.
Yeah, let's do that in La Bamba. Are you going? I don't know if I can go because I'm getting my vaccine next week, so that I can go back to the movie
I got
theaters.
Ozil Motley to perform for us next week.
Oh,
We're gonna have a good time. That's
yeah.
all. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Andre and Tom. We have another
No.
party next week.
Well,
that's
why
fine.
am I being left out
I'm
of this?
there.
What the hell?
No, you're not. No, everyone's invited.
No, we
Except
just have to get
for-
get
Is it an
international
online
air
party or
traveling
a
again.
in-person party?
No, it's a monetization. We got the Latino slang got monetized
I was
yesterday
gonna
morning,
say,
so
Oh, awesome.
we're having
Congratulations!
our party next week. Everyone's invited.
Sweet.
Congratulations on that.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Thanks,
That's
bro.
a milestone. That's a good
And you
one.
lucky bastards get to go see La Bamba in theaters. It's nowhere near me.
That's next month. I misspoke. I boomered it.
I know, but
Oh.
it's still not anywhere near me.
Right. I took my girlfriend last week, RMB, because I invited RMB. They're like, "This is for next month, sir." And
Then maybe I'll be vaccinated so I could go.
yeah, all right. I'll send you the info. But we ended up seeing nobody on the,
I know.
on the
And
big
did you
screen.
like it?
That's kick
That
ass.
movie,
Yeah.
La Bamba, was so popular. I'm so surprised they never made a sequel.
Oh, bro, too soon.
This
Too
is why I
soon.
fucking love Cecil. This
Too
is
soon.
why I sent for Cecil.
And now, would you have said that for Selena?
No,
What's sad? What's
Yeah.
sad is that Selena
is
did
too
out
soon.
gross.
He's got the line. He's got a
Bamba.
line. Okay.
On
That's
that note,
great.
I will take my leave of you, lovely folks.
Love
Congratulations,
you, Robert.
everyone.
Take care.
Robert.
Thanks for
Thank you.
being
See you,
here.
Rob.
I will see you later.
Take care.
And my boy Orge just became a member. Look at that.
Hey,
You can become a
Orange.
member too. And then Jeremy, man, I was just giving you shit. Sent in another
Aw.
$50 and sending me some love. He must be in
Tom, he's such a grifter. Tom is a
Jeremy.
grifter.
Jeremy is in a bad mood, or that's not Jeremy.
Yeah.
He never sends me love. So I'm kind of confused now what's going on.
Well, thank you so much either way. And again, thank you to every single one who
I'm
are
scared.
here in the chat. We do see them. Just look at this. Ex Morbius just said, "Can't watch the stream live, but wanted to say congrats. Thanks for all the great videos and keep being awesome." Well, thank you. And we have a huge backlog of super chats to go through.
I'm gonna
we're going to-
jump out. Andre, I gotta go to dinner, and then I gotta get ready for the Jack show tonight.
Oh yeah, the
sounds
Jack
like-
show's
sounds
tonight.
like fun.
I'll probably
Whose
be
channel is
listening.
it on, Cecil?
It's on my channel, Cecil Says, on YouTube.
Well, tell Anna hello. She didn't show up. I know she's doing her thing right now, but hopefully she shows up here if I don't
She was
see her.
probably yelling at her computer when we were talking Star Trek. I guarantee.
Yeah,
Well,
I saw her. She was still doing PO box.
I was gonna say she was opening her
Oh.
yeah.
Okay. All right, guys. It was really good. Thanks for having me on, Andre, Tom, Rob. Great fun today. Thank you.
I stem for Cecil. So you can't get cash grab anymore, can you? Or is it the last day?
Oh, I'll always take money.
I didn't know if it was the last day or not.
It's available now on Indiegogo. Yeah, it ends tonight at 2 a.m. So act now.
Okay.
Cecil is love. Cecil is
I just
love.
wanted to make sure nobody missed out. You got one more day to get it, folks. Did you hear that? One more day. This is
Don't
it.
live
12
a
hours.
life of crippling regret. Back cash grab.
Thank you. All right,
Take care,
guys.
Cecil. Nice meeting you, man.
Yeah, thank you. Congrats
Take care.
again.
Love you, brother.
Bye.
And we got so many great people becoming members. Thank you so much. You guys have no idea what that means to us.
That's dope.
We
I
got
recognize
Billy
so
D.
many of these names
Billy D.
from Toxic Femme. There's so much support. Midnight's Edge
Absolutely.
has the best fans. You guys are awesome in the chat. You guys rock. I love Toxic Femme because hanging out with just the girls and the chat and Tom, of course, is just amazing. It's just amazing.
Krusty Moko is a new. Oh my god, I love Krusty Moko.
Well, Tom, are you the most toxic femme?
Az is the most Toxic Femme.
Yeah, he's so
Oh, that was
toxic it
epic.
takes over the whole stream.
Yeah.
On that note, Hillis Mallory, also new member, says, "Grats, and I love Toxic Femme. Hail the return of MM next Monday."
Yes,
what do
Mary
you-
Mayhem.
Yes.
Coming back.
So yeah, gonna be awesome. And As says, "Midnight's Edge is love." Oh, thank you. And on that note, now when I have a little bit of a moment, I actually want to try to get caught up on some of these super chats, since many of you have been really, really patient. And we would be nothing without all of you watching. It's you that have done this. Like, we've put out the content, but you've been there. You've motivated us. You've helped us grow, helped spread the word, and now we are at 200,000 subscribers. That's unbelievable to me. When I started this with Kevin, I had a dream of 10,000, like 2,000, 200,000. That was completely beyond my wildest imagination. And here we are. And thank you to everyone for doing that. Now I'm going to go through some backlog here, so I can't bring this up on screen. So you're just going to have to listen to me. Dark King says for $5 Australian, "I've been subscribed to this channel since 2016. Congratulations, people. Let's have a Timmy to celebrate." Dom, do you have Timmy ready?
No, I didn't because I didn't expect it, but it's right here if I can find it. I got way too many videos in here. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know that.
You probably looked at it and you're like, what the fuck is all this shit? You probably look like Mark Hamill does here. You're just like, where did we get all this shit?
Yeah, do we need all of this stuff?
And that is your answer. Yes.
Yes, there we go. There we have Timmy.
You never know when you need it.
Exactly. And then we have Film Lars, my fellow Norseman brother, who says for 200 Danish krona, "Hail Midnight's Edge. Today YouTube, tomorrow the world. Cheers from Copenhagen." Thank
El
you.
mundo.
Incidentally, a beautiful city that everyone should go to at some point. Revkor says, "Can't be here for the full celebration when live, so will listen later. Congrats for the 200K. Well, thank you." Josiah Clinch says, "Congrats, guys. Well done." And Panzerkrok says for $10, thank you. "Congratulations on reaching 200K subscribers. Here's to many more years of Midnight's Edge." KitKat said for £5 British, "First Doomcock reaches 250,000, and now Midnight's Edge hits a milestone. Heartfelt congratulations." Well, thank you. And Aluvrian Imakara says for $5, "I love it when Andre says Frankensteinian abomination." congrats on 200K, and may there be many koala moments in the future.
That's kind of like your catchphrase, isn't it?
Well, the Koalas in the Rain is actually a song somebody made.
No. I mean the Frankenstein.
Oh, the Frankensteinian. Yes, that's why we have.
It has become that, and actually now members can have a Frankenstein emoji. So yeah,
right.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you see,
everybody keeps talking about everybody's channels. Undoomed actually has like over 270,000 subscribers.
What?
Yeah, he was one of the earlier guys that I remember talking to that was a big channel when we weren't.
Right.
And that was what was really cool about you is like you just, you were into our stuff and it was like, oh God, this guy watches our stuff. Oh, cool. So yeah.
It's always kind of weird when someone bigger than you watch your stuff. I know the feeling. But your stuff was so good, so how couldn't I?
Well, we're glad to hear it. And speaking of good stuff, Paulie always does great stuff over on the Latino Slant. And he does have to leave us now, though. So do check out that channel so you can check out all that. And also, Paulie will be coming up with all kinds of cool stuff from Midnight's Edge Espanol, and we'll probably be doing some stuff for Midnight's Edge other channels as well we've been talking about. So, yeah.
We got a lot. Thank you, Undoom. We have a lot going on. It's nice to be a part of the Midnight's Edge family here and in the Espanol channel, Cinco de Mayo. But you guys are pretty amazing, and this community is very amazing. So it's helped me get through a lot of dark times this past year, and things are looking up. So muchísimas gracias, everybody.
Yes, and like Dark Shadow said, congratulations on your monetization as well, Paulie.
And Paulie, before you go, I want to highlight this super chat from Jose Luis Castellanos.
We need you to read it because we can't.
No, I can try. Paulie, how do you say 200,000 in
I'm terrible with numbers. I've always get them like 2100%. I always get my numbers and my percentages wrong. So I just go Spanglish. Felicidades por 200,000. Saludos desde Tijuana. Jose Luis Castellanos. Muchísimas gracias, Jose. That's actually probably 20 pesos. The Mexican pesos.
You ever gonna take me to Tijuana?
You gotta come to LA first, homie. You gotta come stay at the house. We'll have a great time, man. Everyone. Well, I shouldn't say everyone.
Meet some Latinas.
Well, Romy has a lot of single friends, and they are Latinas.
See,
man, I'm making a trip out to LA now, Paulie.
Ain't no one talking to you, Nick.
I just had a really great conversation in Spanish, folks. Did you catch that? I'll be on Midnight Espanol.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes, of course you will, Tom. And there you will learn to say things like "Felicidades por 200K. Saludos desde Tijuana."
So, muchísimas gracias. Felicidades, everyone. Congratulations.
Good to see you, Paulie.
Bye, Pinche.
Take care.
Bye, Pinche.
Bye, Pinche.
Oh, we swear at each other now.
Yeah. Well, getting comfortable. Well, that's good. That's how it's supposed to be. But I want to move on with a couple of more super chats since we were on that. As someone pointed out, was my other catchphrase. But someone has to have that catchphrase. Harry Nice Guy says, for €2, I can't give you 200K, but at least $2. Congrats. Well, thank you. Matt G says, okay, we should have had Mandy here, because he's like, oh my God, buy Mandy's book. Yeah, I stand by that. Buy Mandy's book, and give her a mod wrench, or give her a book and buy her a wrench. Doesn't she have a wrench? Well, I have to get right on that if she doesn't. Judah Khan sent us a super sticker. So did Grand Wasu 42. He sent us a €50 super sticker with a celebrating little doggy. So thank you so much for that. Big Fat Nerd sent us a £2 super sticker of a little doggy. And Mags said, I'm ready to party. And yes, it's been quite a party, haven't it? Spider Unlimited said for $24.99. Thank you so much. Congrats on 200K subs. So happy for you all and more to come. Thanks for the fun and intellectual content, and thank you for influencing me to go out and film my own content. Pre-production is underway, filming soon, for Gina. That is awesome. Spider Unlimited is filming. We look forward to seeing your updates on that.
And speaking of awesome, we have with us now another toxic femme, the one, the only, Lorena Creole. How are you doing?
I am doing well. I am doing well. Hello, everybody, and congrats, you guys, on the 2K subscribers. Amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. I'm doomed. How are you? I don't think I've been on a stream with you before.
Nice to meet Lorena. And Lorena
Yeah,
is Undoomed.
I think that's the first time. Nice to meet you.
And nice to meet you too. Love your avatar. It's very cool.
Well, it keeps my anonymity.
Absolutely.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, thanks for joining. How was work today? Are you finished? You free now?
Yes, I am. I am free now. Managed to extract myself, but you know how it is. As soon as you're ready to sign off for the day, you have that one person that says, "Oh, this will only take 5 minutes." It never takes 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes is code for 50 minutes, isn't it?
Exactly. It's just like, oh, why did I fall for it? Because you're higher up on the food chain than I am. That's why I fell for it. But
Exactly.
so glad to be here.
That's typically how it rolls, isn't it? But in light of that, it's all the more awesome that you had the time to join. I mean to say. So yeah, we have had an amazing panel here today, and we have some amazing people watching. So yeah, and now you are here. So Lorena, what's up with you?
Oh, well, let's see, channel wise or just what stuff am I trying not to watch?
Yeah. You had any cool interviews or anything like that lately that people could check out?
Let's see. There's the one that I did about 2 days ago. That was a cool interview since that was with you. That's with you, Andre, on my channel. And I can't forget. And the week before, I had Bat Tom.
That's right.
Interviewed.
I got totally interviewed.
Yeah.
Totally interviewed all up by Lorena.
Yes.
So much more than you did.
But which Batman are you?
I'm the Batman.
Yeah. But are you like Batfleck or?
I'm none of those Batman. I admire those.
Yeah, you
Batman.
sound a little more like Cartman Batman.
Did he?
You have the Catwoman.
Yeah, I wore the Catwoman outfit for him.
What? Sorry.
I must have missed that stream.
My brain goes like cuckoo when Catwoman comes by.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Any version doesn't matter.
I flipping love
Well,
that
except for the
movie.
one that's too young, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, we don't want to deal with her. No, I'd read you guys, and let's see. Just posted a interview premiere on my channel today at 12 p.m. We have an interview with 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser. He's an upcoming YouTuber, and had an interesting discussion about death metal bands and The Simpsons. So that was
Sounds like an interesting conversation.
Yeah, that sounds like something worth checking out.
Oh, very, very. Found out all kinds of stuff about death metal, and found out just how many people miss what The Simpsons used to be. And I think I spotted Nina in the chat as well. So thank you for dropping in. It was like heartbreaking.
I was like, you're talking about The Simpsons, and I'm not on this panel. I don't know what's going on. Okay.
The Simpsons suck now.
Yeah, The Simpsons are like, it's zombie Simpsons now. It's not really.
They totally suck. Let's put it this way. When I was at Universal, I was surprised, one, that the Quickie Mart shop was still up with the gifts and everything in it. And then they actually had the shirt that had Apu's face on it. I thought they were going to yank that, but But they
you should have
didn't.
bought it because it's going to be a classic soon.
Yeah, I probably should. But I blew all that money over in the Wizarding World of Harry Potter. I hardly had anything left for The Simpsons. But that was a cool discussion. And Cameron Pasha is actually supposed to be on my channel next Tuesday at 5 p.m. So we're gonna talk how much we all love Apu and the half-assed reply Matt Groening gave about his new voice actor. So
okay, I gotta ask the Harry Potter thing, because I've noticed a pattern. Is Harry Potter primarily the thing that women are into? Because I don't know any guys that are saying, "Yo, man, I totally dig Harry Potter."
I don't know. I really didn't get into it with the books and everything, and I did work with. There were several women who were really into those books, not really guys. I just wasn't a fantasy, so I wasn't really interested in it hardly at all.
Yeah, because my friend Marnie, she the one who works for Scholastic, Tom. That the one I keep saying I got to ask her about Star Wars stuff. She's really into Harry Potter.
Now you just doxed her, but yeah.
Well, yeah.
Whoops. You didn't hear that.
You didn't hear that, people. Anyway,
Yeah.
I have another lady friend. She loves Harry Potter. I have another lady friend. She really loves it. I'm like, yeah, I'm noticing a pattern here. I've never met a guy who reads Harry Potter.
My sister's into it, and I'm not.
Not.
I like Harry Potter.
I think it's because so much of it is just intricate and relational wise. I just wasn't really into it because I was just like, I don't have time to read how really big those books are, and I really didn't pay attention until the movies came out. Then I thought that was pretty cool, and then of course Universal decided to create the Wizarding World of Harry Potter. So there's 2 sections. That's fun and absolutely, completely. The immersion is crazy.
I love that place.
It's what Galaxy's Edge should have been, but it wasn't. So you go there and literally you feel like you were at Hogwarts. You feel like you were at Hogsmeade. I mean, everything from the merchandise to the detail. It's insane.
I have to say, I'm not a fan of Harry Potter at all. But I've been to Universal Studios in LA, and the Harry Potter world there, that was something. I really have to like the
Honestly,
immersion. That was good.
I'm
Really
a totally
was.
different kind of Harry Pothead, so not my thing. No, but we have Lorena here, and what Lorena does for me is she always reminds me that there's always news going on, and there's a couple of pieces of news we could cover real quick that we'll probably talk about on Midnight's Edge in the morning tomorrow. But here's one that I think will make Andre laugh. Coming to America 2 is doing very well for Amazon.
What?
Boy, I bet Paramount Plus is kicking their ass right now that they did keep that for themselves, don't you think?
That movie sucked. How is it?
It is the top streamer for the 3rd week in a row or whatever, according to Nielsen.
Well, here's the
I don't
thing,
believe
like,
it.
if people have to see it before they know it's a bad movie.
Well, again, and I got to remind people when we talk about streaming wars, we talk about all the streaming services. People always forget that just as many homes have Amazon as have Netflix, pretty much.
That's true.
Right.
That's true. If you're already paying for Amazon, you're just like, why go get another service? And it's like,
And
hey,
they're worldwide too.
yeah, the movie could suck, but you know what? We don't have to go out anywhere to watch it.
Does it count if
Right.
most people watch it for like a half an hour and then turn out like
I don't
stops
know.
and then they turn it
That probably counts.
I know they were bringing out, because it's coming more and more, a lot more people they've said have only watched about a third or half of the Snyder Cut.
Yeah, me included. Yeah.
Yeah, me included too.
I would like to see the data for how they measured that.
I'm sure. Well, see, Nielsen can measure certain things on this, but I don't know who reports what on what anymore. That's the thing. It all depends. I have no idea. I know, like Netflix and certain other ones, we're going to start reporting.
Honestly, what did the Snyder Cut fix? I'm confused.
It was a better movie, but
it was also a longer
That's not saying
movie.
a whole lot.
Holy fuck.
And I've been the one saying I would love to see the 3-hour cut of this. It was probably much better.
Most of the time he's eaten up by all the slow motion scenes. You sped them up.
Oh, don't get me
4%.
started on that. I'm just like, kill it with the slow mo, please.
You sped those slow motion themes.
I thought we got rid of that during the 2000s. Jesus Christ.
Well, I feel like Zack Snyder is like kind of like J.J. Abrams with the lens flare. Like he just goes in the studio and he's like, more lens flare, and then Zack Snyder's like, more slow-mo, more slow-mo.
Exactly.
Oh,
I mean, going back to his earlier movies, it's exactly the same thing.
Really? I just know that slow-mo just took me out of it. But the Snyder cut did for me for Justice League what I guess the extended cut did for Batman versus Superman. It made it actually somewhat palatable for me to sit and watch the movie.
Oh, nothing can make Batman versus Superman palatable for me. I say it's Batman versus Superman. Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. It's only titled that because Steaming Pile of Shit wouldn't look nearly as good on a movie marquee.
I have to say, I'm with
not wrong. Not wrong.
You're not wrong. Yeah.
The extended version, it's not the perfect movie by any means. It does have issues, but it's a movie. It's an immersive experience. It has merits that the theatrical version simply didn't have. No, it's not for everyone. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
But it's an experience. It's something that you have to immerse yourself into and just go along with it. And when you do that, it kind of works.
That's what they say about cults too, though.
It's kind of like the extended version of Watchmen. It's like, okay, it's good, but could you cut the cartoons? I knew what was going to happen the second that shit started. It's like that was just.
See, I didn't mind the
boring.
cartoon because it was in the comic, but I get what you're saying. Like, but they do at least have 3 different cuts of that. There is a version without the cartoon.
I want that one.
It's
all the other extended shit was good. That was so predictable.
It's
Fuck off.
it's the second director's cut. Or the first. I don't know which one's called what. But the one with the Black Pearl stuff in it is the Ultimate Edition, I believe.
Okay.
And then did they call the second cut the director's cut, Andre? Do you remember? That's of Watchmen, the one that doesn't.
No. The second, you have like 3 versions. You have the theatrical cut, and then you have the director's cut, and then it's the ultimate cut, which is the real director's cut. So I don't know why they called the so-called director's cut for the director's cut, because it isn't. It's like the extended studio cut. That's like neither bird nor fish, but something in between.
No, but
really,
I can where
theatrical.
Honestly. Well, I can see a need for it though, because as Undoom said, he doesn't want that other stuff, and I can get that. Like, I would probably watch a 3-hour version of Zack Snyder's Justice League again, but there's no fucking way I'm sitting through 4 hours again.
No, 4 hours. That's just proof of letting the director run rampant, and they didn't get an editor to rein it in, because that could have been cut down to 3.
They didn't get script doctor to fix the script. That's what that is. Because the problem they had is that they have filmed something where everything is so interconnected, and you can't remove anything without destroying the whole thing. That's exactly the same thing that was like the issue with the Star Wars Episode 1 towards the end there. You had so many things going on at once, and you couldn't really remove anything, and the whole thing kind of like became a disaster.
But have you seen Mahler's breakdown of it?
No, I heard about it though.
Okay, because that's kind of interesting, because he brings up a lot of scenes where it's just bullshit added. Okay, it's like this scene took 15 seconds in Josh's version, and now it takes 2 minutes, and they're just walking upstairs or something.
I have to comment on that. Like, I mentioned him, and here he came.
I was just going to say, he's like fucking Beetlejuice, but he only shows up when you mention him once.
Hey, Script.
What's going on, Script Doctor?
Hey, Script Doctor.
Hey, Undoomed. How's it going?
Going great. How's it going with you?
I've been working a lot, so been busy. It's been fun. So
that's great to hear.
Yeah. So, congratulations on Midnight's Edge for 200,000 subscribers.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Thanks for coming and being here.
Especially being our 5th Beetle all this time. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
You were going to say something Doomed, and then there was 2 more stories I was going to touch on real quick.
I think I forgot.
No problem. And these next two stories, I get to use one of my favorite buttons. And Andre likes this one too.
I fucking knew it! Oh!
Evan's just one of the best actors to ever live.
It is. And evidently, I didn't even know I was breaking this news yesterday. Or was it the day before yesterday? What day was it yesterday or day before I mentioned this? That Warner's slate for next year is going back to theaters. This is breaking out of the web. I was talking about the guy who told me one of my sources, but I thought it was already out there. I didn't know it was like not in the news yet. So evidently I broke news and didn't know about it, but I ain't going to get credit for it. But anyway.
It is official that they're talking about?
Yeah, officially in 2022, they're going back to theaters first. They knew it wasn't. I knew this was going to happen after. This is what I was told too. Kong versus Godzilla. They kicking themselves in the ass right now for even having it on HBO Max.
Oh yeah, because where I live,
Legendary
first 3 days you couldn't get a ticket. You could not get in. It was sold
Legendary is so fucking pissed. You have no clue
out.
how
I
pissed
bet
they are.
Oh yeah.
That's why Dune might not be coming to HBO Max this year, guys. That's another thing that I've been hearing.
I've been hearing that too. That's been going around for a while. That they might just do a theater release for that.
And it'd probably be for the best for them, anyways.
Well, I got to hear what Andre has to say about this because now Legendary has some ground to stand on.
They have indeed. When you look at the box office numbers that the movie has, even given the current situation, when you have all of like the social distancing in theaters, which means that they can't even sell out the theaters which are open, and that's far from all theaters. They only have so many seats that they're allowed to sell, and these numbers mean that they have pretty much sold out close to all of those seats.
Yes, everything's been sold out across
and
the
then
board.
imagine what they should have done in a normal situation. Like I think that we would have been looking at $1 billion movie had this been a normal situation. And AT&T wanted everything on HBO Max. This is something the industry was against. Legendary especially was against it. And now we see that in this particular case, how much money have both Warner Media and Legendary lost over a decision which we now in retrospect know wasn't the right one.
I could probably say about $25 to $30 million.
Probably, yeah, at least.
And you're right, because they were selling out across the board, and they also had competition in theaters for the first time in months.
Yeah,
because you had nobody in a few other movies showing.
Here, Lady Ruskelin says, "I will give Midnight's Edge £100 if Dune is pushed to 2000."
I don't know if it'll get pushed, but it's definitely not going to be day and date on HBO Max. I can tell you that much right now.
Yeah, I think it's going to be. I think it's going to come out in theaters in October. But
I think that's a shame, though.
Why, that it won't come out day and date on HBO Max?
Not if you need it ain't.
I'm really for releasing movies on streaming at the same time as cinemas. I'm not really a huge fan of cinemas.
I understand that on Doomed, and there is a lot of people who feel that way, but there was a lot of people who called us crazy in one of our videos we did a while back, where I wrote the words, but Rob said them, even though he probably took most of the shit for it, where he said, "What do you mean the studios need the theaters more than the theaters need the studios?" And there was a reason why I had said that, and this is one of those reasons. And I'm going to back out for a few minutes because we have another guest join.
Oh dear.
We're actually got enough room yet. We still got enough room. We actually have enough room. I can stay here.
Oh, I was gonna say, man, you've just disappeared. Like I kicked you off. What?
Well, we got room for only so many
sorry.
people on the board, so like, I thought I had to dip out, but my count is off.
I can dip out for a while.
No, you're good, Rob. We're good. We're fine. We got room for one more person to pop in yet, and I can pop out or whoever.
That's crazy.
Hi, Mr. H. Nice to meet you.
Oh, who am I speaking to? Sorry,
that was Nina. And Nina is part of our Toxic Femme, and she has her own channel.
Oh, hey, how you doing? Nice
and
to
if
meet
you haven't met anybody else here, we have Nick from Echo Base. We have Undoomed. We also have a Script Doctor, who you know, of course. Rob, who you know, of course. And Lorena, I don't know if you met Lorena yet either from Toxic Femininity.
No, I don't think so. I've seen you guys.
I don't think I have.
No, I know. So I know me and Undoomed, we follow. Yeah, I think Undoomed, you invited me on a stream once, but I couldn't do it, I think.
I think I've been on a stream here with you on, so I think we've talked before.
Oh, maybe. I know I've. Yeah.
I really liked Mr. H's reviews stream with Uche.
Yeah, that was very entertaining.
I thought by the end of that thing that they had kind of come to terms with the understanding of things. It got a little heated there for a little bit there.
You know what
pretty entertaining.
You know what I thought about it? It was what was interesting to me was that I always think that like men can sort out they'll go hard on each other real hard, and it'll be like the craziest thing.
Women
and then by the end of it, they'll just be like totally fine, and they'll be like, yeah, like okay, I totally understand.
You know, most men have told me this too, and I've had girlfriends say the same thing. It's like, how can you still be talking to them? Aren't you fighting? It's like, yeah, so
no, but but that's yeah, exactly. But women. Like if that happened between women, we would hold a grudge for like years.
Because men either
lifetime grudge.
Yeah.
Either men hash it out like Mr. H and Uche did on just by talking, or we hash it out like Kong and Godzilla do.
Yeah.
And then that
all right.
And
Well, I'm gonna be in this.
Well, not only that, men don't live as long as women, so we have less time to really we value our time more.
Really?
Well,
I'll
it's not only that.
I'll be the outlier and say, yeah, that's normally the case, but not always. Because I know some men who have held grudges until the end of time, and some women will be like, yeah, let's hash it out and keep going.
But not well. That usually means they can't get it hashed out. But like if it generally, because like once the other one kicks somebody's ass, then they know who's in charge. So that's all that matters.
Take care of it out in the schoolyard. Sometimes
Exactly.
that works for us.
Alpha.
Sometimes that works for
Exactly.
women too, but I won't tell any stories about that I know about. But Mr. H reviews, no, I have not met you before. I've heard of you, but I have not met you before.
And I bet he could totally kick my ass. That's for sure.
Oh, come on now.
you, Tom.
I'm a wet wipe. I'm a big pushover.
He's a big pushover, but he's big and buff, and he scares me.
Nah.
So does Uche, though. So y'all are even.
Well, my favorite part of that whole Uche stream was when Mr. H was like, "Well, I'm in my bathrobe, like I'm not gonna turn on my camera." And I was like,
he said,
"Turn on your camera, please turn on your camera." And then he turned on his camera, and I was like, "Yes."
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say. I wonder, is Mr. H wearing his robe right now?
I can confirm. I've got some RGB lighting, but I'm not in a band.
The women enjoyed it. You know
Oh,
it. The
there
women
you
loved
go.
it. Uche regretted it, but the women loved it.
Oh, we loved it. And then Uche was like, "I'm gonna take my shirt off," and I was like, "Here we go. We gotta stream, people. Let's go."
Well, the funny thing was, because I was watching it too, and it was like, okay, he's doing this, and I don't think he knows what Mr. H looks like, and I don't think he knows what Mr. H is trying to say either about being, not dressed at the moment, because he was just fired up at that point. He didn't give a fuck. He just wanted to go at Mr. H, just like full bore.
I swear, I must be the only person who didn't. I must be the only person who didn't see that.
Oh, you missed out. It's on Uche's channel. It's well worth.
No, he's
He privated it.
Did he?
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
I'll just have to vicariously live through the stories you all tell me.
Yeah.
Well, it was another one for the ages. Isn't that funny? Like here on this community on YouTube, we have so many different things for the ages. Us taking over Midnight's Edge, Uche and Mr. H going would have
their
gone
first
into
butt
if they had been in the same room. So, yeah.
We had like an 8-hour stream on Echo Base Network a couple of weeks ago as well with John.
Yeah.
And Jeremy popped in last minute. That was a crazy stream.
Yeah, and then the one before that, and I think Tom might have even been in this one.
Tom was on there too.
Yeah, he was that night. But then the Amazing Lucas was on there, and Jeremy came in, and Amazing Lucas and Jeremy were going back and forth with each other for a little bit, and I was like, "What's happening here?"
I've been in the middle of so much shit. It's funny.
Yeah.
I've even it's like, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, does it make a sound kind of thing. I'm more like, if I'm not there, it doesn't really happen.
Yeah,
that's true.
And I have to question it myself if somebody mentions it. So
Well, you know what happens when you're not there? Ass takes over.
That's right.
True.
And thank you for that because that was amazing. But there was one other quick story I wanted to bring up here. This wasn't so much one that I fucking knew it, but I kind of called it. I said this was probably going to happen. Netflix and Sony have made an exclusive deal.
Oh yes,
Yes, they have. Crackle no longer a
This calls for a clip. It really does because we've been saying this.
I'm going to say this clip and then I'm going to dip out so our other guests can pop in here.
I fucking knew it. Oh.
Y'all are wearing out that clip. I love it.
Hey, Anna.
Oh, hi.
Hello, Anna.
Hey, how you doing?
Hello.
Hey, Anna.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
Congratulations, Andre.
Well, thank you so much.
And I can't count, evidently.
It comes back again. Jesus.
Yeah, I can only stay for a little bit, but I wanted to congratulate you guys. That's so awesome. I'm so happy for you.
Thank
We're
you.
glad to
Thank
have
you
you
so much.
stop in.
Yeah,
You've been
thank
a part of the ride almost the entire way. I mean, you were somebody that's always been very nice and sweet to me. Whenever I've been in the streams, you made me a mod very early on. I remember when I was just getting started, and you know, you've always come on when you've had time to, and you never acted like, you know, you were too good for some little YouTube channel or anything like that. When we were just, you know, a few thousand subs over here, and I was nothing on Midnight's Edge After Dark. You've been on there a couple times too, so I just want to thank you, and I'm glad you had a chance to show up.
Oh, well, you're too kind. Here's the thing. You guys are awesome. So it's, you know, who cares about channel sizes? You guys are awesome, and you've always been kind to me too. And I make great content, which is why your, you know, numbers are what they are. I will never forget watching an AMC video and be like, what?
Oh, that one.
What do you mean a sex scandal with an AMC theater?
Drugs and murder.
Like,
Sex, greed, and murder.
I was researching that one, Anna, and I couldn't believe what I was finding. I'm
Well,
like,
what's funny
you got to be
about that
kidding me.
Is I sent the clip over from Roger Rabbit of him going, it's a story of sex, greed, and murder. And I'm like, we'll use this as a joke. Next thing I know, here comes Rob with fucking sex, greed, and murder.
And cannibalism. Let's not forget about that.
But the part
for those that haven't seen it, go look for our the history of AMC theaters video. It's a history of sex, murder, rock and roll, and cannibalism. So
the part you know, I looking back, I should have included, you know, the whole thing with the guy carving a piece of the British businessman's Neil Hayward's skin out of his corpse. He was then, you know, then was like a high-speed chase to the American embassy in another town for like 2 hours. He had to outrun the Chinese authorities. I'm like, oh darn, I could have made this even more dramatic.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, well. Yeah, I'm like, that one is. Let's send that to the.
It's one of the all-time classics.
Yeah, we're sending that one to the Museum of Radio and Television History. That
now
one.
I watched that one, but for some reason I can't remember the cannibalism thing unless my brain wiped it out for me.
No, it's not really it's not really cannibalism. That he needed evidence that the guy was poisoned, so he had to. So I can't remember the guy's name. So he had to take a piece of his skin off when it was
a chunk of flesh.
Chunk of flesh.
Sounds
Yeah.
like a horror movie, but it's real.
Chunk of flesh off.
Oh.
Yeah.
And it ends
The
history of
drama.
AMC theaters. Everyone.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, there's a movie that's waiting to be written about this shit because it all ends in like a courtroom, which is even better, and it has to do with like, and then there was a movie star who was being pimped out and shit.
Yeah, it was prostitution involving like the star from Crouching Tiger, Hidden
which we have
Dragon.
to say it's been stricken from the record because she sued whatever publications that put it out there. But yeah, that needs to be said. But yeah,
the court ruled in her favor for what that's worth. I mean, Zhang is her name. So I mean,
and we got Jeff in the chat who has the link, and if he has the time, can
Hey,
hop in as
Jeff.
well.
Hey,
Thank
Jeff.
you so much, Jeff.
Pardon me. Hey, Jeff,
thanks,
what's going on?
Jeff. You're welcome anytime. So feel free to hop on board.
Yes, I'll kick Rob for you any day.
Not the first time.
You're gonna kick
It
yourself.
would not be
Oh,
the
I'm
first.
used
I'll
to
kick
it.
myself if not. Yeah.
Yeah, Anna wants to see me kick because I questioned her pixie stick addiction.
So yeah, so
How dare
definitely-
Don't question the sugar.
But Anna, I do endorse your, as long as it's legal, I do endorse your Henry Cavill stalking habit. So I mean,
Oh wait, I have a question for Anna. You brought that up. How do you feel about the new girlfriend, girl?
He has they never last more than 6 months.
I like Anna's attitude about that.
Positive attitude.
I wish I had the clip of Lloyd Christmas being like, "What are the chances? Like 1 in a million?"
You know
So
what
you're
he does
telling me
whenever
there's a
he wraps up filming, he ends up dating one of the stunt women, and then they break up right as he starts filming another project. It's a cycle he goes through. You just have to
Okay, it's like a habit. Okay.
I like
is,
Fraser Crane.
He's
Yeah.
a typical lad. He used to live. So I dated a nanny, not like a nanny, but an au pair in London, and he lived literally around the corner from where she was living. So I used to see his dog and his apartment all the time.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
I can give you his address, Anna, if you want.
Oh, I
Don't do that.
kind of
That'd be an
know it, but
accessory, Mr. H. You
You
have
kind
you
of
heard?
already know it.
Well, no, like because his dog is so like obvious. Like,
My
so you
God, you have not listened to her talk about him.
and I've seen the pictures of a man
If Cecil
handling a
was here, he'd be like,
young.
"What is wrong with
I've
you?
seen the pictures. I've seen.
You're gonna be an accessory."
What? I think Anna's about to do.
She said she would pull a misery on him.
That's
I would
exactly-
not. I would not do that.
Completely.
I'm not strong enough to do that. But,
You would find a way.
I do
You
picture
followed
like
through, though.
yeah, but I do picture like a motorcycle, showing up on
Yeah,
Henry's
I've
doorstep
already-
for his birthday or something, though.
I have already explained how this would work. So my goal is whenever somebody hears or sees Henry
I
Cavill,
warned you,
they
Mr.
think of me. And then if he's at like a convention and somebody goes, "Oh, hey," because they see him and they think of me, they're like, "Hey, have you heard of this girl called Anna, that Star Wars girl?" And he hears that over and over again, so it sticks in his mind. So that way, if he ever meets me, he'll be like, "Oh, hey, I've heard of you." So it won't be me being the weird one; it'll be him bringing it up. So I won't be as creepy.
That's a
I told
Anna,
you.
that's a very convoluted plan.
I'm not a normal person, but Mr. H, I saw your Prince the other day. Yesterday, I was running errands and I ran into Prince Harry.
Oh wow!
Oh, we don't care about him here. Like I was like, my prince? What? Like no, we don't care about him here. Like, we haven't cared about him for quite some time.
Was he with Megan?
I didn't see Megan, so I was at this one place and he like came out of this hallway and he had his mask and his sunglasses on, but it's like he's the Prince of fucking England. Like I'm not gonna not recognize him.
Right.
And he saw that I recognized him even with the mask and the glasses, and so he started power walking away from me. I think he was
You're
worried.
getting a bad reputation.
Get me away from this! Get me away from this crazy American girl, quick!
Well, because we were in a group of like a bunch of people because it was out in
Well,
public.
it didn't help that you were chasing him, going, "Do you know Henry Cavill? Can you?"
I know about you and Henry.
I didn't say anything. I didn't even ask for an autograph. I did take a picture of him running away so people would believe me. But
National Enquirer.
This is why I love it.
You can get 10 grand for that photo.
I'm not. No, I didn't. I was gonna post it on Twitter, but I was like, no, I don't want to dox his location because it's like, dude's got enough.
You don't
problems
have to
as it
say
is.
where. You don't have to say where.
Oh, it's a very.
Please don't. The British taxpayer is pretty pissed off having to pay for his security as it is. To be honest.
That's why
We're all
Canada
pretty
did-
annoyed about that.
That's why
Right.
That's why Canada kicked him out because they didn't want to pay for his security anymore.
I saw one of the Bush daughters in a bar near where I am. Because they went to school here, and I was like, "Damn it!" There were Secret Service guys all around. You couldn't see them; they did so well blending in. I was just like, "Damn!" And she was making out with some guy. I was like, "Damn!" That was $50,000 waiting to happen right there. And his buddy of mine goes, "We don't do that kind of thing." I'm like, "Well, you don't, but fuck you. That's 50 grand, man. Come on."
Rob is truly a journalist at heart. And Rob, there's this amazing thing your phone can do now. Just so you know.
Well, this was
camera
the mid to early 2000s.
No, I know, but let's be real. Like if Rob tried to send me a picture, he would probably scan it on his scanner and send it to me that way. So,
You would try to fax his telephone to you?
Yes, he would try to fax me his phone.
I was, I barely got had the internet until a while ago.
He don't know how to turn it on. He don't know how to use it half the time. The moment he figures out he can watch porn on it, we're all done.
Whoa. I just said the other day, hey, my phone has a clock in it.
I'm like, yeah, it has a calendar and a calculator too, Rob.
What tells you the weather?
Goodness.
What will they think of next?
He's like, I'm gonna go watch quicksand porn on it now.
That's when he discovers how he's going to be in the bathroom 100% of the time, and we're going to be like, Rob, we need you. He's like, I'm busy.
Yeah, he's going to be busy talking to Siri.
I'm going. Tom, I'm going blind in here. Who said that?
He'll be the first person who has the cops show up for asking Siri too many lewd things. Like, Siri actually me too them. Like,
Speaking of porn, Anna knows my girlfriend Lindy. And
where's this story going?
Wow.
Well, speaking of porn, Anna knows my girlfriend. Sorry, what? Anna, what have you been doing online?
Well, somebody actually sent her some alien porn with like predators and stuff in it the other day, and she's like, "What the fuck is this?"
Wow.
It's like they actually have that out there.
That's what I was going to ask.
She's like, "It's the weirdest." Like somebody like emailed it to her or something, like one of her Facebook friends or something. I was like, "Good God."
That makake is pretty expensive. Can they even afford that for a porno?
Well, it was animated.
Actually, I was gonna say, yeah, Rob's probably gonna say the same thing, but yeah, and you'd be surprised. They actually put more into the porn parodies nowadays than they do the actual movies.
Oh yeah.
Freaking
Captain Marvel porn parody.
Yes.
Can I just say somebody said that about the recent set picture from the live action version of the Powerpuff Girls?
Oh,
yeah, it does look like a porn.
They're all gonna be bitter and angry. We didn't have a childhood. Fuck you. You've got superpowers.
Use them.
Don't give them ideas, Rob.
Well, I'm trying to find it because there was this porn going around the other day of Godzilla and Kong.
I heard about that.
I'm trying to find it for you guys.
Someone
Wow.
Who was the top?
Someone said
it was Kong.
Oh my God.
Someone had said to me, it's only a matter of time before you see the Captain Marvel, Wanda, the Scarlet Witch porn. I'm like, yeah, I've already seen that.
Well,
Not that great.
Well, what's funny is before Yellow Flash even sent me that, I think it was Chrissy Meyer, the comedian. She put it on Twitter like spoilers for Godzilla versus Kong. They do anal at the end.
Oh my God.
Let me you know what? Is it just me? I wanted to. I don't know. This Godzilla versus Kong movie. I still want to see guys in rubber suits. Stomping on a miniature city.
In rubber suits, though. So
Yeah.
I still haven't.
We
seen
know
Kong.
you want to see Henry in a rubber suit, Anna.
I would love that.
Yes.
Well, he already is in that Superman. That's a rubber suit. Get him in spandex. Animal
She's
just
grabbing its
explode.
crotch. Just grabbing.
Oh, Anna, you're not the only one who wants to
she
see
got
Henry in
kicked
a
out
rubber
because
suit.
she's grabbing
Oh,
the
my.
fucking crotch of the Henry Cavill
The
Superman.
statue?
Ooh,
Yeah, the
Henry.
statue.
Oh,
Ooh.
well, that was like severely disappointing because I'm a tiny girl. And that thing was like my size. I'm like, life size my ass. Is Henry a hobbit? This has got to be some BS. Or that's just very good. He's better at standing on boxes than Tom Cruise. But I was like,
you mean that $7,000 statue?
Yes.
Wow.
It's my size. They just put it up on
that's lame.
on a stand.
Yes.
Like my hands were bigger than the Henry Cavill hand on the statue.
But, regarding the size though, that's lame because he's okay. You're shorty,
He's
so
like
he's
6
way
foot.
taller than you.
Oh, Henry has.
I don't know. How
small
tall is he?
hands.
How tall is he?
He's
I think
6'2".
Yeah, 6'2".
Okay.
Anna would know.
Yeah, she would.
I'm
I
just
bet.
saying. That one was my size. So technically, it was life size for me, but I don't think it's proportioned correctly.
No.
Neither was the Batman one. The Batman one was small too.
Oh,
so
no
for
way.
$7,000, it's not worth it.
Because Affleck, I think, is even taller than him. Because Affleck is like 6 foot.
No, it was other one.
Jason Momoa is 6'3".
Oh.
Oh, of course, Lorena would know that.
Oh, yes, I do.
He's pretty close to Jason Momoa. He is not 6'3".
Oh my!
I have
Oh.
been close to him, and yes, he is 6'3".
Oh my!
That is a very short 6'3".
Unless he put lifted in
how
his
much is,
shoes. Well, like I was paying attention to how tall.
How much is 6'3" in the metric system?
It's about
it's like
We don't know.
186.
We're American.
Yeah, we're American. We're talking 6'3".
Yeah.
I think it would be like
it's about
190 centimeters.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
190,
that sounds about right because I have met him too, and I noticed that he's about the exact same height as me. So yeah, that sounds right.
Right.
Well, I'm sorry I came on and completely derailed your stream.
Never, Anna.
No, that's all right. It was derailed the whole time, so that's all right.
Dude, we
here.
talked about quicksand porn on here.
Yeah.
and you're
I'm
fine.
here. It's of course it's the
I actually
gave us another track to go on.
I grossed Az out, if you can believe it or not.
It's true. You did.
Oh,
Az had
found-
to leave. He was like, I can't take this shit.
We
Like,
found
How's that happen?
we found the line for
Quicksand
Az.
porn.
Yeah.
Oh,
Apparently, Az's line is quicksand porn. Yeah. there you
Yeah. it is.
Oh,
Quicksand porn. What the hell is this?
Oh, do I got to tell this story
well,
again?
Please don't get started again.
I don't know what it is either.
It's the
surprisingly.
Mr. H. It's the end of the internet. Just that's all you need to know.
Oh my god.
We found the end of the internet.
Well, but, I mean, how do you do that in quicksand? Because if you move, then you sink faster. So is it just you die?
It's real slow.
You-
slow. and
apparently, you have
patchy.
3 minutes, and that's the allotted time.
oh, so it's
Yeah.
a time box type of thing. Okay,
Yeah.
there we go.
I'm so confused.
We
You
were
know
all
what, Anna?
confused.
Anna. You know what? So was Mandy, and then she Googled it, and then she was like, "What the?"
Okay, I'll Google it.
Poor
It's
man.
gonna be on my search history now.
The
Yeah,
things.
you could totally tell on her face when she was googling it.
Yeah, you
Go to
could.
the Jack show later.
I was just gonna say that, Tom. Now you have like some material for the Jack show tonight.
Yeah,
Wait.
just remember that Rob found it for you.
Wait a second. Because
She's
the
looking-
link is for Pornhub. I don't want to click on this. Is it like what do I
Pornhub-
need to Google?
No, Pornhub is safe. I mean, Pornhub is.
The Pornhub.
Oh, okay.
Pornhub is
Haven't
approved
heard
by
that
Rob.
in the same sentence.
Yes,
before.
it's Rob approved Pornhub.
Okay, I
Yeah.
clicked on
Oh.
images. This just looks like mud wrestling.
Well, no. Pornhub had to get rid of a lot of it because they cleared out like 60% of their content because it's unverified.
This just looks like mud wrestling,
Well, hold on.
but a lot more graphic.
No, I mean, no. There's mud wrestling. There's like mud wrestling, and then there's like quicksand, like fetish.
Like
porn.
mud wrestling in Spanish fucking going on. Is that what it is? Like,
You have to go.
I'm gonna keep my fucking
The good
mouth.
stuff. The
I'm
good
so
stuff that's
confused.
the good stuff's at spank bang right now. So.
The good stuff. All right.
Wow.
This is why Rob
Oh
needs
my
to do his pornocopia,
God.
so he can just cite all the other
I
websites.
told her, nobody has the
No.
website yet.
Pornhub, but no, I
Yeah.
looked into it, Tom. It's a scam. They want to manage it for you for like I don't know for like an exorbitant amount of money a month.
Whatever.
That's the thing.
Andre's
Get
like, what
another
is
one.
happening to my 200K?
I don't get it. Do they die or something? Is that the?
No,
it's
it's an act.
It's an act, but
That would be insane if they actually did it for real.
Well, if you never see that particular porn star ever again, I guess you know where it is.
Is it like the those
really-
guys in Germany that like were into cannibalism and the one dude ate the other dude and killed him? Is it like
Oh, you
that?
mean Armie
type of-
Hammer?
No,
no, it's not that dark and disturbing.
no, but it's the whole the idea. It's with this with the moaning and the heavy breathing.
Help,
It's a very
help.
there's a very kind of sexualized thing to it. And it kind
Sure,
of
if you're a serial killer.
yeah well
Yeah.
and I always say, isn't that the best kind of woman? One that disappears.
The one or two I think that Rob sent me, if I remember right, had they had a very 1930s film kind of feel to it, like kind of thing. Anyway,
Well,
Yeah.
we have
Wait,
another
so does
guest.
that mean somebody watches the scene in The Princess Bride where she falls in the sand and they get turned on by that?
Yeah, if that's your thing, yeah.
People are weird. Hi, Tug.
People are weird. Yeah.
Hello.
I mean,
Hello, Tug.
what's up? That Tug, the umbrella guy? Yeah, there you go.
Yes, that umbrella guy. I haven't streamed with him before.
Hey, how's it going?
I haven't either.
Very
Hello.
good.
Fantastic. See, as
How
good as
you
my
doing?
as good as my voice is, his is better.
He's got a great voice.
I don't think I've heard him. I haven't heard him before.
Just enough of like an accent to like a southern accent to be interesting.
Oh, okay. You
Yeah.
said Southern accent, so you know I'm already in with that.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know what part of the South. I can't pin down what part of the South though.
I'm from Tennessee.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I want to go. I want to go to Nashville just because I want to go to the Gibson factory.
Yeah, we'll actually be in Nashville. We're doing an Echo-based network meetup at a convention in Nashville next week. They're having a convention up there.
Nice.
ICCC Con.
Yeah, they closed the Memphis factory, but the Nashville factory is still there. So,
How you doing, Tug?
I'm doing good, man. I just walked in the door. So I saw the invite. I was like, hell yeah. Congrats on 200K.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here.
It's awesome. So when you say Gibson factory, do you mean the guitars?
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say thank you to Tug, but yeah, I'll let Rob come back in.
yes, I do. Yes, I do. Gibson guitars.
Right. I'm just checking. That's the only Gibson brand name I could remember.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Well, there's isn't there Gibson gin for a while? I don't know.
Yes, there is, but I didn't think of that. So
Okay.
I thought of the guitars. So I figured
That's
out.
yeah. I was always a big fan of Gibson guitars, but now they're just outrageously expensive. So I mean, you got to take
Right.
them where you can get them. All right, Tom, you can put me in the back now. Exile me because you've had enough of my quicksand porn.
How dare you?
He didn't have to. I mean, he's been here longer than I have. He's seniority. He was born 40. I mean,
Oh.
Well,
Yeah.
he wasn't really born 40. He just slept in real long, and then his mother
old.
finally pushed him
That's
out.
what I'm trying to say. He's fucking old.
Yeah, no, Rob is awesome. Like he was like when I was running Midnight's Edge on my own and I needed help, he was my go-to guy. So yeah, seniority goes to Rob.
Yes, it does, but I do all the work. No,
This is true.
At least the heavy lifting. Anyway.
Yeah, this is true. No, but I think that we have between the three of us, and of course everyone else that have come in later. We have a great.
Was that
team.
really? What the fuck was that, Mr.
I wondered if anyone would notice. I just checked it up there, just real quick.
I was about to make it do the fuck.
What?
That was me.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
Anna wants to see it.
bodybuilder competition.
What happened? Oh,
Oh my.
I missed it.
you just
He's
gotta follow
flexing.
him on Instagram. You'll
Oh dear.
Oh,
Oh right. I'm sorry.
there you go.
Instagram, Mr. H. Okay.
Oh,
There's pictures of the dog too.
Oh, the dog's the winner. The dog is
Oh,
He's
he's a
awesome.
dude.
oh.
So, Mr. H, I wanted to ask you, how's it going with your movie?
Yeah. Yeah. Is it, I don't know really. By what metric? I guess.
I don't know. I mean, just
Yeah. I don't know. I
just
mean,
asking.
it'd be relatively. I'd say majority positive. I guess feedback. It's not perfect by any means, and I would absolutely change quite a lot about it. But yeah, I mean, I'm fairly happy with the response. It could be better, of course, but I don't begrudge it, and I think most people's feedback are the things which I would have corrected anyway. So I'm glad like we're on the same page. Some of the feedback is respective of people just not understanding budgetary constraints, which I mean I can't do much about that. Unfortunately,
Right.
You know, budgets are budgets. But yeah, I think it's gone all right. I guess I don't know. Really, it's all new to me, isn't it?
I think it was quite an
so I don't know
accomplishment
if I
considering the
did.
budget.
Yeah.
So you should be very proud. Yeah.
All right. So this was your first try, or
Yeah, so I released Blackfield's Saturday, which was the debut, but I'd also released something which I shot more recently before it. So a lot of the things which I would have corrected, having, you know, a lot of the things which I would have corrected about Blackfield's, if given the chance now, was corrected for a short prequel film called Bjorn and Frida, which puts it in. It's an interesting sort of parallel because, of course, I released that because I wanted people to have a bit of a fun hype build, bit of a fun little prequel. Mm-hmm. But some of the elements of that film are actually better than Blackfields, which is the debut, which is annoying. But that's just
what was that?
Didn't do much about it really.
What was that? Because of your ability, or because of technical reasons, or?
Well, yeah. So, I mean, a whole range of things, to be perfectly honest. Ability, eye for sort of things, technicalities, time constraints, editing and things. Like I had a whole mission to get Blackfields edited. It was sent off to someone else. It came back. I had to go and change a whole bunch of stuff. There was loads of things which, having done that as the sort of baptism of fire, that I would obviously change moving forwards. And then I did. And then unfortunately released something with all the corrections prior to Blackfield. So, but I'm still very proud of it. Basically, I am very proud of it, and happy with how it's doing. So,
right. So you're gonna have a Zack Snyder cut of it?
No, definitely
it's
not.
4 hours long.
No, I'd actually changed a whole bunch of stuff of it anyway. Like I went in and edited stuff myself. So part of that film was edited by me. Bjorn and Frida, which is the prequel, like I did all of that myself. Edited it all entirely me. And the tone's just completely different as well. Like, again, you just live and learn, don't you? It's a learning experience. But I'm just glad anyone likes it. That's the thing, like it's good to have a, majority of people that like it, I guess. And the best thing you can hope for is that the majority don't hate it. And I don't. Right. I mean,
so that's good. During these polarized times, that's all you can ask for. Basically, it's like over 50%.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And it seems to be that over 50%, prefer it over hating it, which is, again, like, I mean, I'm happy with that. I mean, that's a win.
Yeah.
Realistically, I mean, if the majority like it versus hate it, I mean, that's a win, surely.
Of course.
So yeah, but I mean, I'm not blind to what is wrong with it, because there are things which are 100% wrong with it. Way too many static shots. I could go on. Well, I'm doing a live stream tomorrow actually, where I am just going to sit there, take questions, and rip it apart, basically.
You're being a bit hard on yourself, but okay.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't. I don't know. I wouldn't say.
I understand to a point, because I'm the same way with my shit. But yeah,
it's creative.
Oh, I mean, everyone is.
You want to strive for the best, and I think it's part of it, isn't it? Acknowledging what's wrong with it is the way to proceed and be better. If you just become blind to that sort of criticism, I mean, then you
exactly you can acknowledge what is wrong and be better, or you can ignore it and just stagnate.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
and
like Akiva Goldsman.
I think the most important thing is acknowledging what you think is wrong and learn.
Like Akiva Goldsman holds that Oscar around everywhere he goes. From that one adaptation.
Our last hope for Star Trek right now.
Oh my God!
Yeah, right.
No way.
Considering that he was the one who, considering that he was the one who directed the finale, where Picard becomes a robot. Then
I
don't think anyone could forgive him for that.
You kidding? He shouldn't be anywhere near sci-fi after he wrote Lost in Space with Matt LeBlanc.
Oh. Am I the only person that liked that movie? I think
yes.
I am.
You're talking about the one where Matt LeBlanc's like where he wears that little like armor hat thing that goes.
Yeah. The only thing I
liked in the day.
The only thing I liked about that movie is that I was invited to the fucking premiere.
I'm sorry.
I just didn't hate that movie. I was like, this is all right. Like at the time, I was a kid.
It's going to be one of those movies you watch now that you hate, though.
Yeah, it's probably like that. But I also really didn't like the new Lost in Space on Netflix. I thought that was trash. I hated it.
I refuse to watch it.
It was very forgettable. I think.
It was, yeah, it was forgettable. That's a good word for it. It was like, whatever.
I think I had promise, but it didn't fully realize that promise.
Well, it definitely had promise because it was lost in space. It should have been people lost in space and traveling in space, not on a freaking planet for a whole freaking season and totally woke. And
okay, apparently they just did not get what Lost in Space is supposed to be about.
Well, I mean, Lost in Space eventually lands on a planet for
it is
a
kinda
portion of the
goes
season,
with
then they go to
time.
another one, and I think they end on Junk World or something. And
The original show, they were almost always on the planet, though, weren't they?
They bounced around to different planets.
Probably what's
did they?
cheap.
Yes,
Well,
and
I
it
just want to say real quick, we got Critical Drinker in the chat. Thank you so much, Critical Drinker. We also had Andy Signor. I can't bring the oh, here it is right here. Okay, I thought I'd lost it, but there you go. Thank you so much for hopping in, guys. Appreciate seeing you here. But yeah, do we have I know we have a ton of super chats to get through. I didn't want to disrupt too much of the conversation on Lost.
Yeah,
Lost in
no,
Space.
of course. We do have quite a few super chats. Let's do a couple of more of those. Rob Altis said for $10, hail Midnight's Edge. Congrats. Love you guys. Oh, thank you. And Lord Trinan said for $10, impressive panel for this celebration. Here's to celebrating your success. Well earned. Midnight's Edge, please continue to give us great shows and reliable insider info. We absolutely intend to. And Anti-Derivative Jill says for $5. Actually sends a super sticker of like a little green guy for $5. So thanks for that. Matt G says, hail toxic femininity and their huge contributions. Yes, indeed. Hail toxic femininity. Stephen Otten said, hail Midnight's Edge, special guests, wrenches, and everyone in the chat. Congratulations on 200K. And Bastian Hunter said, congrats, Andre, Rob, and Tom. Is Mandy coming? Yeah, Mandy came and left already because this was from a while ago. And Max says a quote from Winter Warlock. Go back or you are doomed. So yeah, nice one.
And we also got a congrats from Nerds Cookies and Ord's my boy.
Yeah. And Ordsport, he said, congrats on the success. Nothing but great people here. You're all family, even you, Cecil.
Well, on Cecil's behalf, I'll say, well, thank you.
Yeah. And Fat Steven Seagal says, congrats, Andre, Tom, and Midnight's Edge crew, and my waistline. So, thanks for that. And Makini90 says for $10, congratulations on 200K, guys. Been following Midnight's Edge since the Ghostbusters fiasco. Well, old timer there, thank you. And Josiah L says, Midnight's Edge was my gateway to this wonderful group of people. Thank you, and congratulations on 200K. Thank you. Oliver Close-Up says, cool, lots of people I follow in one place. Vigilante Williamson says, congrats on 200K. And Master Clockwork sent a little kitty super sticker. And Brightest Day says for $5. In brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape their sight. All those that push the wokeness blight, Midnight's Edge will bring to light. That's beautiful poetry right there. Thank you.
Nice.
Well done, yeah.
Nice.
Film School Rookie says for $25. Just joined the channel membership today. Glad to. Anyway, love what you guys do. You've been a huge help to me in my own film career development. So yeah, glad to have been of service. Jennifer Cisco sent a $3 super sticker. And Sander Hammerschlag says for €5. Congratulations, Andre, Tom, and Rob for a well-deserved 200K subscribers. Dex030 sent us a super sticker of a cake. And the Hijabi Gamer says for $5. Congrats on 200K. Been following since before Mead was part of Midnight's Edge. Oh, wow, that's awesome. On another account. And I can drink 3 to 4 cans of Red Bull a day easily. Awesome. So,
wow.
Never underestimate the Hijabi Gamer and go check out your channel.
Thank you.
Mike Ayers says, Hail Doomcock, and push the button. I'm tired. And Stephanie Janisek Smuggler's Cantina says, well done, gang. And Marek Byrus says for 25 Polish zloty, 200K. Those are rookie numbers. Super chat just to tongue twist poor soul that would try to say my name. I'm going to say that one more time. Marek Baric. Polish names are so fun. Mix a C into everything. M-Tech Tax Shark says, hail and congratulations on 200K. And Darius Münchhausen also says, congratulations, Midnight's Edge on 200K. And Ironcaster says, as Tom and Cecil needs to collab on an album.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, and Stephanie Janisek Smuggler's Cantina said, when Doomcock came in, Doomcock. And Valiant Renegade says, for the record, I joined as Crumb because I can't wait for Andre's story time. Yeah, that's where I read Norse mythology for channel members that go with the crew tier simply called Crumb. Stephen Alton says, Kurt Russell Crowe. I loved him in Wall Street. And
that would be a Wall Street in Little China, right?
Yeah, probably. And Troy Pacelli says, $5 just to say I'm a huge Tom Conkle fan. Oh, and congrats, Midnight's Edge. Well, I'll be sure to tell Mr. Conkle that you said that.
Yeah.
And then Terrafim says for $2, congratulations. Keep up the good work. 6 more years.
Longer than that.
Oh, yeah, for much, much longer than that. And Shum says for $5, man, you guys had to do this at the same time as Ayadin Paladin's takedown of RR. Well, sorry about that, but we had been playing this for some time. And Jens Jürgensen says for 100 Danish krona. As a Dane, it pains me to send money to a member of my brother people, but you do such a great job that I just have to donate. 500K subs soon. Thank you, my fellow Norsemen. Roger H. says, congrats and thanks for the emojis. Welcome. Lord Trinan says, I've never been a channel member before, but Midnight's Edge has finally worn me down. Curse you all and take it from me. Doomcock 2. Well, thank you. Silver Nova says, it's great to be here. Congratulations to Midnight's Edge and good day from Australia to all in the panel and the chat. Then we have Chris Bailey, who says for $20, thanks for watching Star Trek in 2020, so I didn't have to. Congratulations on 200,000. CBS just cancelled MacGyver. Could the knife be turned on Kurtzman next? We will get back to that.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
But before we move on anymore, we have to bid adieu to that Star Wars girl. Thank you for hopping in, Anna. We really appreciate it.
Oh, no problem. And thanks for having me on. And guys, congratulations.
Thank you.
You really deserve it.
Thank you so much.
It was really nice talking to you again.
Oh, yeah, it was.
Yeah.
After that amazing documentary you made. Incredible. You and Mr. H should talk about like special effects and stuff. that would be
Yeah,
cool
we
to,
should.
like,
We
collab on
should.
stuff.
Yeah, no, I'd like that. Cool.
Yeah.
But it was nice talking to everyone here. Andre, Tom, Rob, congratulations. I'm so happy for you. And I can't wait to be back for the 300, the 400, 500, and eventually a million.
You'll be here.
Indeed.
I will talk to you guys all later. Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
All right, bye, Anna. Too late.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
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 While we got a second, I want to ask Tug how are things going with the book getting out there? I haven't got mine yet, I don't think. But
no, man, they're delivering tomorrow. We have
Are they?
we have 2,000 pounds of comic books coming tomorrow.
I figured as much, man. Like I knew you were getting there, so I just thought I'd ask.
Literally, I was looking it up. I was like, they tell you the weight. If they go over a certain weight, they have to deliver them in a different way, and they were like
2,000 pounds.
2,000. Yeah.
Right. So I'm guessing they're on wood pallets or something. And
Yeah, they're going to deliver them on a pallet. They were like, "Can we get a tractor trailer in your driveway?"
Just get a forklift and shit. What?
I'm not sure. They'll get them in the garage, and after that, I guess we're on our own.
I can't wait.
You just do what EVS is doing and just get you a warehouse.
There you go.
Yeah, we're still a little small time for that. We haven't gotten there yet. Maybe one day. Maybe in the next couple of comics we can get that big.
There you go. Well, I was glad to see. I'd seen the one email and I seen you talking about it and stuff. So yeah, I just wanted to ask how that was going.
Yeah,
glad
man,
to
it's
see
going
it
good.
finally
Man.
getting there.
We've gotten all the stuff for it. We gotten all the promos look good. I mean, I'm excited about it. These the quality of these is actually better than the last one's book quality. So I feel really good about it.
Very cool indeed. So Andre, back on to super chats. Speaking of, though, I just want to say real quick, our buddy John Talks sent us one in the chat. Says $10 with congratulations. Thanks, John. You get up in the morning one of these days. We got to have you on a morning show. I know you're a late guy though. You're like me.
Hey, John.
Always late somewhere. But before we get to more super chats, Lorena, I know that you also
I see
that, engagements.
Yeah, I have to drop off. I have another stream coming up, and I kind of need to eat. But thanks so much for having me on. Congrats again on reaching 2K. It's an amazing ride, and I'm just so proud to be a part of this channel. It's just been amazing, and looking forward to more subs in the future.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
So check out Lorena's channel. Oh, go ahead. Andre.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, check out Lorena's channel, and also check her out every single Monday on Toxic Femininity.
Yes, thank you. And also tomorrow at 12 noon, my lunch table show that I co-host with Fat Steven Seagal will be running 12 noon Eastern, and our guest will be none other than the Justin Proper. So hopefully
the Justin Proper? Oh,
the
that fucking Justin Proper kid again?
Yeah. Yeah, that guy.
You know, if he shows up in the chat, I'm going to have to send him a link just so I can give him shit. I love him. But also Nina has to go as well. So you both are leaving us, and we do have somebody else entering as you leave. But thank you so much, ladies, for being here. Check out Nina's channel as well. Do you have anything coming up real quick you want to plug?
I just dropped a trailer reaction with for the Ghostbuster Puffs that we did with John last night. That was funny. You won't like our reaction.
What I like is that Perry Chan made me a little Stay Puff.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
He almost made me cry.
Oh my god, yeah. And I have a show with John on Wednesdays where we talk about just everything crazy going on in the world. It's called Infinite Talk. Check that out. And also on Fridays, I do a good news stream to balance out all the crazy shit we talk about on Infinite Talk. So yeah,
there you go. So check out the ladies' channels, and they also are on Toxic Femininity as well. And
yes,
thank you so much for being here, guys.
Oh, no problem. One more thing before I forget.
Sure.
Sunday is my Welcome to Florida stream, 8 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be talking about the diversity changes on the rides at Disney World. Most notably, they have just removed Trader Sam from the Jungle Cruise.
Oh my god!
Not happy about that. So some pissed off Disneyers. We're going to be talking about that on Monday.
Awesome! I can't wait for
Bye,
that.
everyone.
Take care, ladies.
Thanks so much for having us.
Bye.
And it is
I just wanted
officially.
to, one more thing I have to say is congratulations again before I go.
Thank you.
You guys are awesome. And like Anna said, hopefully, to infinity and beyond. So, yeah, I will see you guys probably next Monday.
Excellent. All right.
Bye.
Thanks,
Bye. Take care, Nina. And also joining us is the other half of Echo Base. Coach, how you doing, man?
I am well. Nick just sent me a message that said, "Get your butt in here."
I thought you were avoiding me.
I told him that I was like, look, Tom's not even in the stream, dude. It's all
lied
clear.
to you.
But come on in. Tom's not here. And he was like, all right, I'll jump right in.
Well, I love Andre and Rob, but I'm here because of Tom. So
no, I know we give each other shit.
Guys, I just wanted to pop in for just a moment. I don't have any time at all, but I wanted to say congratulations.
Well, thank you, man.
You guys are a bright North Star for all of us to follow, and just keep doing what you're doing.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
Yep. So, all right, I'm bouncing out.
Well, thank you for being here for a second, Coach. Sorry I had to make you wait in the back so long. Take care.
Oh, no problem. I'd do anything for you guys. We'll see y'all later. Bye, everybody.
Love you, buddy.
Take care.
See you, buddy.
All right. So moving on with some super chats then. What do we got next?
Moving on with some super chats. And again, these are then older super chats that I can't bring up on screen. So you're just going to have to listen. But we're moving through the backlog here.
And it's officially a sausage party now.
Yeah, bummer. But we had a really good run up till that point.
You never know who might pop in yet. So.
Exactly. And the importer says for $5 Canadian, congrats on 200K sub, guys, and pre-happy 6th birthday. Cardinal Sin says, happy 200K subs, you deserve it. Oh, thank you. Whereas it's Mr. Simplicity says for $4.99, thank you for the great editorials. You're welcome. Michael Millard says for 35 South African runs, have we spoken about the spectacular Sonyverse officially now a Netflix original? Not just yet. We have mentioned it briefly, but that's something we'll take a deep dive into in Midnight's Edge in the morning tomorrow, I'm sure.
Yep.
Won't we, Tom?
I'm sure we will.
I'm sure. Yeah, exactly. And House Atreides says for $10 Canadian. My two favorite pop culture channels are here, and both are celebrating milestones. Doomcock and Midnight's Edge. Congrats on 200K to the entire team of Midnight's Edge. A big hail to the Wrenches too. Valiant Renegade says for $10, as did the morning show with Stone Loki today. He had a hilarious clip of you from his show exclaiming, God, I just want to punch an old woman in the face. Probably that woman. And Dreary Nitpicker says for $9.99, happy 200K, guys. You guys really have helped me through some hard times.
Oh.
I lost everything to a fire a couple of years ago, and listening to channels like you have helped me through the rebuilding process. Hail.
I've been there too.
Yeah, we are so glad that that we could over that, and that we could provide some help in the process.
I'm glad we could be a part of that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's very humbling and a great honor. Cancelled Jeremy says Cecil's favorite movie is Midsummer. So yeah, there you know. And
I thought it was Caligula.
Well, I'm sure there's there's some.
Hello.
That was not a very good Cecil.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we have Stephen.
I gotta be honest.
Who says for $100? Thank you, Stephen. Happy to be an honorary Viking. Been here since Fantforstick and Trankgate. So yeah, real old-timer here. Thanks for accepting me into your twisted little family. I've met so many great people here. Keep the faith. Keep fighting the good kaiju fight. Bruce Campbell was in Congo, and I stand with Gina.
Congo. And hashtag Jeremy does have time for our 200K celebration.
Tom sent a lot of inappropriate pictures, and
well, I had to entice you somehow.
I mean,
I'm like, look, I'm so much smaller than you. You're still way above average.
No, seriously, congratulations, guys. Very, very happy for you, and just wanted to hop on for a few minutes and offer my support and respect.
No, man, I appreciate
so
it,
much.
man.
Really appreciate that.
Thank
So, how are you? What's up?
Oh, nothing much. Just another day on the internet. So just grinding away. You guys know how it is.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. Daily churn.
You've had a great turnout today. So great support. Happy to see it, man. Always happy to see other people succeed. If a few people are succeeding, that means we're all succeeding if we do the right thing. So your guys' success just should motivate everybody out there to keep grinding.
Well,
exactly.
As Death by Snusu says, we wouldn't be able to do this if you weren't our producer. So
that's true. I am the producer of I think every channel that they say is a toxic channel. Anyway,
all the fandom menaces,
except me. I demand equal scorn. Okay.
Well, I was kind of upset we weren't in there. That you were a producer for our channel.
That is kind of surprising.
Someone went in and corrected everything, at least for now, thankfully. But yeah, that was insane.
Well, I changed what I could before when I first brought it to our attentions, and we didn't want to get it to anybody else's attention to begin with. But then, of course, people find things, and I changed all of our descriptions because our descriptions were pretty nasty before. And of course, that was all tied, like I said, to you, and it was like an alt-right group with Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers as the producer and all this. It was like really like lame ass shit. You can imagine.
Yeah. What was my description? Just
nobody knows who he is.
Oh, okay. Damn it! Like I said, I demand equal scorn. Come on, people.
People keep calling him Jeff. And they said that you're engaged to a rock named Geode.
You mean? I don't think Jeremy's seen this yet. I've improved Geode. See, so
nice.
Yeah,
that is awesome. That is much more personality. Already more character development than Ray,
and more expressive than Brie Larson too. I mean, yeah, I have a bag. I bought 80 pairs of I bought 80 googly eyes in a bag from Walmart for 97 cents. I have 78 left. I have no idea what to do with them. So you're gonna start. Maybe I should start making guerrilla art videos, like me putting googly eyes all over stuff around my town.
They work for thumbnails. They definitely work for thumbnails.
We put laser eyes.
The custom Midnight's Edge Geode replica dolls.
Yeah, the laser eyes are good too.
Yeah, we just put laser eyes in our very first thumbnail the other day for the
Gary
first time.
found some in the wild, but I think they're bootleg because they're way too diverse. There was a lot of different color rocks, and I'm like, no. Geode is one color and one color only. So. Not official Lucasfilm.
Yeah, and all the geodes you can make yourself are far, far better than the official one. That's like the tragedy. And as Max points out, she was there when Rob broke down.
Speaking of Rob, I know you don't have much for an IMDb, but we could just go in there and give you Leo Giassi's
well, you know what?
description.
I created back in the early days of IMDb. I don't know, early days. I don't know how long they've been around, but in 2010 it was. I created my own ID. Well, I created an IMDb account just so I could give myself a credit on the movie I was in Burial Boys as uncredited extra. I mean, because I am in the fight scene and I do have a line actually that starts a riot in a comedy club. So
did they pay you for that line?
No, actually they did not.
They owe you money because then you're a day player and they actually owe you money.
Yeah, you should have gotten SAG and everything.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. No, seriously.
Unionized, man.
I actually had to show the guy who was in the scene with how to like fake a hockey fight. It's like, okay, you just kind of grab my shirt and just kind of punch back and forth, trade punches.
Now you should be getting a Directors Guild card as well,
or at least a stunt.
At least a stunt bump.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Stunt double.
Yeah, you could. For anyone wondering, you could see Burial Boys for free on YouTube.
No. It is there, but Mr. H has to run. So thank you so much for hopping in, Mr. H. You've always been a big part of the channel. We appreciate you being able to come in and say hi to us and tell us about your movie and everything like that. And I do suggest everybody check out your films, because you actually have a couple of short films now, don't you? Or is the other one?
This is all about you guys. This is all about you.
I know, but still.
Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you guys. Congratulations. Massive congratulations. I always enjoy hopping on your channel. I always enjoy you guys hopping on mine. Massive congratulations. Well done. Genuinely well done. Yeah, big congrats. So couldn't be happier for you folks. So being invited on, yeah, epic. Nice to just sort of hop on and sort of bask in your 200,000 glory. No, that's sincere. Like I'm actually being sincere. It's nice. It's nice that you would invite me and obviously everyone else on as well. It's nice to sort of be a part of this as a community, because that's kind of what part of this is, isn't it? So it's nice. So congratulations, guys. Thank you for inviting me on. Thank you, chat. And I hope you enjoy the stream and it continues being great. Cheers to meet everyone. Take care.
Thank you.
See you, Mr. H.
Take care.
Thanks for being here.
Have a good
Much
one.
appreciated.
And yeah, I mean, I'm glad he brought up community, because that's one of the reasons Andre brought me on board originally. Wasn't to edit. It was partially for this kind of thing we're doing right now, to help him with research and writing things, and basically start building a community with other YouTubers and other people, and with the people I knew, and interviews and all the things that we've done. I mean, and I'm glad that I'm here still.
Let me tell you, Tom, I love Community. Joel McHale is so underrated.
Not
in
that
Community.
Community.
It's Allison Brie is terrific. And what? Not that? No. Okay, all right.
It's time for your pill, Rob.
Exactly, but yeah, I have to say how much I value the community, both everyone that's out here in the chat watching us, and everyone who's here on the stream. Both
Even
here
Jeremy
now,
sometimes.
early, especially Jeremy. It's always a pleasure to have you on. So yeah, it's like, I know you're a very, very busy man, and massive respect to how you handled the whole everything that's gone down, like all the targeting campaign. Like, you've handled it like a champ and shown that you are a true leader. As I have said many times, Lucasfilm would be lucky to have you.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it's we all, I mean, we're all busy in our own way. It's all relative to what we're doing. I mean, we all have different things going on, and I don't view my schedule as any more hectic than anyone else. I'm sure. Internet's a crazy place.
Takes a lot of time to build a brand.
It
does.
Yeah,
it does. And so, I mean, the internet is crazy. It can overwhelm you at times if you let it. And, we all learn how to navigate that as our channels grow and we gain a bigger following, and you see how things work. But, I mean, I've been watching what you guys have been doing, and I love what you guys are doing. I love what everybody has been doing. I mean, like Echo Base Network, who's on here. I love the things that they have going on over on their channel and bringing different voices on there. It's really cool, and it helps inspire me. I get inspired by all of you in your own ways, and just it's a cool little corner of, I keep calling it our little corner of the internet that we have, and it's a cool place.
It really is. It absolutely is, and I'm so happy, like, to see like this community come into existence and to come into to maturity. It's been really fantastic.
It's a really interesting contrast to how we're described, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I've talked about how, if you go back 5 years ago, I used to follow channels like Collider and those the access media types. We used to all watch them. That was like my sports center for movies of sorts, when I used to watch Movie Talk and everything. And back then it just seemed like there was this gatekeeping of who could have the access and who could get the interviews. And I feel a lot of us have kind of taken over that part of the fandom. And you look at how we act, we celebrate when other creators succeed. We don't get jealous. We don't get bitter. We don't take shots. We come together and we we're like, yes,
we have
I'm
each other
happy for you.
on the celebration streams.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, and I think that there's a, you know, you look at our support of each other in whatever ways that is, and we all may not necessarily love each other at all times or love each other's opinions or takes, but we all have a common respect and we rally around each other when, you know, when we need some support. And that's what's different about us versus, you know, from my perspective, being a fan 5 years ago, 6 years ago, whatever. It just seemed like a different era. And yeah, of course, the media paints us a different way and says all of these things. But I think anybody that pays attention sees what we really are.
Yeah.
I'm very glad you mentioned that, Jeremy, because that's actually a big, big reason why Midnight's Edge was made in the first place. It was very much so a reaction, particularly to AMC Movie Talk as it was back then, and the other comparable things. Because like when there was like a studio line, and it was a horrendous, stupid piece of crap studio line, like for instance, like the whole Fantastic Four thing, everyone was so supportive of it. They couldn't mention it without saying like, this is going to be awesome. Trank is fantastic. The cast is fantastic. We like this cast. We're excited for the movie. And it took so long. So many reports had to be made, like in the genuine trades, before anyone started. Maybe this isn't going to be so great after all. Meanwhile, we started this channel very much so because, like, are you all blind? Don't you see the reality? Do you have to buy into the official narrative that much to compromise so badly? And that's a big part of why Midnight's Edge formed in the first place.
It's really weird that there's an official narrative for culture, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it is. Well, you know, Disney is sort of an official narrative. If you dislike what Disney does, you're going against doctrine, right?
Well, yeah, doctrine that had been built up for about 70 years prior to their acquisitions in the early 2000s. So yeah,
well, I mean, they've been adding a lot to it, and now it's heresy against doctrine.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm stunned by the fact that we supposedly bully a mega corporation, like a bunch of guys like sitting in their basements or home or whatever. That just with a mic, we're bullying them. What the?
Well, we're challenging their advertisers and marketing strategists. I mean, that's basically what it is. We're holding accountability to the quality with which they provide or lack thereof, and all of their data that would preclude otherwise is now being used against them, because it's like, no, the majority of the audience does not like the direction they're taking some of the IPs that they're the stewards of.
What? How dare you not like what we're shoveling?
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're trying to do. Like, how
you'll
dare
like
you?
You'll like what we tell you to like, and you'll thank us.
Well, the argument is, and this is one that Alex Kurtman said, is, well, I'm the one making movies, so clearly I'm doing something right, and you're just the fan. And like, no, that's not how it works. The fans supply the money to allow for the movies to be made.
Kurtzman said that? Really?
Yeah, he did.
It's
He
like
said that after Into Darkness.
It's like when you walk into a restaurant and the food is shit. I don't need to be a chef to say it's shit.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is.
Well, no, there's a reason salmonella exists. It's because the food isn't made properly.
Well, and that goes back to the whole argument I got in with Jason Isaacs. He's like, well, when you're upset with the dish you get served at a restaurant, do you go and yell at the chef? I'm like, well, kind of you do. You tell the waiter that it's shit, and then the waiter's supposed to go tell the chef. So you're the waiter, Jeff. Just deal with it. And then he fucking blocked me. But
I can't defend against what he's saying. Block.
Exactly. Well, and the whole Snyder thing was like proof. I mean, of course, there's tons of proof in the pudding, but like that was a major one because I loved it because they're like, oh, we're giving into these toxic fans that are harassing and they're doing this endless harassing. But then they try and turn around and say, but they're just a minute few who just are you know, the loud minority. It's like, well, which is it then? Either they're big enough to be a problem or they're not big enough to be a problem. You have to pick one. You can't make it both. You know, just like when they turn around and say, oh, it's only Russian bots that didn't like The Last Jedi. You know, it's like, where's your
if you look across the board, I mean, there's something that we've been focusing on in our little world of comic books and movies and video games, but it's something that's bleeding into every aspect of life. They don't want people's voices to be heard.
Yeah.
They don't want
100%.
independent voices to be heard. And I will not go into this topic very far. I'm just gonna mention it on a surface level. But we can look at politics. We can look at how they don't want, voices. We can look at sports where they don't want people in the arena to boo the athletes that are kneeling for national anthems. So they just don't want fans' voices anywhere. They don't want people that think independently to have a voice. They essentially want, speaking of Disney, they essentially want everything to be like WALL-E, where they just make us all fat and sit in front of a computer screen all day and feed us
They
shit.
just want you to get excited for the next product.
Yeah.
Well, that's how they create a
Consume
safe
product, get excited for next product.
Consume.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah,
think.
well, that's how they create a
Consume.
safe space, because if there's no room for complaints, then there's no one to say, oh, you made a whole bunch of customers angry, so you're fired. It's like, no, if they can change the narrative to where the customers can't actually voice opinions or make or vote with their wallet to it, essentially, because they say, oh, all other options are gone, so you'll just take whatever we put out.
Right.
It's happening right now. I mean, it is slowly happening. It's a difficult
I
thing
mean,
to
just
push
look
against.
at the headphones for cell phones. Apple just said no, we're not going to have that, and a year later, no one has a fucking headphone jack for a cell phone.
Yeah, it's all Bluetooth now, which is more unreliable. Now you have to charge your earbuds.
Another thing you have to charge. But the point is, they just eliminated an entire option, right?
Yeah.
Well,
and that's what's slowly happening here.
And
they acted in concert.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the outrage of the complaints for the removal of the headphone jack, and they were just like, we don't care.
Yeah.
We don't care. We're just going to do it. You're going to deal with it.
You're going to buy
it's just
it.
like, hell. And as an Android user, I was really happy that they held on to it for a few years and then they moved away from it. I'm like, geez.
Whatever Apple does, your Android users are going to get the next year. It's just the way it is.
Absolutely.
I don't know why Apple's in charge, but that's the way it is.
Well, they're the industry leader. People always look to whoever the industry leader is.
Yeah, but who appointed them?
That's the
technically we did by buying all their products. Sadly,
the quote unquote market. Yeah, that's.
I will say, if you go back, and again, I've never been an iPhone user. Never cared about. I hate Apple products, but I will go back to when the iPhone was first introduced all those years ago.
Mm-hmm.
The iPhone, it sounded futuristic. It sounded cool.
There
was
was
this
a good
aura
idea.
around it. Yeah, like the branding and the marketing of the iPhone. Like there was some, because I remember when I had my Razor flip phone or whatever I had back then, and I saw somebody with an iPhone. I'm like, holy shit! How did you get an iPhone? And I think that's really what
touch screen.
Yeah, I think that's really elevated.
It was brilliant back then. It was different than anything else. It wasn't that anything in that phone was new technology. It's just that they brought it together in a very nice form. Everything worked, and everyone's been speculating, like, what's the iPhone going to look like a year before it came out. Mm-hmm. And they had all these weird mock-ups of iPods and shit, right? And they came out, I was like, oh my God, that's pretty cool. And they kept that secret, and now they can't keep shit secret. It's like nothing they do is ever a surprise anymore.
Tim Cook is a little foolish. I mean, who the heck puts the plug-in jack for the mouse on the bottom part of the mouse?
I just made a tweet about that.
Yeah, I saw that. It just like, yep, every person I know, like all my editor friends, even my fellow writers, are all like, yep, this is a
because everyone like me who works with movies, we have to have Macs. It's just the way it is. So we fucking have that mouse, and it's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Yeah. I hate that every fucking time. Just like, oh, the mouse is discharged or whatever, right? I have to charge this thing now, and I have to,
use it while it's charging.
I could plug in a cable on the underneath, so now it's useless for 6 hours. Okay, great.
But getting back to what you were saying about criticism script is like, I'm a big believer in artistic freedom. I think, listen, you gotta leave someone to make the kind of stuff they want to make. Listen, as big a fan as I am, if I got in Paul McCartney's face and said, "You need to put more of this on your album, you need to do more of that because I'm a fan and I know what I want," he'd go, "Yeah, kid, go away. How many hit records have you had? Okay, fine. Okay, I understand that. But at the same time, if he makes a shit album, and believe me, as a fan, he's made shit albums. It's full within my right to say, whoa, this is shit. Do better. Come on."
Of course, and especially if you're backed up by the economic situation where we have Star Wars going from like 2 billion to 1.5 billion to 1.1 billion. It's a downward spiral, asshole.
Yes.
Look at this shit.
Diminishing returns.
It's a dramatic downward spiral. It's not the same gap in returns that the original trilogy or the prequel trilogy had.
Right.
They're nowhere near close to the same percentage gap. It's massively dip. That's unheard of for a franchise as big and profitable as Star Wars was.
Within the trilogy, you've halved your income.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? I freaking
Actually,
love
you have more than halved
Yeah.
it. You've halved it at the box office. But
Right.
look at the merchandise. You haven't even halved it. You've cut it down by like 75, 80%. That's
Right.
what you've done.
And you know, and I'm a big I freaking love Mahler's breakdown of The Last Jedi, and you know he summed it up best. What a horrifying disaster it is! Everything about this is a disaster, and it is measurable. There is a period before and after the Disney Star Wars trilogy where you can see. I'm like, it is measurable. The impact, the financial impact alone.
And we have a great example that's the complete opposite of this downward trend that we're seeing in action right now. And a big part of it, as I've been pointing out for a while, has been the merchandising. And you know what I'm talking about, Andre.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
The monster.
Absolutely. Yeah.
One of the things, though, I said, you know, and I'm sure you all agree with this, and I just saw Doomcog's video earlier today. The whole thing, and we've all said this before, we'll keep saying it, this all stems from Kathleen Kennedy.
Yes.
She is patient zero for the suckage that is going on. Everything associated with these movies, all these these characters are stand-ins for her. And I don't know what the deal with this freckled girl from the Falcon and Winter Soldier is. But when she took off the mask and she was Enfys Nest, I said, nope, that's it. There's the line. Okay. But you didn't get a hint of, you kind of got an inkling during The Force Awakens and during The Last Jedi that something was up. But in Solo, when she took off the mask, you just said, you know what? Fuck you. That was like the demarcation line, though, for me at least, Tom. And for everybody.
No, I was just going to say, here's the thing is I think it's even worse than that, Rob, because from everything we've heard and I've heard and everybody we've talked to and everything, she's almost more like an absentee mother, more like a satellite parent. She's never really fucking there. And when she's there, everything she fucking suggests is bad. Right?
She's a wine mom. She's a wine mom.
She is. And she doesn't like franchises. She doesn't get it.
No. Her favorite, like you said, her favorite movie is Dr. Zhivago. Okay, listen, Dr. Zhivago is a great movie, okay? My mom's favorite movie was Dr. Zhivago. I wouldn't trust my mom, God rest her, to make a Star Wars movie.
Exactly. No. She should be making the stuff like when she produced like Color Purple and that other
Schindler's
Blood and
List.
Bones thing, Schindler's List. That's more her like the Bridges of Madison County, which she did with Clint Eastwood and stuff. That's her domain. She's good at that kind of stuff. But and look at her though, her history it speaks for itself. You take every other person out of her filmography or every movie she's made in her filmography that has had a big director attached to it, and all you're left with is Milk Money and other movies you don't even know because you've never heard of them because they flopped so hard at the box office.
What was the one movie prior to like this that she had any creative input in? I think you told me this, Tom. 1941.
Oh.
Hmm.
I don't know about her having creative input, but that was like her second movie she produced with Spielberg, I believe.
Yeah.
I would say Kathleen Kennedy is not proven to be good at anything except for attaching her name to projects with far more talented men to work on.
Exactly what she is.
Spielberg even said she's bad at her job.
And that goes back to what you were saying about industry leaders, though. What they're setting here, when Disney's firing all cylinders, they love to brag about how much money they make. But everything they've done about taking this product, taking comics, all of it, they've taken all of it on the downhill coast. And it's hit every business. I was looking through comic numbers. We got the IDW fourth largest company. We got their numbers, and last year, a down year where they're not producing that much, they still managed to lose $13 million for an entire year. I mean, it's amazing when you look at what they do. They may make money, they may make a decreased amount, but they're killing everything around them.
Right, but here's the thing: like that would have been fine a year ago or 2 years ago. But how does this work with COVID? Right.
Not very well at all, because the thing with Disney is that they always had the parks to fall back on.
Yeah. Right, they had all sorts of things. They had huge movie blockbusters and parks and everything, and now they're like, do you think they're going to be forced to just cut the fat?
This bitter harvest was sown before COVID. It really was. I mean, like I said, the whole thing with Star Wars was on a downward trajectory well before COVID.
Oh, of course.
They were on an upward trajectory, though, for a little bit with The Mandalorian and Disney Plus. And then, of course, they let KK put a whole bit. Well, and I will say this, and it was kind of more Pablo Hidalgo, I bet.
COVID was a blank check they got to write for everything. They were like, hey, we did something crappy in this industry. Hey, COVID. It was
their get out of jail free card.
Well, as I was saying,
sure, but it's also like diminished their income.
Yeah. Well, you know what? In comics, it actually I was looking at the IDW numbers, for example. They lost less money this year because they were producing less comics. It's crazy. Nobody buys your crap, so when you make less stuff, you lose less money. I mean, that's a terrible.
Okay, that's just a weird.
Well, it's kind of like
accountancy kind of write-off kind of thing.
Man. I mean,
it's kind of like how the studios found all that money right after the bailout. Or it was in all their advertising funds and stuff where they put all the money that they normally would spend away for that, but they never used it because they didn't have any movies come out.
Right.
So they're like, oh, look at this. We got a lot of money sitting here. Oh, cool. Yeah, they found this it's a bunch of horse shit.
Yeah.
I mean, but no, you're right. Disney does not have the situation like Universal has because they're owned by Comcast and AT&T owns Warner Brothers and so on. They're owned by these big corporations that are service providers. So they're constantly got income coming in. Disney doesn't, though. They are in a situation and they've got a lot of problems right now. But Rob's right, too, that these seeds were sown way before all this. And what I was getting to was they were on a point where they were heading back in the right direction until Kathleen Kennedy, on the behest of whether it was Pablo Hidalgo or whoever, with getting rid of Gina Carano, they knew that was what they had to do to destroy the future of Star Wars. That's all they had to do. The one thing they had to do, and it pulled the pin out of everything going forward. Because you watch, there's been a lot of shit going on about Mando season 3. I doubt that's going to happen now, or if it does, it's going to be some rushed thing or completely reworked from what they had planned on before, because that's not being filmed now like it was supposed to. Maybe Favreau will move on to other things after Boba Fett. Who knows?
Well, you guys brought up. Remind me. I think was it $4 billion is how much Disney paid for Lucasfilm.
4.05 billion.
Okay, so and you guys were bringing up the theme parks and.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think people understand how much money Disney theme parks were making before COVID. I mean, it was astronomical to the point where they were.
Sorry, carry on.
No. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Yeah, that was the point I was trying to make before. That a year and a half ago, it didn't matter if every single one of their movies flopped. Like the movies are a nice bonus, but if every single one of them was a complete and total disaster, Disney would still be fine because their theme parks are basically like an oil fund. Because they shoot that kind of money.
It's what kept them alive for 40 years.
Every single month. It's their lifeblood.
They were making $6 billion
cut off is when they have a problem.
Yeah, and now they've had that for a year.
What were you saying, Doug?
No, I was going to say they're accounting for $6 billion a quarter is what they were looking at in 2019, which was like somewhere over 40% of their total revenue.
Yeah.
I mean, when you cut off 40% of your total revenue, oh hell, man, everything.
Well,
hits
and
a
that's
wall.
when that's feeding all your other avenues too. You're actually cutting off more than that when you stop to think about it.
Yeah, I
mean, of course, because there are no cinemas. There's like everything's gone.
Well, not just that, yeah, because that money, that revenue that you're using from the parks is what you're using to make the movies, which makes that other money. And the year before this, they had the biggest year for movies ever, and most of those movies were Disney films. And again, you're right, because for over 40 years, or roughly about 40 years, the parks all that kept Disney alive, because they didn't have a big hit outside of like that small patch of The Little Mermaid, Aladdin, Beauty and the Beast and stuff. Because then for years they were a drought. They had Pixar, that was it, and they weren't keeping all that. Up until they bought Pixar.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, I mean, up until they got Marvel, they really weren't.
No, they were blowing money.
They weren't a movie company that made hits. No. They were a movie company that made a couple of hit cartoons.
Cartoons, lots of straight to DVD, home video stuff.
Yeah.
Yep. Now I think they
didn't
lost
have
like
any
2 or 3
fucking Marvel movies.
I think they lost like $2 or $3 billion with the whole lockdowns and everything from the theme parks, just from the theme parks.
I bet it's more than that.
Yeah,
I think
be more.
Yeah, that's reportedly what and obviously they know how to move numbers around. But if you just take them at that and go, you lost $3 billion. That's nearly the entire purchase of Lucasfilm, and that has to have significant damage throughout the entire company in terms of how they're going to approach moving forward. So, I mean, this has been catastrophic for them, and you would think they would get back on track. Now, I haven't watched Falcon and Winter Soldier, but I hear it's not good. I hear it's really woke, and you would.
I've heard it's bad, so I haven't watched it either.
I've seen all 3 episodes, and honestly, I don't think it's that bad. I've actually kind of liked it.
No, I did. Well, let me take that back. I did watch the first episode just before Friday Night Tights because we were going to talk about it, but we ended up talking about the second episode, and I was like, well, I'm not. I think it's 3 or 4 episodes in now. I haven't seen.
The 4th episode comes out tonight.
The first one was okay. It was fine, but again, my only reasoning for watching that was because we were going to do a live stream. But outside of that, I stopped watching WandaVision when they fired Gina Carano. And I just haven't really, like with Star Wars, I'm just completely checked out. I don't care what they do. I don't care what Dave Filoni or Jon Favreau works on after what they've done. And since that Luke Skywalker moment, they have done everything to fuck that up. Absolutely everything. It's unbelievable.
Well, that's the thing, like what you're saying. They've lost our faith and they've done nothing to get it back. They don't. They treat us like absolute trash. At some point, we got to wake up and we've got to say, okay, we're not going to open our wallets to you anymore. But we have to fight the idea that they're going to, if they collapse theaters, there will be like 5 streaming services that control everything that's being made. And we don't want that world either.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
Very true.
What we do want,
we already
see the stream.
What's going on, everybody? Yeah, I was just kind of hanging out here in the bottom right corner, chilling out.
What's up, Uche?
Oh, what's going on, Uche? My Facebook political back and forth partner.
I saw you two argue over politics more than me and Uche do.
Yeah, we go back and forth. We get each other though. Like on Facebook, like that. Facebook is the place where I literally I shout a message out from the top of the mountains that is a complete troll message, and I just watch an entire wave of battles going on.
Uche just loves the fucking.
I love to watch it.
Yeah. We've had a lot of good chime-ins on each other's posts for sure on there.
Oh yeah. It's all love.
Nice thing to do. Just shout out a thing and watch the battle ensue.
Uche's a competitor, man. That's his nature.
That's what I do, man.
I wish he could bring that to Mario Kart because it don't seem like he's very competitive.
Shut your mouth!
Now you're gonna get him all riled up.
One of the few
hey man, you guys need to do that Pac-Man 99. It's multiplayer on Switch now.
I've heard about that. I'll have to check that out.
It actually looks pretty badass. You can send ghosts over to other people's board and jack them up, and it looks fun.
Nice. Always looking for some new fun games.
I
to play.
understand Pac games. I know Pac-Man games.
I'm still playing Grand Theft Auto online. I mean, geez.
Well, yeah, of course.
Yo, so congratulations on the 200,000. That's what's
thank
up.
you. That's much appreciated.
Awesome. Yeah,
and thanks for stopping in and joining us. Really appreciate that. Always a pleasure when you have the time to drop in.
Yeah, no, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I saw the link, and I was like, hey, why not? Hang out for a little bit.
Excellent. So
have
how
y'all talked about Chris Terrio and that whole situation yet?
I saw.
No, not yet. I was like skimming through it. I'm like thinking, whoa, like that DC editorial I got coming. Like the previous one, that's actually approaching 300,000 views now. So that's pretty cool. That was like almost half an hour long. I was worried that it was going to be too long. Like the next one is going to be like 45 minutes or something, with all the stuff that's going down in the last couple of weeks in the world of DC. So yeah, good times, especially now with Chris Terrio coming in, sticking up for Team Warner. No, sorry, for Team AT&T and. Yeah, Team AT&T. That's he's repping right there. So yeah, good
And
times.
we welcome back our sixth Beatle, Tom Conkle.
I went and wrote an entire script, and I came back, and you're still here. That's fantastic.
Only one.
Oh, you did that in 3 hours. That's a good time.
That's a pretty good time. Hey,
I
good
wrote
to see
3.
everybody.
Yeah, good to see you.
How you doing?
Congratulations. I see some new faces here. I'm a fan of all of you guys. Echo Base, Jeremy, all you guys, love your channels.
Thank you. I just wrote 3 sequels to Nunchuckosaurus while we were on the stream.
I wrote 3 whole pages. That's about it. And I was like, okay, I need a break.
The third one, it's world domination.
Yeah. Colon world domination.
Yeah, it's all on.
I believe that.
Yeah, but Tom, since you just joined, Uche just brought up Chris Terrio, who is speaking up now for the first time in 5 years.
Yeah.
Since he, of course, wrote Zack Snyder's Justice League, just as he co-wrote Batman v Superman before that. And he has some very choice words for Warner Media and the people there that took the whole movie away. I believe that
Probably not very articulate words, because we've all seen his work.
Yeah, I was going to say, didn't he write?
Yeah,
Skywalker
he
as well?
refers to the Whedon cut as vandalism.
Before we get too deep into this, that umbrella guy has to take off. I want to thank you, Tug, for hopping in here, man. I appreciate it. I always love listening to you, especially when I'm editing, and in your dulcet tones of your voice.
I appreciate it, man. Hey, congrats to your growth, man. Hey, I appreciate all you guys too. Great community. But anyway, I got to bounce.
No problem, man.
Take it easy, buddy. Always good talking to you.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, of course, Chris Terrio would be upset with Joss Whedon. Joss Whedon was hired to help rewrite his script before Zack Snyder left. Of course, he's going to be upset with him and call it vandalism. The garbage script.
Well, I mean, I read the article. I did a little breakdown.
Yeah,
on it,
it's a kind of a non-story. It's like,
yeah, I was like curious. Like, Uche, let's hear you. Like your thoughts on it, since we have you here. Your thoughts.
Well, I just knowing what I've known over the years, and reading the article. Well, at least with BVS, it seems that he was brought in to help shape BVS's script from a rewrite standpoint by Ben Affleck. So a lot of what he did there was try to make sense of why these two characters would be fighting each other. But a couple of things that kind of added to or took away from, the ability to really make that script be whole was that he felt that it was he felt that the title of the movie was totally like a disaster. It should have never been named Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. As far as he knew, he didn't know who actually came up with the title, and he didn't know. His guess was that it had something more to do with marketing than actually giving the film a title that's fitting for what the message is that they're trying to get across as a story. So he was very unhappy about the fact that it was ever named that. And then as far as Justice League went, they went into Justice League wanting to go with a lighter tone, which Terrio said was always the part of the plan, that the BVS was always going to be a dark operatic movie that would be juxtaposed by Justice League, as now he got a chance to actually go into a deep dive into the characters themselves. He said one of the biggest things that he didn't understand when they started making these movies in the DCEU was why they were going from Superman and, you know, a small introduction to Wonder Woman and an introduction to Batman to just straight to Justice League. He said that the order in which the films were scheduled to come out was never
well, they say what
upon.
a camel is a horse by committee.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he said he was confused about a lot of that. That he didn't understand why Aquaman was not coming out before Justice League and why Flash and Cyborg weren't coming out before Justice League, but he went ahead and used the Justice League script as an opportunity to introduce those characters more intimately, so that I guess that would fill in that gap between not having solo movies or going from Superman and Batman to now all of a sudden the whole team.
Well, I mean, I can understand that perspective, but the whole Batman v Superman title comes from Wolfgang Peterson way back in the early 2000s. That was the title. That was how it was always going to be.
Well, he said he didn't know about the title until it was
been writing
released.
for a few years. He doesn't know a lot,
Yeah,
and we can see that in the work. I mean, he was an assistant on Argo for the adaptation. Ben Affleck mostly wrote that. David S. Goyer wrote Batman v Superman, and then Terrio was brought in, as you said, at Affleck's request, because again, Terrio knows how to follow orders. He's very, very good at that. He also wrote The Rise of Skywalker, which was basically just make this work. And he had to draw on the EU books in order to help fill in the gaps for that film. He's a work for hire writer, and he's decent at that because he does what people's told. But as a creativity part of writing, you know, the thing that allows people to memorize quotes from your films, he hasn't earned that yet. He's still very, very green in that respects. He may one day, but right now he's basically doing something that's called career suicide, because he is calling out someone and trying to justify that he's better than the corrections that were made from the studio on his work. And now people are not going to hire him as a result of that.
To be fair, he did not actually go in to talk about Joss Whedon at all. As far as the script for Justice League, that was the quote that was pulled. But if you read the article, I think that quote is more attributed to how the executives pushed for a direction of the movie to go in a completely opposite way from what they had already accepted and by all accounts had been happy with when he submitted his script with BVS. And then once they saw the script for Justice League, he's saying their decision to then kind of flip the script, so to speak, that was what he was calling the act of vandalism, as I took it. He actually made sure to say he doesn't know Joss Whedon. He's never met Joss Whedon, and he has no comment over, you know, anything that Joss Whedon is attributed to have done specifically. He's just talking about as he saw the films themselves be manipulated by executives, that he saw that as the act of vandalism. That's what I garnered from reading through it. I've read through it 3 times now.
Yeah, that's still considered unprofessional and career suicide.
It's
not really good for him. I mean,
you don't want
you may be
call
absolutely right with regards to the Warner Brothers decisions, but to do that publicly and to also, you know, do it in a way. If he said we had creative differences and I didn't agree, but I respected the fact that they wanted to, you know, make money and make a product that would sell. That's how you word it. That's how you navigate that part of the world. But just to call it like sacrilege and that the executives are crazy. Well, he did. Josh Trank did that, and it took him years to recover. And even what he recovered with was not all that great.
No. I hear you, dude. I hear you. I mean, you're basically offing yourself if you come out and start, you know, taking shots at executives and at entire conglomerates like that. But just based on the questions they asked, and they asked him some pretty direct questions, like straight up, like just tell us this or that. And I didn't know this beforehand, but he basically got banned from the set of Justice League.
Yeah, Mr. Kunkel, you are a filmmaker, and you have read this article. And if you can move the camera up a tiny little bit or something, that's perfect. I was just wondering, what are your thoughts on this article and Chris Terrio's future prospects in the industry, and why do you think this article is coming out now?
Well, I think, unfortunately, I've been a writer at Warner Brothers, and when you work for someone and they're paying you, it should come as little surprise when someone interferes with what you're doing. Very little has ever come that's been good, let's face it, with studio interference. But ultimately, at the end of the day, you are a paid artisan. And I think this article is kind of part of a strange sour grapes narrative that I'm hearing, that also Ray Fisher, I think it's great that he got an opportunity to have his character expanded in the Zack Snyder version. I wish he had been vindicated simply by the work coming out and people going, oh, it was great, instead of him sort of saying, well, these people shouldn't be running the company and doing all that. Because at the end of the day, 5 years from now, it's a small town, and you're going to be walking on the set, or you're going to be walking on the lot and wanting a job, and people are going to go, now, wait a minute, you're the one who told me I was an idiot? You're the one that didn't like anything I did. I would never do that. I will publish my memoirs at the end of my career and let you know how my tenure at Warner Brothers was. I was lucky enough to do some shows, including I rebooted I was a staff writer on the Scooby-Doo show, Be Cool Scooby-Doo, which was a very anarchic kind of take on Scooby. And, there are trials and tribulations to get things through, but they did believe in me enough to pay me to do it. And that money frees me up to do other things. I think Chris should take a page from Living Well is the Best Revenge, maybe write something really good and have it put out, and not keep looking back at, well, if I should have had this or had that. If he's a true artist and a writer, his work will vindicate him. He'll show me these original scripts that he has, that now that he's got Star Wars money and he's got DC money, go ahead and put your money where your mouth is. Show me what great unfiltered would be my advice.
For me, on these movies, and again, just my opinion, these movies aren't good enough to worry about all the bullshit that surrounds them.
Very true.
I can't stand this universe. I can't stand it. I enjoyed Justice League for what it was, Zack Snyder's Justice League for what it was. I also enjoyed Joss Whedon's Justice League for what it was, but these are a very low bar for both of them. It's kind of like that meme, our expectations were low, but holy shit. I mean, it's just, I just don't, I don't like them. And there's so much noise and so many excuses and so many accusations surrounding it. And it's just like, a lot of people have made a lot of movies for Warner Brothers. The Harry Potter universe, highly successful. The Dark Knight trilogy, highly successful. Wonder Woman, highly successful. Aquaman, highly successful. Zack Snyder, oh no, Warner Brothers is holding Zack Snyder down. I'm so tired of hearing that. Every director not named Christopher Nolan has to deal with studio interference. That's a fact. Every director.
Nolan was better when he had studio interference too.
Yeah, that's a valid argument, because I didn't like Tenet that much, and I'm a Nolan simp. Okay.
Oh yeah, but Prestige and his earlier films,
and Dark Knight Rises had a lot of problems that the first two films didn't have.
They left Nolan alone for that one too.
Yeah. I absolutely. I don't think I've actually heard anyone make that argument to me, which is another discussion, but I think that's a valid point. When Nolan had to deal with studio interference, it kept him a little in check. And after The Dark Knight, he kind of had free reign to do whatever the fuck he wanted. And
you know why that is, and I'm sorry to interrupt, do you know why that is? Nolan does have a creative way of solving problems, and when you give him a problem, he will creatively find a way to appease the people that are giving him the notes, but also do it in a way that feels justified for what he's trying to achieve. He reconciles with it. And that's the telling signs of a good director. Now, I'm not a huge fan of Christopher Nolan. I think he's really just like a 2.0 version of J.J. Abrams, but he manages to be superior to J.J. because, again, he has a creative outlet. he has a better creative outlet than J.J. He actually tries to be original. He comes up with his own ideas.
No, he's more like a 2.0 of Michael Bay. Because Michael Bay.
I think 3.0 of Michael Bay.
Hold on. Y'all are talking about Christopher Nolan here?
Yeah.
Yes, he has great ideas, but he doesn't do the research within the ideas. So there's a lot of
but
conflict.
it's an insult to Nolan to compare him to JJ. I mean,
Yeah.
I would say
That's what I was thinking. Like, that's an
I was
insult.
thinking Michael Bay would be a
Yeah,
better
I could
comparison
go-
because he
yeah.
had some great movies in this.
Michael Bay's has some damn good movies outside of Transformers.
Yeah, like The Rock and all that stuff. So he has some good stuff going on here.
Yeah, I think Nolan is more of a stylist. I think
He's Ridley
he
Scott
straddles-
2.0. How many times am I
No,
going to say that?
he's sort of a Cameron meets Lucas.
No, you're right. He's not
amalgam.
much Ridley.
Yeah.
Zack Snyder.
I think he's a
Yeah,
great
that's Zack
populist
Snyder.
filmmaker. Yeah, I think
I'm
he
just
can
like,
take
why did you
any
say
concept
J.J.
and make them
Abrams though?
Well,
Yeah,
because
that's
J.J.
weird.
wishes he was Christopher Nolan, and Christopher
Like,
Nolan
that-
does a lot
that
of
kinda
things
like-
and approach to.
that blanked
Christopher
my
Nolan has some
head.
very similar approaches to his takes that J.J. tries to do and
Like
fails.
how?
I don't think so at all. Look, I'm not
No, fair.
like everybody knows I'm a mega Nolan fan, but I won't like your point about when he had studio interference and didn't have ultimate power. He was probably he made better films. I'll give you that all day long. I think that's a very valid point. But the JJ argument, like Nolan, literally goes out of his way to build practical effects and absolutely denies any 3D involvement whatsoever just because he hates it because he is a purist of the film. That's true.
No,
Look at
that's not
Interstellar.
true. He does use
That-
CGI. He just doesn't use
No,
it very
when
much.
when it's necessary.
Yeah,
but
when it's
the point is,
necessary, yeah.
JJ just, and again, I've liked a lot of JJ Abrams stuff, but I've soured on JJ a lot in recent years. But JJ is all substance and or, all style and no substance. Like literally. Like
he's a
he
style
can-
left.
Yeah, exactly. What has JJ ever done?
Yeah, I don't know.
original.
I don't know what he's ever done. I've never really been a J.J.
He's-
Abrams fan.
See, yeah, because Nolan, I wouldn't quite put him on the same level in any way, shape, or form as Kubrick, but he has a lot of the same kind of.
Right, but JJ,
JJ is a good copy and paste director.
Before he made all the Star Trek and Star Wars shit, what did he even made?
Oh, JJ's a fucking hack.
It was like some Super 8. That's the only thing, right? I can't
Super 8,
remember
Super
anything
8, and I
else.
like Encounters of the ET kind.
Sorry?
All Super 8 was Close Encounters of the ET.
Yeah,
kind.
exactly. And that's the only thing I can remember he's ever done before all this
Well,
shit.
he's produced shit and he's written other things, but no, like when it comes to he likes to fancy himself this guy who can come in and fix a franchise when really all he's doing is destroying it because he doesn't
Yeah.
understand it.
Yeah.
I think he
Doctor with
is a
hot
chameleon in that I don't think he has a style. I think that,
Yeah, I don't think he has a style.
his roots, I mean, he started off, he was the one who organized Spielberg's home movies. That was actually the way he got into the business. I don't know if you know
That was one way. He also,
But-
I think, composed some music for some indie films as well.
Yeah, and he did the music on his series as well. And, he worked as a kind of hands-off TV guy. He did Regarding Henry's script.
Yeah.
And tried acting. But I think the problem with him is there is no there. He moves from one big franchise that's already established, and he tries to resynthesize or reinterpret it. But I think there's something at his core that's missing. He's never had that little scrappy indie that introduced him. He always came in at such a high level already that he was already surrounded with a team of people that kind of imposed a style on him. I don't know that he's ever
was
really
probably told
expressed
he was-
himself.
He was probably told he was the
Right.
next Spielberg from like day one.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sure
regardless,
he was. Yeah, he fancied himself that. Yeah,
regardless of of your opinions of the movies or not, J.J. Abrams could never make something like Inception or
No,
Interstellar.
never.
No, he could not.
Or
Or the
Dunkirk,
Prestige.
and those are
No,
all
that's actually to my
vastly-
point. Is that
Oh,
he could
that's
never do
for
that.
sure.
That's why.
I thought Dunkirk was terrible. I didn't like it. At all.
I mean, it depends on
actually
what
like
if you were going to watch Saving Private Ryan, then it was, but that was never what
wasn't.
it was going to be.
I felt
mean,
like Dunkirk should have been more like 1917 than it was like Dunkirk.
yeah, and again,
I like Dunkirk actually
Yeah,
because
let-
it
let-
uses three different timelines, and you get him telling a story that lasts in an hour, a story that lasts in a day, and a story that lasts in a week,
yeah,
all
it was
intercut and
beautifully
intersected.
intertwined. But
Yeah.
Script Doctor, what were you going to say to my point?
No, to your point is absolutely right. The reason I called Nolan like a superior version to J.J. Abrams is because J.J. can never come up with the ideas that Nolan has. However,
Right,
if you were to
right.
give JJ those ideas, he would come up with something not definitely as on the spectacle side of things, but really a watered down version of that. That's why Nolan is a 2.0 version, a superior version of him, because the biggest flaw with Nolan is he'll come up with this great concept. And then instead of doing research to make that concept seem as real as possible, because he's very big on reality, he just imagines the rest. And then when you actually start to think a little bit about what he's doing in his sci-fi aspect of things, you realize, yeah, these don't actually fit the cause and effect of what he's doing. And Tenet is the greatest example of that recently, because so many people are saying, well, if he's going in inverse time and he has to breathe other air, how is he able to see? Because light enters the eye in order for us to see. So light would be escaping the eye if he was going in inverse time. So he would be blind, but that's not the case, because he has not thought out or done the research of what's going on with his science fiction and film. And the same thing is going with his with Interstellar. Like he just doesn't care enough. He just wants to have fun with the basic aspects, and he'll consult a physicist casually for some certain verification, then go on his own way. And the thing is that it does weaken the structure, but what he has that is to his benefit is he knows how to shoot a movie really well. He knows how to utilize actors and give them proper direction and make their characters feel real and lived in and exciting. He actually puts effort into it, so he's a very superior upgrade to JJ. He's just like, okay, special effects, catchy, cool is the rule. Like, we're just gonna go that way. But Nolan's like, no, I want to go a bit further. But he's just not at that level where he wants to be like Kubrick-esque or Spielberg or Scorsese at their peaks. He's not there yet. But I mean, he's still good. I mean, he's way better than a lot of the other competition that's in his price range right now. But I'm not going to ever dispute that. But it's just like you get this great concept, like with Tenet and with Inception and with Interstellar, and you're like, oh, he just dropped the ball.
Well, I think I've thought about Nolan a lot, and I think part of it is he's less concerned with people and more concerned with concept and the movement of time and the sort of spectacle of the story. And I think to grow as a filmmaker, I would say he needs to make a film that is more person-centered or more personality-centered to try and get back in touch with that himself, because I think the problem with him is, like Kubrick, the spaces were the star, the areas, the location, the concept, and it comes off cold sometimes. His early work, I think we all resonated with the most, because sometimes he was building on something that intrinsically had to have a human element, that had to be anchored, and he had terrific actors. You know, the reason Dark Knight works is we remember the close-ups. We remember how Christian Bale looked at someone. We remember how Heath Ledger clapped and looked around the room. Those little moments, as you get more and more successful, and this is true of people like Mel Brooks and everyone, as you get richer and richer and more removed from the everyday and being among the people and being in stories that are kind of grounded, where you have to answer to other people, have to have a frame to make art. You have to paint inside that. And as you get untethered from it, you get deep conceptual movies, but it's like watching a virtuoso do math. They're very good at math and they can do it, but it can leave you cold inside. And what's going to happen is, with Tenet not doing well, I think he's going to have to reevaluate himself. We all do this. When I'm making a film, I'm like, okay, why is this awful? Why did it not turn out? What did I do wrong? He needs that come to Jesus moment where it's like, am I losing touch with the thing that I loved about film, which was I loved how I felt walking out? Am I making people feel anything? And I think that when you're such a craftsman like Nolan, you can get lost in the mathematics of it and you forget about the people.
Well, yeah, the lack of intimacy, right? The lack of intimacy that we got with those characters in his first 4 films is not almost non-existent with his remaining 3 almost. I mean, he was like in Inception, he walks the line with that greatly, because Cobb you kind of really feel for, and you understand his apprehensions of doing Inception because he did it to his wife, and that's what led to her death and so forth. But after that, Interstellar, Matthew McConaughey, good performance, but I just didn't feel connected to him in that journey at all. There's something distant by that. And then with Tenet, the main character's named Protagonist. So you don't even have the effort of an actual name to sort of really understand who this guy is.
Exactly. It's the movement of the chess pieces that is fascinating me, not how the pieces feel moving. And the worst feeling on the set is, I've been on this set where you do something, and as a performer, you kind of look over it. At the end of every take, everyone always goes and looks to see what you thought. And I have worked with people who go, okay, you're covered. And it's like, well, was it good? Did you feel it? And like, no, you're good. You're covered. And really all they were doing is like, you were exposed, you were there, you were part of what I was doing, but there wasn't that attention. I think the great directors that we all resonate with are the ones that are right there just going, you know what? I've really felt that. Try this, do that. They care about the person in there, and they're balancing it with the technical, because let's face it, Gilliam's guilty of it too. Gilliam can get obsessed with like a hamster in a wheel and forget about the people in it, but at his very best he can create something like Brazil or 12 Monkeys or something where you remember how people felt, you remember that. And it's a huge mistake that artists make or filmmakers make of losing touch with the reason you're making the film versus your mechanical ability to make that film. And the richer and more successful you get, the more dangerous, because there's no frame around you and you can't paint without a frame.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely seeing Tom's point, and I agree with most of what he's saying about Nolan. And again, just to qualify it, resident Nolan fanboy here.
Yeah, me too.
Nolan's ideas are so much bigger than the ideas of like the characters in it, and the characters are who we need to connect to connect us to that big grandiose idea. And I mean, Interstellar. Now, I will not tell you it's his best movie. I will tell you it's my favorite movie he's ever made, and there's a lot of that is to do with I'm a father, I have a daughter, and there's that father-daughter element that connects me on an emotional level.
Well, that's beautiful, man.
So that's why that movie connects me. I personally think his best movie is The Dark Knight, just from beginning to end. But when you get into Tenet is kind of everything that people that have been critical of Nolan in the last few years, that's their whole thing of like, look, this is it right here. And it kind of brings all of those problems that Nolan has had and it brings them into one movie. Tenet is a problem. Pretentious, doesn't give you any characters or real characters, doesn't care about them, literally names the lead protagonist, which is just such a Nolan thing at this point, to just be like, I'm so much smarter than you. And I'm going to like it. Tenet does not work for a lot of different reasons. And it's taken me a little time to go, okay, do I really connect with this movie or do I not? And yeah, I went and purchased it on Blu-ray after I saw it a couple times in theaters, never watched it on Blu-ray. Cause I'm just like, I don't really care about this movie. I just don't care because the ideas moved so far away from the characters that should be pulling us towards these ideas in that movie. There was such a big gap. So I think Tom is 100% spot on.
No, you're right.
I think it was a concept movie. I think it was just him. It was an experiment for him.
Yes,
it was an experiment, and he knew that he could do it. And
he had that huge canvas to paint on. You're right.
And it reminds me of a student film, like a university level student film, a lot. Just like
it was an experiment. So, so we'll probably see another film from Christopher Nolan in the next decade.
Oh, absolutely.
That maybe takes some of that experiment and refines it, and then adds in those parts that we love about him when he develops characters the right way. I think that Tenet is going to teach him lessons that he will use moving forward. In how he creates his next great film.
I really hope so, because he's got the skill set for it. He absolutely does. He just needs that discipline back.
Also, his pivot away from Warner Brothers may force him to do an adaptation of an existing script, or it may have him examine what he's doing. I would love to see him take an existing work, like a science fiction novel we've always wanted to see, or some existing work that really has that human element plugged into it, and then apply himself to that and get back to his roots. Now, this is the man who made Memento, and he made Prestige. He's obsessed with time and the characters in time and the various machinations of cutting between three different pieces of action at once. He can do all that. Now we need to have him look inside of himself and go, is this a story that's worth telling?
Right. That reminds me, who's directing these new Foundation episodes?
Yeah, wouldn't he have been perfect? I was about to say the Foundation trilogy, and I remember someone else.
Sadly, David S. Goyer is part of the adaptation and show running process and writing of it. So there's going to be some insecure edge to it. I fear. I hope not, because I really do like the Foundation series. Isaac Asimov is a fantastic and fun writer, and
Nolan would have been a perfect pick for that. Actually.
Nolan would have been a perfect pick for that. Yeah, I would agree on that, because.
Yeah, we need to make a list of movies and books he should make.
Yeah. Well, he could still do Rendezvous with Rama.
Yes, he could.
He would be fantastic at that, actually.
Yeah,
I would
he
love
would
to
be
see
the
something.
perfect director for that.
That is
Uh,
really
but,
It's quite
also,
surprising that there hasn't been more Arthur C. Clarke movies.
yeah, but something that sadly is not quite as surprising because it had to happen sooner or later is that Jeremy has to be leaving us. But thank you for coming. I really appreciate
man,
that.
thanks
And
for
No,
having
hey,
doing a
been a
great
Pleasure
discussion.
talking to you.
Yo, it's been a great discussion, and you know, I really just appreciate what you guys have done. Congratulations on 200K, and this is why a lot of people like they say that we all have the same types of channels, and that's not really the case at all. We all have different perspectives. This is a discussion that I didn't think we would get into, and I'm happy that we did get into it. And this is the type of thing that Midnight's Edge does. So this was awesome. It was a pleasure being on with all of you guys. Pleasure being here on your 200K subscriber celebration, and I think it'll be just a short period of time before you hit 300K. And didn't Andre say he's doing a face reveal? Did I hear that right?
300K, oh hell yeah!
All right, let's
We gotta
make
get
it
him to get
happen.
a camera, man. Yeah.
It was great talking with you, Jeremy. Nice to meet you as well.
Thanks, Jeremy. It was nice to
All
meet
you need is like a cheap $75 camera or something like that, Jeremy.
Yeah, it's $75 webcam. Look, you don't have to go fancy with it. I've proven that. Low quality content. That's what we do at Geeks and Gamers. Unless it's Mark the Cyborg. Mark the Cyborg actually makes quality content. He actually puts effort into things, unlike Jeremy. I just do anti-SJW clickbait.
Did you ever get that popping on that new mic of yours fixed, Jeremy?
I don't know. I cannot look. I bought a really nice computer because I was having issues streaming video games. So I bought like a mega rig, and for some reason, then I went and bought a Shure mic. So I've got all this expensive stuff. But when I do a screen share on StreamYards, it does this audio popping every time I do a screen share. I've replaced all my wires. I've done everything I know to do. I don't know if it's something with the custom rig that I bought. I don't think it is, but I'm still trying to figure that out. So that's why I don't host a lot of streams with StreamYards on the main channel, just because I have so many problems with StreamYards. Zoom doesn't give me the problem. I've emailed StreamYards about it. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm not sure what it is. So
weird.
So if anybody has any suggestions, let me know. Shoot me an email.
A popping
Jeremy,
noise means it's probably a cord.
That's like I said, I've replaced all of my wires. So I
It may
don't
just
know
be in the
exactly
wrong.
what it is,
I
so.
don't know. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. But either way, if anybody has any suggestions, just let me know. But again, thanks to everybody. Pleasure talking to all of you. Have a great stream, and let me know if you need anything from me, guys.
See you, Jeremy.
Thanks so much. All right.
Take care,
Bye.
man.
Take care, sir.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Let's get back into some super chats, Andre. What do you
Yes,
say?
let's. We have a huge backlog. So we're going to get into that again. The Fessman93 said for £5 I can thank Tom Rothman for finding me through the Fantastic Four IMDb. Oh, awesome. IMDb are there. Steve Jacques sent a microphone super sticker, and Culture Casino points out that he did not ask us to get his moves out. Anyway, so yeah. And Kip Industrial Light and Illusion sent us Unicorn Super Sticker, and Wyatt Holiday says, congratulations on 200K, and much love to Mandy, Tom, Mary, and Cecil. CG for life. Lord Trinan says, in the future, will Midnight's Edge ever have their own website? I ask because groups like Disney are putting pressure on YouTube to silence certain voices. I think we are going to be on alt tech platforms at the very least, on website, possibly some kind. It's not an immediate priority, but we'll see. Actually, have the we actually have a domain,
Web domain or whatever.
Yeah, we have that.
We just haven't done anything with the just everybody I've turned to for help has just disappeared.
Just use it for email so far, but we have a domain. It's a pretty cool one. It's midnightsedge.me. I almost missed that.
That's great.
It's not quite pornocopia though.
Yeah, well,
One day.
One day.
When you get 1 million subs, then you can buy Pornocopia.
It'll
Yeah.
pay for itself, Rob. Believe me.
And Matt G sent us a unicorn super sticker, and Jack Hudson says, congrats to Midnight's Edge for 200k subscribers. Legion Steve sent us a $10 thumbs up super sticker. Thomas Gilkey says, congratulations on the growth. Loved the stream yesterday. Hail to all, much love to all. Wine is on me when you all come to Massachusetts. I'll hold you to that.
Nice.
And Jakob Romanski says for 25 Polish zloty, this is the first time I'm ever sending a super chat, but it couldn't go to nicer people. Hail everyone and stay great. Thank you, Jakob. Kit Kat.
He probably sent that when I wasn't on the stream. Sorry.
Well, don't be a stranger, Jakob. And Kit Kat sent us a 10 British pounds super sticker. And Johnny David says, congratulations and thanks from Western Australia. Zach K says, congrats on 200k. And the Hijabi Gamer says, count me in on the gaming. I do video games.
Yeah.
Of course you do. Yeah, we'll count on you for that. Steph Annie sent us a $24.99 saying congratulations. Thank you. And Cookie Shaman says for $10. Now I know why I made a spur of the moment banana layer cake with cream cheese frosting yesterday. It was for your 200k celebration. Congrats. I love you all. By the way, do you need a baker on staff? Just kidding. I could do with some cake. So yeah, let's see. Daniel DM Bomb 63 says, congrats. I saw RMB's rant on new Star Trek. In his rant, he mentioned STO selling more ships than STD. Have you guys played it, and what do you think? STO selling more
Star
ships.
Trek Online.
Ah, okay. Have any of you guys played Star Trek Online?
No, all I've played is the VR one. Rob, have you played it though?
Not in a long ass time, so I'm not up on all the changes.
Okay. Is Star Trek Online on the Sega Mega Drive?
That would be a negatory, good buddy.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, then I have not played it. And Cesario JPN says, quicksand porn isn't the end of it. There is porn of women stuck in mud. No joke. And there are more fucked up porn out there. Don't Google. Rob, don't get ideas.
Too late.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. Golden Melody 722.
Look, there's a reason why I have to tell him it's the end of the internet, or he'll look all this other shit up.
Yeah. Says, congrats. Glad to be a fan of such a sweet, smart, funny people. Really enjoyed seeing Nick here yesterday. Thanks for keeping me company during tough times. Oh, absolutely. And we're so glad that you choose to allow us to keep you company in any times, and we hope that they will be better. Freakadelic says for $10, baffled why Snyder put Aquaman in Justice League. A guy who loses half his powers when literally out of his element, and at best is like old-timey soups before he could fly plus pitchfork. What could he have been thinking? I can answer that. It wasn't his choice. It was a studio mandate. Like most of the things there. Like that he had to do Justice League before doing a Aquaman solo movie. It was a studio mandate. Like half of the stuff that you're angry at Zack Snyder, not just you in particular, Freakadelic, but half the stuff that people have issues with Zack Snyder for, they should have issues with the management at Warner Media for, because they're the ones that either made him do it or didn't stop him when he went overboard. Stephen Otten just looked up quicksand porn. I found something different than Mandy did. Yeah, again, thank you, Rob, for sharing your quicksand obsession with the audience.
What I do.
Yeah. Bear Business One says, "Hail Midnight's Edge. This stream has more likes than some of the videos on Paramount Plus, with millions of quote-unquote views." Yeah, indeed. And then we have, let's see, Dash DC said, yeah, no, we got this one. Yeah, so thanks anyway. And official Poly World Trainer says for $6.66. Nice number there. "If you don't like my politics, don't buy my book." Quote by Red Skull. So yeah, nice one. And says, "Congrats, Midnight's Edge. I have enjoyed this show so much. Thank you, creators. Much love to you all." And Dash Des says, for $5 for clarity, "Mandy's amber shirt motivates me in a very different way. Just saying. Thanks again, all." And Lucy says, "I'm actually wearing my Welcome to the Rebellion shirt, and just now came across this stream with Drunk 3PO, no less. It's destiny, I tell you. Congrats." Thank you, and I'm sorry I couldn't get to the super chat when Drunk was still here. But still, yeah, destiny, it absolutely was. And Stephen Otten says, "Okay, I'll admit it, I'm Doomcock," referencing that discussion. And Duas Sod sent us a sausage super sticker. And
So that
Diego
means we're like
Flores,
4 hours behind in super chats.
something like that,
Okay,
yeah.
3 hours.
And Diego Flores says, "I heard my name. What am I accused of?" "Being a valued member of Midnight's Edge Espanol." That's the accusation. Bird of Prey 5 says, "Congrats on 200k. Kapla." Christopher Tock says, "Congrats, everyone." And Cardinal Sin says, "Tombs of the Blind Dead, Return of the Blind Dead, Ghost Galleon, Night of the Dead Cult, Amando de Osirio Rules. Love the Blind Dead series," which I'm sure we're going to get into. Eric Kelly says for $20, "Thank you so much. Hey, Midnight's Edge, been a subscriber since 2016. Congrats on 200k. Here's a small token of my appreciation." Well, thank you, Eric. Dark Shadow 308 says for $25. "Congratulations on reaching this milestone. Thank you for being a light of positivity during this dark time in pop culture, for encouraging open and honest discourse, and especially for being true leaders of the fandom menace. Hail Midnight's Edge." Well, thank you. Don't know about the true leaders part, but thank you for the sentiment. Much appreciated. Infinity Flare says, "Congrats on 200k, Midnight's Edge. Andre, have you read the latest Savage Avengers? Hail to the King Baby." I haven't read the latest one, but I have read the second to latest one. This would be the one where Conan breaks every single bone in Deadpool's body.
Why am I not surprised?
So he can, yeah, because like here's like the thing that it's actually really cool because it's Conan the Barbarian in modern age, but he's still Conan and he's locked up in a jail cell with Deadpool, and they need to get out. And Conan asks him like, "You have pretty sick healing abilities, don't you? Yeah? Okay, you're going to get us out of here." So he beats him up and he breaks every single bone in Deadpool's body so that he'll fit through the bars.
Brilliant.
It's actually a really cool read. So yeah, I do recommend that. It's pretty hilarious. So yeah, and I'm going to do a couple of more before we get to continue the discussion. Then we have, oh yeah, here we were. Big Fat Nerd says for £5. With all the figures Robert Meyer Burnett has, he could make one hell of a human centipede, maybe for the next quicksand porn video. Congratulations, guys. Well, thank you.
The quicksand porn thing's just not going to go away today.
Yeah, unfortunately not.
Today, it hasn't gone away for like 2 years.
Not since
this got brought up 2 years ago?
Oh, God, it's been a while.
And then Rod Thunderheart says for 10 Canadian dollars, congratulations, Andre, Tom, Rob, Script Doc, and all the Midnight Jet staff on your 200k subs. Been following since you broke Ghostbusters' real script. Love your precise delivery of entertainment. Oh, thank you. Dash DC says, by the way, there is no right way to say my name. It's an acronym of my family's initials. I say it dash D's, but do as you like. Ah, okay, dash D's.
Well, we'll say it like that, like Rick D's.
Tom, remind me of that. It's dash D's.
Well, you normally say dash DC. I'm the one who's been saying dash DC.
Yeah, I know. Like I learned from you. I picked up like the.
Yeah, you do too often and don't.
Yeah.
Dash D's
Unless I
nuts.
tell you.
Yeah.
As Nick just comes out of nowhere with that one.
Yeah. And L Punk Teres says sends us a little devil super sticker. And Mags says, I'm laughing so much y'all make my cheeks hurt. I blame Midnight's Edge for early laugh lines. Well, there's no better lines to have. So yeah, we'll take that one. And Al Manuel 0311 says, hail, cheers, and congrats. Back cash grab. Thank you. And Freakadelic says, to be fair, capitalism kills a lot. Air pollution cuts profit incentives more of it. Healthcare as commodity cause it's profitable that some die, etc. Well, I don't think that in non-capitalist economies where they still have industries that they're any better off. But again, that's a discussion for elsewhere. Larry says, congratulations, Midnight's Edge. Best source of news, information, entertainment, and personality, and music. 200,000 plus smart subscribers now. Indeed, thank you.
Wow, thank you.
And Mags has 2 super chats in a row saying first, Florida Man, take me by the hand. This is obviously some kind of song from
Ocean Man, take me by the hand. It's as a song that was made from his rant.
There we go. And Mags also says, for Robert Meyer Burnett, this might be a stupid question. Will DOTA have a DVD release? Tom, what is DOTA?
That's Dota. That's the show on Netflix that he's been working on.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I will ask him that, and I don't know if I'll get an answer right now, obviously, but I apologize we didn't get to that while he was here still.
Yeah,
we'll
see if we can't find out. Like we are in touch with him, so I'm sure we can find that out. I wouldn't bet money on it though, since it's on Netflix.
Well, Netflix is sometimes they do some. It just all. I think it all depends on who owns it.
Yeah,
initially,
that's gonna be a big thing.
I'm just waiting on the Cobra Kai box set. 4K.
It's been dumped on DVD, and that's it.
Yeah.
And then Logic on Live support says for $10, congrats, love the channel and morning show. Thank you. KitKat sent us an iSuper sticker. And Carl's Universe says, congrats on 200k subs. Love Midnight's Edge. X Morbius says for $10, can't watch the stream live, but wanted to say congrats. Thanks for all the great videos and keep being awesome. Oh, thank you. And Randy G says, Connor's lied regarding Bond. Drinker won't disappoint.
I'm not sure what that means. I was trying to.
I don't know either.
Figure out what that meant.
It can mean so many things. I'm sure we'll find out as we get back into Bond. Durao On says for €5, congratulations, guys. Thank you. And Goddess of Whim 2003 says, been riding with you guys for a while. Love this channel and everything you've done across YouTube. I feel honored to be called a friend on Mead. Congrats. Thank you, dear friend. Kauftron says for $5, hail Midnight's Edge and 200k. Broadcast media looks ridiculous now compared to all excellent fans turned creators like yourselves. Best wishes. Well, thank you. And Hillis Mallory says, one of the emails AMC sent me has a logo for AMC Dine In. I want to know where these are. Yeah, you guys tell me. I have no clue.
Google, I guess, is your best friend on that one. I don't even know of any around here, but I've been hearing them, and I'm assuming they're to compete with the Alamo Draft Houses.
Probably, yeah. And Nelson Chereta says, proves one thing. Mecha Godzilla is a money maker. And Sino Bit says, I'm all for releasing episodes of Midnight's Edge in theaters the same day it comes out on YouTube. And Stephanie Yanni Sex Smuggler's Cantina has something to say about Mr. H's bodybuilder picture. Mr. H, hottie. And Ulrich Koll, another Norseman, says, Andre, I love the moment Ass lost control of the Toxic Femme Ass-only stream. Yeah, because the boss man is here. That's what I said then. Keep up the good work. And hi, Tom.
How you doing?
And then World Class Bullshitter said, gentlemen, congratulations. Let's race to 1 million, Tom. And yeah, I'll say the race is on. And Irish John said for $5, congrats on the subs. Thanks for making the workday better. Well, thanks for letting us join you on your workday. And Adam Wofford says for $5, so Anna is starting to sound like she is going crazy, making up a plan to meet him at a con. I think Anna is trying to be Thrawn, planning master level. It'll be interesting to see if we're even going to get to Thrawn with all of the craziness going on in the world of Star Wars right now. With that, let's take a tiny little break from the super chats. Mr. Kunkel, I know that you have to be leaving us pretty soon. You have a business meeting, don't you?
I do. I'm trying to find some money for my next film as the world is coming back. But I wanted to say, Andre, Tom, Rob, Script. Unfortunately,
I like money.
Congratulations to you guys. This is fantastic. I'm really, really happy that I got to be part of your channel over the last year or so, and I wish you all the best. And most importantly, a tip of the hat to everybody in the chat that made all of this possible. Thank you all for subscribing to them and giving them a chance to get their message across. It's important that we be a great voice, a contrarian voice, a well-reasoned voice, and certainly a very supportive voice for the arts and for film. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for being here, and we wish you good luck in finding that the funding for your next movie. And we look forward to hosting the watch party when when it's ready.
You will be the first to know, believe me. Take care, all.
Take care, Tom.
Take care.
Sorry, we missed the name of his new movie. It's called Gone in a Flash.
Yeah, I think it's probably too early to share the name of it before the funding is in place. I think that's like the point when you can start talking more publicly about it. So yeah, no, we mentioned Star Wars, and Thrawn. Do you think we're going to get Thrawn on screen, as was teased in The Mandalorian? But will that happen now with the Gina Carano gone?
I think they need to get Thrawn. I think that needs to be the center of the next trilogy that they decide to make. If it's done right, that's what I would want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Wait, aren't they going to get Thrawn into the Ahsoka TV series?
Seems that way.
Yeah, more than likely. We actually talked about this whole thing on our stream today. Yeah, there's been several articles that have come out, rumors going around, but it's kind of, there a lot of the articles are talking about stuff that's pretty much been hinted at. But I'm pretty much convinced that Thrawn is going to make his first appearance live action on the Ahsoka show, and he's probably going to be tied into a lot of the other shows that are happening around that same time frame. Whether or not any of that stuff ever makes it to the big screen is still to be seen. But I think he's pretty much going to be the next big baddie in this timeline. In this,
let me just take this opportunity to say that I'm pretty happy if they don't make any Star Wars big screen movies for a long time.
Yeah,
they could just let that sit there for a long time, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know about you guys.
If you let the problem sit there, it's still a problem when you get back around to it. So
no, but I mean, you don't make a movie just to fix another movie.
You're not making it to fix anything.
You make a movie when you have a great idea. Like, I really want to fucking tell this story. Right now, they've just been putting out forest fires and trying to fix shit. But the next movie's just worse than the first one, and it's like.
No, they do need an original. They do need an original idea and an original story to tell.
Yeah, they thought that they could just put out movies and make money automatically, and the trend was downward.
Yeah, that didn't make any. That was like the most evident with Disney of all of the major studios who were actually putting out movies. They just thought that they just dropped Star Wars. It didn't even have to make sense. It didn't have to really be cohesive, but it would still do. I mean, they still did $1 billion, no lie. But the brand's image is completely tarnished. It's so dull.
Right, but while Marvel movies made more money every time, their movies made less every time.
Yeah, they were on the downward trend for sure.
Yeah,
and I also think that if you've noticed, if you've kind of watched what Disney's done with their Mandalorian series and the movies, that they've kind of cherry picked somewhat out of the EU bits and pieces here and there, and I wouldn't be surprised if they use Timothy Zahn's Thrawn trilogy is sort of like a rough outline, not to get specifically to tell that story, but I think they might cherry pick stuff out of that, maybe change some characters around. Of course, Ahsoka is going to be involved. Ezra's probably more than likely going to be there as well. Sabine Wren is more than likely going to be involved, and they're probably going to take aspects of that, I would guess. It's just speculation on my part at this point, but I think they might just cherry pick a lot from that Thrawn trilogy, because they know that the fans really like that series, and they are starting to re-release those books.
That's right.
So the Heir to the Empire book is being reprinted, re-released, and that book came out when I was in middle school.
I don't even know what those books are called. I just remember that I read them.
I remember.
Yeah, Heir to the Empire was the first one.
Yeah, okay.
7 years ago.
I just remember reading about Thrawn, and he was all cool and everything. It's very vague to me in my memory.
The audiobooks. You should go listen to the audiobooks.
Yeah, I got the audiobooks too.
The audiobooks are awesome. Amazing.
Darth, and if you guys have not heard of Darth Angelus, he's actually animating the Thrawn series. He just dropped chapter 12 of Heir to the Empire, but he's animating the whole book, each chapter by chapter, and you can actually go just watch it on his channel.
Yeah, he's using. I think he's using Unreal Engine to do it.
I think so. Yeah.
Unreal 4. So, but he's doing a good job. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, he does live streams where he goes through his editing process and is, you know, getting all the models and stuff in there. And it's fairly well done for, you know, just a YouTuber.
A purely like fan project, just doing it by himself. Do you guys like the little Ghostbusters teaser?
Oh, the Paul Rudd one? Yeah, that was cute.
Yeah, it was cool. It makes me want to see more of it.
Yeah, I thought that was I was curious, like after the first trailer, what the direction would be as to like how that what it was, you know, how they were going to frame the next storyline, and I mean that's a good aesthetic, having the, you know, playing that a little bit. It's kind of like they integrated those puff. What is it? What's that? What's the little monster called again?
The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Yeah,
the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. That was like my favorite character when I watched Ghostbusters growing up.
Yeah. So did this just drop today?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
Oh,
It had a little bit of
haven't
it had
seen
a
it
little
yet.
bit of the same feel as like the opening scene to Ghostbusters in the library.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
What,
gonna have to check it
what
out.
I liked is that it didn't seem to be like overexposed. Just like you say, just like you said, script. It seemed to be filmed a little bit like a horror movie, just like that opening screen of the library, which is cool. And of course, then it became something like scary and cute at the same time in the end. So.
I mean,
Curious who those
the
marshmallow
opening.
men are making the s'mores for, because they're killing themselves for it.
I mean, the opening scene in Ghostbusters just served to set the tone.
Yeah,
it was a brilliant move. It doesn't really have anything to do with the rest of the movie. It's just here's the tone. Now you understand, right? That's what they're telling the viewer. You understand how this movie is going to be.
You know what the best part is I think half that scene was improvised, and it's just kind of a fuck you to Paul Feig.
Now we're not talking about the 2016.
No, I'm serious, because I think that first part is all Paul Rudd improvising.
Yeah,
Until you get to the actual
I have
stage.
no idea about that, but I mean, it really sets the tone. Like, okay, here's the library, and it's all spooky, and now you know you're just gonna have to accept ghosts for you to enjoy this movie.
Yeah, basically, you're going to have to go with it. Otherwise, it's all done.
Yeah. So that was smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested.
And we, of course, we're obviously interested because we're at 200K now, and the big reason for that is actually the Ghostbusters. They were the ones that like lifted us from 4,000 up to like 50, 60,000 something. That was the Ghostbusters coverage. So of course we're going to be all over that when that comes out. But I want the movie to be good. I really do.
Yeah.
This is a course correction. This is doing the movie that they probably should have been making the whole time. No, it's not Ivan Reitman directing, but like he's still there. He handed it to his son, which is like, there's some level of nepotism there, but it stays in the family, I guess. So,
yeah, but his kid has also proven himself, though.
Yeah, like people actually.
He's a
Jason
real
Reitman has been knocked down in Hollywood more than I have, and he's.
And Thank You for Smoking is a fucking amazing film.
Yeah, really great movie, actually.
Yeah, someone else who is really great, but who sadly has to bow out is Uche.
Indeed, yes.
But I'd like to thank you for joining us.
No, man, thank you. I appreciate you guys. You guys have always welcomed me on the show. You've always had an open arms. Chat, the whole community's had an open arms whenever I come on here. So, congratulations on hitting that 200,000 landmark.
Yes,
It's all the arrow is pointing directly up. I love you guys' little exposés that you do. I used to get notifications on those at one point when y'all would drop new little 10, 15-minute exposés. I loved them. They're great stuff, great content. So,
Awesome. Right.
Best wishes for the future, and appreciate everybody here on the panel as well. Script.
Nice meeting you, man.
I love you too, Uche. I generally do. You're always got great opinions and great takes on stuff, and I love your enthusiasm, man. It's great. It really is.
Man, no, you guys are awesome. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. So I will be off with that. Hope everyone has a wonderful evening. Take care of each other.
Take care, man.
Peace
Yeah,
out.
take care. Thanks for joining.
Take care, AJ.
Yes.
Thank
All
you.
right. And I'm going to take advantage of the situation and get caught up on some more super chats.
Yes, indeed.
Brightest day, says Henry Cavill. Obviously, to get some reaction from Anna, who isn't here anymore. So
sorry about
for
that.
not catching that at the time. DG Akuma says for $10, got news from WrestleMania. Apparently, there's talks of a new Terminator with Dwayne playing the role. Sorry, Rocky boy, but haven't you heard? Terminator is dead. Genesis and Dark Fate killed it. This is the first time I hear of it. I would have hoped that Skydance had lost sufficient money that they're not going to try that again. Because Skydance and the brother-sister billionaires owner behind that are the ones that made those movies happen. Both of them. So luckily,
I keep hearing rumblings, but yeah, it all boils down to no money.
Yeah. Of course, they have money to burn, but how much more good money are they going to throw out after bads? That remains to be seen. Eric K says, congrats, and no notifications given. I see what you did there. And Geeky Pixie says, happy anniversary,
Thank you,
Midnight
Geeky
Edge,
Pixie.
and for many more. Thank you. Sander Hammerstag sent a little green fruity thing with boxing gloves.
I think it's a pear.
A pear thing then with boxing gloves super sticker, so thanks for that. And Mecha J says for $10, congrats on the 200K. You guys earned it. Ever since I found Midnight's Edge, this channel has provided me a lot of insight in the entertainment industry. Keep up the great work. Thank you, and we intend to. Icon says for $7.99. Congratulations on your 200K. It's heartening to see genuine fans of entertainment helping us to break through the spin. We do our best. Hyde 1352. Congrats, Mead. Tom, hope family is okay from whatever happened Monday night. Here's to many more jokes, joys, and aggravating shows to come. Tom, is the family okay?
Yeah, nothing happened to the family. What it was all the internet service and phone service went down for the entire Tri-County or further area. And nobody can give anybody an answer what the hell happened. And it was out for almost 4 hours, and it was both the phone and the internet, so it was just strange. Couldn't get a phone call out, so I couldn't even get a hold of Andre or anything to get a hold of him or anything.
Is there a supervillain that operates in your state, Tom? That
No, but I thought I was protected by Doomcock. So,
well, you may have a rival.
yeah, someone might be trying
a few.
lay claim. Yeah.
But with that, Nick of Echo Base has to jump out and take care of some things. So we want to thank you and, of course, Coach as well for hopping in earlier. And check out your guys' channel. You guys got anything coming up you want to plug real quick before you head out?
Our normal live stream this Saturday night. I'm actually going to get with you, Tom, on what we talked in the private chat later. But we recently got our recordings back from Mahler for the script narration for our next documentary on the rise and fall of LucasArts gaming. We did one on the Star Wars sequel trilogy that we released last year, and we're getting ready to start working on that one. Script Doctor actually helped out reading over the script, so shout out to Script Doctor for helping out with that.
Yeah, thanks, and I look forward to it. It was a good read.
Yeah, and yeah, that's pretty much, we're trying to stay consistent on getting content out and that sort of thing, and that's pretty much about it. But again, congrats on 200K, guys. Very well deserved for all you guys, and I appreciate you guys sending me the invite and letting me jump in here and be a part of the celebration.
Yes, absolutely. And thanks for joining us. So glad to have had you come join us. You're always welcome.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. We'll talk to you later.
Take care, Nick.
Thank you, Nick.
All right, bye.
Bye.
All right.
Yes, and then back to where we were. Digi Akuma says, oh yeah, forgot to say this. Congrats on your 200k subscribers. And since I saw that this is one we actually can bring up, we have KitKat saying, glad to see you all still going. As a loyal arch villain, I switched to Overlord's arch villain stream. Glad to be back with you. Oh, we're glad to have you back, KitKat, and we hope you enjoyed Arch Villain stream, the Arch Villain stream. And of course, we're going to have our own streams like that now before long for members.
I forced Andre to sign something that he will be there.
Yeah, exactly.
I made him. I said, you have to do this. You can't not.
Yeah. So I actually look forward to it. That's going to be great times.
And if he doesn't, I might just kick a puppy or something. I don't know.
Yeah. And then
kick a puppy.
Then we have Martin Mayer, who says for 200 chess krona, dear Midnight's Edge, wishing you all the best. Subscribed since 30k and remembering the early days when I was complaining on Andre's voiceover in the videos and appreciated Rob's instead. Until I've heard him singing in Mead intro.
Well, you know.
Alrighty.
And we got one we can bring up right now on screen here from Dash Dees.
Yes,
says, I'm just rereading Twilight Company, not Shakespeare, but not bad at all. Why is it always so hard for the extended universe to be just good? Books like Rogue Squadron and Wedge as the main character. Their whole aversion to anything in the past has everything to do with the politics that we talk about, making things safe. When anything's created or from a time or an era that isn't what they consider safe, they will tear it down, disregard it.
What does the word safe even mean anymore?
Yeah.
It's losing meaning.
Not white.
Well, it's also that. It's like they're killing the competition of their own brand. It's like, oh, people are just going to compare it to the books, and if we say the books don't count, then they can't compare it. And it's like, that's not how it works with people who buy products.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, I'm starting to dislike the word safe for much the same reason.
I know.
It doesn't mean anything. It just means...
It means mollycoddled. That's what it means.
Yes, exactly. I don't want to have anyone disagree with me ever.
Yeah.
That's not safe. Safe is not. It's when you're not eaten by a fucking bear.
I suggest that we all start replacing the word safe with infantilized, because that's what they actually mean. That's what they do. They infantilize.
I agree.
Or childproof the world, to steal a quote from Bill Maher. Even though,
but the infantilize is very appropriate, because that's exactly what fits the definition, their definition of a safe space. Because a true definition in the writer's room of a safe space is you say anything you want and it doesn't leave the room, because you're trying to figure out characters, whether they're good or bad or something in between. And so you have to experiment and get out of your comfort zone. And we make a safe environment so that we're not going to hold you accountable for your words, because you're trying to solve a problem, which is creating an evil character or something of that nature. That's the true safe space.
Sure, but it isn't, because someone's going to leak it.
Well, I mean, that's part of the code. Is like, well, because that's what happens in a writer's room. You have someone who's like, okay, we're writing a racist character, so what are the racist words we're going to make them say? Like, and you're not going to be held accountable for that, because again, you're putting words to a character. But in current day now, if you were to do that, just like what unfortunately happened to Walter Mosley, he's going to get a report to HR, and then he's just going to walk away. So, which is the exact opposite of it. That'd be the infantilizing. Yeah.
It's crazy.
It is.
And it's weird, because I mean, you need a bad guy to be fucking bad. He can't be politically correct and a serial killer at the same time. It just doesn't work.
Well, it's
Right?
just
That could work, but it'd just be very peculiar.
It'd be
For
fucking
a
weird.
politically correct serial killer, he's like, you're
You
not
know what?
politically
That
correct.
actually
Okay.
does
Yep.
It
remind me
still
of
wouldn't make
something.
him good. That's my point. Like, you
Exactly,
need the
yeah.
bad guy to be bad.
Yeah, and to do that, you have to go to a dark place. Sadly,
Yeah.
and you got to be able to experiment and think about things in a way that's not normal in order to really get across that badness for that character. So
you know, it just boggles my mind because I mean, I understand what's going on and I know what's happening, but just the whole thing where they're just trying to pretend like, you know, there hasn't been diversity in films all this time, or at least done better up to this time, and that's all it is this grand crusade to try and do better than the past has, and they can't. They know they can't, and that's why the
Right.
past has always been respected prior to that. And I've never seen so much disregard for the past, so much disregard for elders and experience. It's insulting and it's degrading. And I've gotten to this point where I just don't understand it anymore. But I mean, like I said, I do understand where it's coming from, but I just, and I'm talking about in more of a metaphysical way, or whatever you want to call it, or metaphoric way, where I just can't get my head around how they can't just see it for what it really is at this point. And a lot of people aren't standing up. And that's what I brought up, I don't know, time and time again about, you know, the people on Star Trek and other shows basically being used as circus freaks. You know what? The only time this shit's going to stop is when they're saying, when they stand up and say, "Wait a minute, all you're doing is using me for my skin color, my sexual preference, or my disability." What the
Right.
fuck is that all about? You know, and that's when people got to stand up and do something, because it's just
But that takes you being unselfish, because obviously these actors who are wheelchair bound and Asian or whatever it is they want, they're going to be like, yay, right? They don't care that they were just hired because they ticked the correct box. And I think that's sad. I mean, I would hate to work for someone where I was just hired because, yeah, I ticked the box. Yes, I'm male or something. Like, what? Am I not good enough? You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then our own Wrench, who's been kicking ass in the chat, staying with us the whole time, says, "I didn't know there was an undoomed connection to ME. This is so cool. Subscriber for years. Also, a little shout out to Magog of Mascar and Scribelight." Yeah, I've known Undoomed for a while. Fan of each other's channels, and I didn't even realize it. I think one day we saw you in the chat. I think it was. I can't even remember now when it was. We realized. And yeah,
we just connected.
Yeah. I think I can't even remember if it was you who reached out to me first on Twitter or vice versa, but yeah, we've had you on a few times and you've had us over there, and I know you're kind of doing some different things than you used to do, but you know, you just did that really cool documentary, and I know you've been doing some different stuff, like you said the last time we talked, but I don't know what you've been up to lately, but yeah.
No, I mean, I've been really busy with my day job, obviously, but
right.
Yeah, I've been trying to just try different things with documentaries and stuff like that. That's really kind of what I enjoy making. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a great kind of sense of independence to be able to do it as a hobby. So I don't have a knife through my at my throat to force me to just come up with whatever sells the most. I can try different things, and that's
cool.
nice.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, there you go, Mr. Tickle Trunk. But let's get another few super chats in here. Some of the older ones.
Yes, let's do that. The next one is from Brain Shark, who says for $11.11. Congrats, Midnight's Edge. Hail, suave accent Andre. Hail, Tom, you look good, just not on me, lol. Hail, Echo Bass. Hey, Nick and Coach. What's up, my man, Mr. H? Hi, Miss Creole. Yo, Tug Life. Hail, all panel and chat. Great day. Well, thank you, Brain Shark. I'm sorry we couldn't bring this up sooner, but thank you for the support, and indeed have a great day. Clobberin Time says congrats on 200k. Hologram Nunchuck says, congrats on 200K. By the way, the intro beat to your videos is great. Indeed it
Yeah,
is. Thank
actually,
you.
I've always wanted to ask you what is that from?
It's actually not from anything. It's an original composition from the Norwegian designer who did the logo for us, and he also composed that music beat.
I love the 80s feel.
Yeah, many hear similarities to Stranger Things.
Right.
And it may be that he took inspiration from there. That I don't know, but it's not actually from there.
No, I know that, but it's got that sort of 80s feel that I love.
Yeah, it just fit perfectly.
Yeah.
So very, very happy with that intro. That's
which is funny because we have a version of that he did first without that music, and it's just so weird to see that version because it's almost exactly the same, and it is still on some of our older videos. But all it is the door opening up and then the, but there's no. Yeah, it's become so synonymous with it now. It's weird because I just happened to watch one of our videos the other day getting ready for this thing that had that intro on it. I'm like, oh, weird.
Right.
Indeed. And then we have a super chat we actually can bring up on screen from recent channel member Jedi6, who says $25. Thank you. And says, congrats. Super chat is for the panel because I appreciate men with high class, big brass, pretty little liars in a row type of stamina. Men with no cash, so crass, tie it up in a bow type of devotion to their channel.
Bravo, Jedi6, indeed. Thank you.
Someone's a big fan there.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is. And then Dash DC also sent another one in here that we can get on screen. I run with scissors, use lead-based paint, and run upstairs. No 15-year-old makes me safe from that on Twitter. I feel so excluded. Koala in the rain.
Yeah, well, the koalas will be making an appearance. Actually, since you remember, you can actually get koala emojis. But before we can have like the real thing, we also have another one here from Cred Sox 05, who says, congrats on the 200K. Wish you the best and many more subs. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Indeed.
And
we'll be getting some more emojis up soon, I hope. Hint, hint, Andre.
I've already maxed up. I've filled up all the 13 that we can. Oh, yeah.
13 you got? Wow.
13 we got.
Oh.
13 is up there. So we're all maxed up.
Damn it.
And then Hologram Nunchuck says, congrats on 200K. Oh, yeah, we got that one. The intro beat is great. So, yeah. And then Tom, you're going to have to do this one. It's from the Twicky Kid. So I'm going to put it in the private chat. And then you can read it. Because I can't.
All right. What's your secret to functioning with little to no sleep? Keep up the great work. Beady, beady, beady. I don't do the beady, beady, beady as well as, well, probably better than you do.
You could do them better than me. Tom, what's your secret?
Stress.
That's actually a very good answer. Like, because I don't get I'm not on so many streams, but I don't get much sleep either, actually, because like all those videos and editorials, Tom edits them, but they don't write themselves. Let's just say. And my secret is I'll sleep when I'm dead. Yeah, that's my secret. What's yours?
That's pretty much it. Or at least until I get a couple of assistants, a housekeeper, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Maybe an editor or two.
Just get a staff, like a full staff.
I need a staff. I do need a staff. I can't afford it yet, but I need a staff.
Right.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what we can do. Until then, we'll just have to make do without sleep. And on that note, Toxic Man Flu, which is something that we have to stay clear of, says for $10. Thank you so much. I think Geode is Mikey Spock in the Star Wars universe. And on that sad note, congratulations. Thank you. And Mags has a great idea. We need a Geode googly-eyed emoji. Rob, we're going to need a picture of your custom Geode toys.
He's not listening. He's watching quicksand porn.
Yeah, probably. We'll make that happen, Max. And then the good Tom King says for $5, congrats on a well-deserved 200k subs to the Midnight's Edge team. Great work, guys. And Mondo Bizarro says, congrats on the 200k. See you at the party, Richter.
Not see you at the party, Richter.
Oh.
And Prof. Gray 2 says, don't have much time, but wanted to see if you could push the MST3K Kickstarter. It's all about giving the fans what they want. Tom, are you familiar with MST3K?
Mystery Science Theater.
All right. Of course.
What? They're doing a Kickstarter? I didn't know
Yeah,
about
because
that.
the Netflix version got canceled. So evidently,
Wasn't very good, sadly.
Yeah, so hopefully this is a Kickstarter towards a better version.
Yeah.
Because I checked out of that Netflix version pretty quick, but I am a fan of the classic. So yeah, any support for a decent version like the classic, I'm all on board for.
Right. That would be awesome.
Well,
I support that one.
Yeah, go support it on Kickstarter.
And Sci-Fi for Me TV, our good buddy Jason says the campaign is already at 2 million already. So I don't think they'll have much of a problem. Holy shit. Well, they got a hell of a fan base. Hell of a fan base.
Like a 30-year-old fan base.
Well,
too.
that's just
Like-
it. And that's where I can't believe that Netflix didn't hang on to me. It just must be because that show was that bad. It turned off the fans. I got to imagine they didn't watch it. So
Yeah, I think they got the wrong team involved.
because it is a very heavy duty fan base. Because Shout Factory has made tons and tons of money off releasing them for years.
The Netflix one seemed pretty weird to me, but I thought that was just me.
No, their first episode really turned me off. It just didn't
Yeah.
feel like it had the same substance that the previous seasons and even the movie had way back.
Right.
I liked the movie a lot.
Me too.
I enjoyed it quite a bit. It was one of those where the first time I saw it, I was like, it's not as good as some of the episodes. And then it just kind of grew on me. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, so check that out if you haven't already. And back to Super Chats, Andre.
Yes. Culture Casino says, look at all these handsome dudes still going. And Tom, love that you're going 4 hours plus.
I love how I'm left
4
out of the
hours.
handsome dudes.
We're nigh on 6 hours.
Yeah.
And also we have 666 viewers.
I don't think it was meant
so,
that
yeah.
way, but it's funny
that's
that-
satanic. Oh my God.
Just had to point that out.
666 viewers. That's awesome. We're so edgy.
Oh my God.
And then Kathleen Kennedy's 50-year-old fanboy, oh nice, says, congrats gentlemen, we'll be joining you with my own channel soon. Take care everyone on the stream. Love what you do. All the best. Well, thank you, and I look forward to seeing what kind of content Kathleen Kennedy's 50-year-old fanboy will produce. That should be a hoot. And then take
Let me
your
guess, the dog. They get the dog in the end, right?
probably. Taker 610 has a question. Undoomed, you still on YouTube? More like doomed. Maybe
I've never heard that one before.
And then Master Clockwork says, can you vandalize garbage?
That's a good point.
That's a good point.
When you get to a point, it is just that. It's like beating a bloody pulp on it.
Yeah, like how much can you beat a dead horse?
I think the glue is as far as you can go, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Exactly. And
Kit Kat just shoots one in here real quick. Says, nice to see all these brand new loyalty bands in the chat. Okay. I think you mean. I think Kit Kat. I think it's a she. Actually, sorry if I'm misgendering. Not trying to. I think talking about all the badges. Yeah, that's. I'm so happy we finally got the whole thing together because it was kind of an uphill battle for Andre and I because we're boomers, and Rob. Actually, the weird thing is Rob is probably more technologically advanced when it comes to computer stuff than we are, but he still don't know how to use a phone. Or
So
weird.
Or
a
that's
mute
the
button.
irony. And moving on from there, Roof Korean is John Galt, says for $5. Midnight's Edge content is on par, if not surpasses, the big media's content and info. Congrats on 200K.
Thank you.
Also, request hashtag 269 to interview S. Craig Sauler. That's actually a good idea. I actually wouldn't mind interviewing him. He's the director of Bone Tomahawk.
We brought him up before. Remember?
Yeah. That would be pretty cool.
We may even know somebody who knows him.
Yeah. So you never know. Never know. And Nemo Nautus Sum says congrats. And Warwolf says congrats on 200K. El Gallo de Oro says congratulations on 200K amigos. Then we got the one from Dash Des about Dash Dees. Thank you. I'm just rereading Twilight Company.
Yep.
We got that one, didn't we?
Yep.
Yeah.
We're getting close to caught up now.
We're catching up real quick now. Let's see if we've caught up with the rest there as well.
I think we're close.
We
maybe have one or two in between there, but
we may have. And then we got the one from Tickle Trunk. You got that one. We got the other one from then. We got the Jedi 6 one.
If they're all ones we've gotten on screen, those are all ones that have come in since recently. So I think we've.
I think. Let's see. James T. Whelan says for $4.99. I waited till the end to send. I liked today's extravaganza and love listening to your shows. Very thoughtful and always informative. Well, thank you. We do try.
Thank you.
That was one we missed in between there.
Sorry about that.
But we got it.
What's funny is there's actually some other guests I expected that either tried getting in and couldn't earlier or didn't get a chance to show up. So
yeah. And with that,
I want to thank all the new members too, by the way.
Yes, indeed. And for all members, there's 2 videos up for you already. So new members, the perks which are already up so far are like the 2 first installments in the behind the scenes series detailing the exact origins and continued evolution of Midnight's Edge. And tomorrow we're going to have some Norse mythology up there for you. On that note, Master Clockwork says, so long, thanks for all the fish.
So long, so long, so long, and thanks for all the fish. Let me see all those sad koalas in the rain that have no fucks to give. Come on. Let me see them all in the chat. Bring them up. Now that we can actually do them.
Yes. And House Atreides, if you haven't found the bonus content, there'll be a community post tomorrow to link to them. I honestly don't know exactly where.
It also depends on what tier you're. Yeah, it also depends on what tier you're on as well. So and the content is mirrored on Patreon. So if you're already a Patreon member, don't worry. That's up to you which one you want to be. So there you go.
And then Ronan Blade says 200K congrats to Andre the Giant, Tom the Batman, and Rob the Kazoo.
And with that, I want to thank Undoomed. I want to thank Script for coming in, of course. I want to thank all our other guests who came in earlier. Check out all their channels, of course. Undoomed, Script, anything you guys want to say since you're the 2 last men standing?
No, I mean, this is really your day. So I really just want to congratulate you and say I'm also very proud of you, and I've been with you since almost the start, and I think
quite
this
a
is
while.
an awesome thing. So I'm just so happy. That's pretty much it.
Well, thank you for being here, man. It's always great when we do get a chance to talk. And of course, Script, we love you. You're our fifth Beatle. We tell you that
I
all
am
the time.
so honored to be given that title as the fifth Beatle, because no, I loved your coverage. You're one of the first channels I saw when I heard all the CBS hoopla going on with Star Trek Discovery, and never imagined I'd be communicating with you guys in this way, and I'm so grateful to it. We've been great friends, had a lot of awesome and fun conversations on and off stream. And congratulations so much on the 200,000, well earned, and here's to another 200 in the future.
Well, thank you. And Diego Flores comes in with a $5 Peruvian soul, or 5 Peruvian soul super chat, I should say. If there's exclusive content now, does this mean the Frank and Tom Rothman show will be a reality? You know what? Mead has to set up. I have to set up all the stuff over there yet. So you never know what Rob and I will do. And I don't even know if he's here anymore. He's either dead or watching porn. So
there's such limited options for Rob's occupied time.
Yeah.
Those are the only two.
Indeed. And then we got a couple more in here. Let's see here. Matt G says, shout out to Mecca Random. She's part of this too. Yeah, she had her part in this. She does her own thing, but yeah. And Kit Kat says, looking forward to the Norse mythology. And yes, I'm a girl and American living in London. Are you sure you're a girl or are you a woman? I would imagine you're a woman. Because if you're a girl listening to this, you have horrible parents. Horrible parents for letting you listen to us. Horrible, toxic men. Boag sends in 20 and says, I missed the show. Congrats. Well, you can always back it up and watch it all the way through. And then I'm sure it'll be put up on the live archive, imagine. Andre?
Yes, it will. It'll be on the Midnight's Edge live archives.
As soon as you take 10 years to cull everybody's to get everybody's links together and everything too. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
So that'll be up eventually, I'm sure.
It'll be up tomorrow, I should imagine.
So you can always back this up now.
Tomorrow
and watch
it'll be there. Yeah.
Yeah, and like Doug's like, woohoo, a girl. Yeah, we got a girl in the chat. we have a few. Yes, believe it or not, there are a few. And actually, that's a demographic I have noticed that is raising in all of our communities, or all of our channels in this community, is a lot more women voices, and I'm glad to see that. So, especially considering being a part of toxic femininity and trying to push that. And as Jedi 6 points out, yes, she is a woman as well. And of course, we have someone here named Mary. I'm assuming that's going to be a woman. I don't want to assume too much, though, because then I'll get in trouble and canceled, as always. But in any case, with that, Andre, is there anything you want to say? I just want to say thank you so much for letting me be a part of this ride. Rob's watching porn, so I don't really need to say shit to him right now. So no, I love Rob. He's my hetero life mate, pretty much. Just I couldn't imagine doing it without him. And Andre, like I said, thank you so much for making me a part of this, man.
Yes, absolutely, and thank you for helping me take us to this level. Like, you came aboard, Tom, when we were at around 30,000, I think.
I think it was 30, 32, I think. Something like that.
Thereabouts. So yeah, you've been absolutely instrumental in going from there to now an incredible 200K. And also thank you to Rob, obviously, who was there since 4,000.
Mm-hmm.
Rob
he is alive.
Yeah, I am. A couple cups of coffee later, and revitalized.
Oh, he took a nap. That's what he was doing.
Yeah.
Oh, well, he was being innocent then.
Yeah.
I can't get into trouble that way.
He's so cute and innocent when he's sleeping.
Yeah, exactly. And also, thanks to Script Doctor, who's been like a great member of our community. And the fifth Beatle. as Tom likes to put it, and also to Undoom. It's great to have had you here all day. It's an honor to be here with you.
It's the least I could do, man.
Yeah.
I enjoy your shit so much, and you've been supporting me as well. So, holy shit, I'm so thankful.
Well, it's really cool because we don't get a lot of chances to talk, so it is nice to have you around and get a chance to chit chat. And yeah, if you ever do any streams, just let us know. And if you ever see us on, just shoot me a text or a message, and I'll shoot you back a link, man. You are always, you're always welcome. Just like
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Script Doctor, I got to yell at him to get in here sometimes. It's like, I can't do this without you. I already got to do it without Shane.
I'm surprised Shane didn't show up today.
Shane has disowned us. He has not contacted me since. I don't know why, but I don't think a horse can change the color of its fur. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, not with any level of ease, at least. That's for certain.
Not without a shit ton of hair dye.
Yeah.
And with that, at the last moment, popping in here is one Andy Signor from Popcorn Planet as well. As I said, you never know who may pop in here.
Hey, how you doing?
How's it going? Thanks for joining us.
And we can't hear
that
him.
was quick.
Well, hopefully he'll come back for a minute before we leave, because I don't want to leave without him having a chance to say hello. But it looks like he's having an issue with his device.
Yeah, he has, like it says, he has tech issues, but hopefully he'll be here. But in the meantime, again, I also want to thank everyone else that's been on the panel tonight, everyone in our overall community, and also everyone out there in the chat who are still here after 6 hours. And I do believe we can bring Andy back in right now, so let's try for that. Hey, Andy. Can you hear us?
I don't think he can hear us.
You're muted.
I don't think he can hear us.
Mute?
Yeah, well, that was it's not. Okay.
Well, and I think he sent us a super chat, I think, earlier. At least a congratulations in the chat. It was one of the two.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't get a chance to here, but because I know it's getting real late for you, Andre, and there's been some of these people in the chat have been here this entire time. Y'all are troopers. Y'all are troopers. And I want to put a special thanks out to our wrenches. You guys, we couldn't do it without you guys either. You guys keep everything in check. So thank you so much for that, and thank you everybody for the donations. And again,
thank you to all
our new members,
mods in the Facebook group.
That too, yes. Don't want to forget the mods in the Facebook group.
Yes, the mods in the Facebook group have also been absolutely instrumental in building and maintaining the community, because the Facebook group has actually been there the whole time. So yeah, and you've had like some real troopers there the whole time have been there.
Let me ask you this: that's kind of different than Twitter, right? Because you have to moderate it yourself.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we're still under a certain kind of set of rules, and they can kind of intervene when they want to. But other than that, no, you're kind of, I wouldn't call it a Wild West scenario, but no, you kind of got your own troopers.
No, but I mean, if someone does something weird on Twitter, it's their fault.
Right.
But if someone does something weird on Facebook, it's your fault, right? You can get banned as a group, right?
It can come to that. In fact, it has in some groups, but we have not, at least in our
thanks to our moderators.
Yeah, I was gonna say we keep things pretty tight on the group.
So that's what I mean. Like it's really important on Facebook.
Yes, it is. It's very important.
Right.
Well, Steven, I'd like it more if you just wash your ass. Just wash your ass, man.
He can't reach. He's fat Steven Seagal. He can't reach.
It'd be a much nicer experience if Fat Steven's twerking. You know, he has to wash his ass. And fuck you, give me $500. You owe me $500. That's just a joke between us. Don't worry.
It's a good Twitter joke.
Yeah, it goes back to the Gina Carano thing. It was like, your insensitivity to the plight of the trans community has given me all kinds of blah 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 issues. I need therapy now. Give me $500 to pay for it or some shit. I'm like, okay, so the tweet is basically fuck you, give me $500. So ever since that's been going. and the fat Steven part. Well, he's just fat Steven Seagal, so fat jokes. So yeah,
That's still a crazy thing to say on Twitter.
Yeah, it is. It isn't. Well, that's not the only time I've seen that. They'll say that, and then they'll also say, "Give me this amount, and I'll donate it to charity," and all this other kind of crap. And it's like, yeah, it's some.
Yeah,
weird...
sure you will.
Yeah, sure you will. Kit Kat coming in again with another £2 super chat. Thank you so much. Hail Natasha for fighting off the trolls. Yes, I don't know if she's still in the chat. I think she had to take off earlier, but Natasha is our leader of wrenches. She is kick-ass, just like Mr. Tickle Trunk. As I said before, he's here to wrench and chew bubblegum, and guess what? He's all out of bubblegum. So he's wrenching like a pro. But yeah, want to thank the wrenches, of course, in here in the Facebook group, like Andre said. Anything else you want to say, Andre, before we go? Because we are way past the 6-hour mark.
Yeah, no, unless Andy can join relatively soon, which is very welcome to. Again, I want to say thank you to everyone who's
we've given him about 5 minutes. So
everyone who's supporting, and welcome to every new member of the channel. So we have cool stuff coming for you. And with that, I do believe the time has come for Koalas in the Rain.
Well, do you hear us, Andy?
Now I do. And
now we hear you.
Now we hear you.
I had to restart everything. I'm glad I tested this before I went live. But
all right.
Wow.
Happy to come say congratulations as you wind down. Bravo to all your accomplishments, guys. I'm so happy for you guys, and what a cool community you guys have built. Honored to be part of it now recently, and anytime you need anything, guys, I'm here for you guys. I'm a big fan.
Awesome. Yeah, and I can't wait to participate in some Nerd Wars or any of your other segments that you do over there. And any way I can help is always a fun deal for me. And we got a couple more super chats real quick before we go anyway. So House of Trades says Natasha is the goddess of wrenches. Yes, she is. She is here, and you better listen, or she will boot your ass.
She's good.
Fat Steven Seagal beat up Twitter says Tom sleeps in Steven Seagal's pajamas. Well, there's plenty of room for both of us, Steven. They're big pajamas. So
right.
I'm not going to do it, no matter how bad you want me to. And with that, I want to thank Andy for popping in right at the last moment.
Yeah, it was great for you to pop in.
Hey,
I don't know if you've met everybody like Undoomed, but
yeah, like 5 seconds. Hey.
And Grand Moff wants to hear a Fenton. You know what? I'm going to do a Fenton, and then we're going to do some Koalas in the Rain, and we're going to get out of here unless anybody has anything else to add before we go. No?
Go for it.
Let's go for it.
I think we're done.
Right! Fenton! Oh, Jesus Christ! Fenton!
Koalas in the rain, koalas in the rain, no fucks given. Koala, koalas in the rain, koalas in the rain, no fucks given. Koala.